countdown music is as good as it's going to get tonight. For some teams, there are teams that aren't going to have any picks. By the way, I'm Scott Mason. I'll be your host tonight for this uSTADIUM virtual draft party. We're still doing a lot of stuff virtually. Hopefully by next year, we'll have a party in person, but we've got a lot of great guests tonight. CJ Mosley will be here, Jamison Crowder, Hunter Henry, Iffy Melifonwu, who is a top 75 prospect cornerback from Syracuse, will be with us in a little bit. But right now, I want to bring in two of my friends who know a lot about the draft process and who are not Jets-based, because I want you to know that even though I host the show Play Like a Jet, which you can download on all podcast platforms, and of course, you can check us out at playlikeajet.com, this is not going to be just about the Jets. We're going to do plenty of that, but there's going to be a lot about the other teams, and so I wanted to start the show with two guys that I know have a lot of insight and are entertaining, because that's important too. So we'll start with my friend Steve Thomas, who has an obsession with doing mock drafts. He also happens to be one of the funniest guys I know, professional comedian. So how about this? Most people, they aim to be a comedian and they have some dreary day job. He has a fun day job, and his weird obsession is mock drafts. That's definitely something different. Steve, thanks so much for coming on, brother.
Thanks for having me. It's like Christmas Day around here, man. You know, especially being a Browns fan for 20 years. This has basically been our Super Bowl, so having to wait till the end of day one is freaky weird for us. But it's still exciting, and it's going to be fun, and especially this year with so much uncertainty after 1 and 2, it's just going to be a blast, because I think we're going to see a bunch of stuff weird that none of us here in the media have any clue is going to happen.
Absolutely. By the way, I should mention that Steve does a lot of draft stuff for the Orange and Brown Report. Great people over there. Jared Muller. I know that Jake is over there still doing film reviews, right? For you guys. You guys,
he's great.
Phenomenal. I always say that he reminds me a little bit of our guy. We have a guy that does stuff for the Jets named Joe Blewett for a website called Jets X Factor. He's phenomenal. And Jake is sort of in that same realm. So you guys have a phenomenal site. If you're looking for Browns coverage, the Orange and Brown Report is the place to go. And Steve not only brings knowledge, but brings hilarity to the table. So it's a really good combination. And also my friend George Bremer. It's funny, George, I do a Jets podcast, but I think you've been on my show, even though you're a Colts beat reporter. So George covers the Colts for the Herald Bulletin in Anderson, Indiana. Even though you are a Colts beat reporter, I think that you've been on my show more often than almost anybody, because the Jets and Colts do so much business together, and the Jets tend to interview people from the Colts tree, whether it's for the general manager spot or the head coaching position. So George, it's good to have you on here to talk a little bit, and maybe we'll see some business done again between the Jets and the Colts. I thought it might happen with Darnold, but maybe something else.
We're due for the annual trade on Saturday, right? I mean, day 3 every year. There's got to be something. I don't know. Maybe Ben Banigou. We'll see.
I remember texting you last year when Quincy Wilson got traded to the Jets for a 6th rounder. I'm like, well, there it is, George. It just handed us another excuse to do a show. And because you're out in Indiana, by the way, normally you'd be at the scouting combine, but unfortunately this year that wasn't the case. So there are a lot of questions, and that's one of the major storylines, I think, heading into tonight. The injuries, the medical. We have no idea what to expect. A guy like Caleb Farley, for example, 2 surgeries on the lumbar near the spine. So what's that going to do to his draft stock? I got to be honest, after talking to my friend Dr. Steven Stoller, who's a 35-year orthopedic surgeon, and who, by the way, contributes to playlikeajet.com. So if you want to see his report on Zach Wilson's medical history, it's up there right now. But he says that he wouldn't touch Caleb Farley in the early going of the draft, not just round 1, probably not round 2, maybe round 3 or 4, but he wouldn't go anywhere near him until day 3. Steve, what do you think? Farley going to drop? Because it sure feels that way to me.
Yeah, him and Jalen Phillips, I think, are in a year full of wild cards, are the 2 biggest wild cards by far, because on tape, on the field, they're both, I mean, if anybody can be a lock guaranteed top 10 pick, it's those 2 guys. I mean, they would be in the running for first defender off the board, you know, both of them. But the medicals, especially with Phillips, I mean, at least with Farley, it's like it's a physical thing. The doctors can look at, and there's timelines for that kind of stuff. With Phillips, it's concussions. We still, to this day, have no idea. He could play 10 years in the league and never have a problem, or he could get grazed on the noggin the third day of training camp and never see the field again. So, but like we always say every year, especially with medicals, it only takes one team. So if 31 teams say, no, he's off our board, but then, the Giants at 11 or whoever it happens to be say, yep, we're good with it, then he still goes in the top half of day one. Before all this medical stuff came out, he was one of my dreams for the Browns, because corner is by far our biggest roster hole right now. But at this point, here's the way I look at it with the Browns at 26. If he were to be healthy, he's going to be gone long before we're anywhere sniffing him. If he falls to us, there's a reason. And why would we be the team to take that chance? And I think, George probably feels the same way at 21 with the Colts. I mean, if he gets to that point, there's obviously something that most medical people feel wrong with. And why would you be the one to spend, especially day one draft capital, on a guy with that many question marks?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Steve, because George, I know that both of you guys participated in the mock draft that we did on Play Like a Jet Live. Steve, you picked Greg Newsome, the cornerback out of Northwestern, at number 26 in our mock draft, which I thought was a great pick. I'm a big Newsome fan, and I think there's a big difference between Newsome's injuries and what we're talking about with Farley or with Phillips, because with Newsome, it was just a series of nagging injuries. There's nothing that was a serious injury. It's not like there was any soft tissue problems. It's just he's been nicked up each of the 3 years that he's been at Northwestern. That's something that I would probably be willing to live with. When you're talking about Caleb Farley and those back surgeries, that's the same surgery that Tiger Woods had, and we know what that did to him. Right. And then you take a look also, of course, at Jalen Phillips. And George, in our mock draft, you picked Azeez Ojulari at number 21. Now, as Steve said, if you look at the tape, I like Ojulari a lot, but there's no question to me that on tape, Jalen Phillips is the top edge rusher in this class. I'm sure that you would have picked him at 21 if there weren't those medical concerns, but those medical concerns are real. He had 3 concussions. UCLA forced him to retire. He ended up coming back. As we know, there were a couple of offers, and he ended up going to the University of Miami, where, as Brett Coleman said on my show the other day, Brett Coleman of the Film Room, by the way, 300,000 subscribers for a reason. Phenomenal. If you like football videos, he is the best there is. But there's a reason why he was forced to retire from UCLA and go to Miami, where, as Brett Coleman said, you could make the case that he was the best defensive player Miami has produced since Ed Reed. And certainly you can make the case that he's the best pass rusher that Miami has produced since Warren Sapp. So it's going to be really interesting to see where these guys go, as I, by the way, now see my friend Nick Spano popping in here. Nick, of course, the co-founder of uSTADIUM. It's always a fun time when Nick is here, but we add Steve and George to the mix, and it's like we may as well be partying somewhere in Midtown Manhattan, right, Nick?
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? You guys ready?
Oh,
can you guys hear me right?
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're having as much fun as you, but yeah, you look like you got a head start.
Yeah, a little bit. No, I'm just on the back deck here, just kind of trying to kill some time before you sit and you start pacing, waiting for the picks to start coming in and whatnot. But wanted to hop in, kind of every once in a while. I'll come out. I want to steal the shine from Scott. It's his big night, so what's up, boys?
Yeah, guys, it's great to have all of you here. I know, Steve, you're going to have to run in a quick minute because you're doing something for the Orange and Brown Report. And if you're a Browns fan, that is a phenomenal place to check out video, audio, and, of course, written content. Some of the best you'll find. Steve, before you run, talk a little bit about what you're hoping for from the Browns, not just tonight, but throughout the draft process, because you said it's weird for you that the Browns are sitting at the back end of the first round. This hasn't happened a lot recently. It's been a while. And listen, as a Jets fan, obviously, I know all about that. George, on the other hand, is used to this much more so than we are. So tell me a little bit about what your expectations and your hopes are, not just for number 26, but throughout the draft process, because the Browns are a team that is well positioned right now. And if they can make a couple of strong additions, they could be one of the favorites to come out of the AFC.
Yeah, it's very weird to be thinking, the Browns are, it's a legitimate threat in the AFC, and it's not a joke. I mean, it's like real. My biggest hope for tonight is that George doesn't snipe whoever we want, because we have similar needs. The Colts and the Browns are going to be looking in similar buckets, and so every time I go, oh, I like this guy, I go, crap, he's not going to get past the Colts. So whoever you guys let go, I think, is who we're going to go after. But I think the thing with Andrew Berry that we've learned from last year's draft and through the season last year and the offseason is he's going to be aggressive, but he's going to be aggressive within his structure. He has a price for everything. He'll look to move up if the opportunity presents itself, but he's not going to overpay. He's not going to trade down just to trade down, and he's not going to make any moves. Some people have said, oh, he needs to make a big, impressive move because it's in Cleveland. That's not the way he thinks. If there's a market inefficiency out there to be exploited, he will do it. And I think he was actually very truthful in his presser earlier this week in that he said it's not necessarily about filling those positions, corner, edge, wide receiver, that kind of stuff, which is where they've been looking. It's about getting the best players, and I think that's what he's going to do. I think there's no way we're going to make 9 picks. I would be shocked if we make 9 picks. He's going to try to get a 5th one in the top 100 somehow, either by moving down from 26 or maybe by moving up from 110 or something like that. Moving up from 59 is a possibility on day 2. And then he's going to try to move a lot of the day 3 stuff into next year so that he has a lot of arrows in the quill again, both next year and at the trade deadline this year, because for the Browns, it's the first time that the trade deadline might actually make a difference. I mean, they're in a position now where making a move for that one guy, giving up next year's 2 or whatever, it might be, in on the radar this year for the first time in a long time. And so having extra picks next year, of course, gives you the weaponry to do that and not, cripple your draft for next year. So I'm as calm as I've been before a Browns draft in many, many years, because we have the guys in place that I think are the right guys for the first time. And I trust what they've done and trust what they're going to do.
I know George
what's the vibe out there with Odell? Is there any kind of is there any serious thought to moving him at all, whether it's this draft or as we get closer to the season, or is basically everybody lockstep that he'll be back week 1 for Cleveland?
Well, as you guys in New York know, the drama around Odell wanting to be traded never stops, ever.
Yeah.
Under any, I mean, he could come
he always
out
wants
and,
to be somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, no matter what, it always happens. But at the OBR, we have a couple of guys who are pretty well positioned inside. Not me, but they know people in the building. And trading Odell at this point is in a never say never bucket. I mean, they're not looking for it. They're not shopping him or anything like that. But if someone comes and blows your doors off, of course, everybody's expendable in this league, just about everybody outside of Patrick Mahomes. But so yeah, I wouldn't expect it. You never say never, but it would be against the grain, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think anybody's going to be banging down the door to trade for a guy coming off an injury,
right?
Another injury, I should say, who's also. Look, we're not in the locker room. We don't know what the teams, what the teams he plays for, what the teammates think about him, but he doesn't have the cleanest reputation in terms of being, a guy who teams love to have, right? So it is, like you said, it seems like only a matter of time until he's moved again, but I probably wouldn't expect it this year. But, if for whatever reason things don't start off well, maybe they do move him in the middle of the season. Who knows?
Right, and I think part of what you said is another part of why they won't do that, because Andrew Berry knows he's not going to get value for him at this point, coming off an injury and everything else. I mean, yeah, you could probably move him if you wanted to, but you're not going to get what you need to get out of a guy like Odell. Now, if he comes back this year and is the Odell of old and shows he's healthy and everything like that, after this year, his contract has no more dead money on it. So then it becomes a lot easier. And if he comes out and blazes, 1,400 yards and 11 touchdowns, whatever, great stat line, then maybe next year you're talking about moving on from him and clearing some cap space. But this year, I would be very surprised.
Yeah, I agree.
I would be surprised too. Steve, I know you've got to run, so I'll let you go. But before you do, please tell everybody where they can find your comedy, because Steve's not just a very insightful Browns fan. He's actually a very funny comedian. And right now, obviously, with everything that's been going on with coronavirus, it's been a little harder for him to do gigs. So he's trying to get his comedy out there in other ways. So, Steve, talk about how people can find your comedy and then also how they can check out your stuff at OBR.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm funny anymore. I haven't been on stage in over a year now. So I don't know, 25 years down the drain. But yeah, mostly where you can just find me on Twitter at Browns Mock Draft. I'll tweet out, when I do stuff and clips from old shows and things like that. My CDs, CDs, boy, am I old. My comedy albums are available for download, and I tweeted that out earlier today. But you see it right there on your screen at Browns Mock Draft. Easiest way to find me because I have no life and I'm on there most of the time. So I really appreciate you guys having me on. Good luck to you guys tonight. It looks like it's going to be Zach Wilson. I hope he's an absolute stud for you guys because football is more fun when the Browns and the Jets are good. It just is. There's no way around that. So I'm rooting for you guys.
I'd like to see that championship game one day. That'd be something.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate that.
See you guys.
See you, Steve. Don't share our pain because the Colts have been pretty good for the most part since they've had Manning and Luck. I mean, they've had some down years, but obviously they haven't been as crestfallen as the Jets and the Browns have been. And we're going to see over the next 3 days whether or not the Browns can add the pieces that they need to elevate themselves to top of the conference with the Kansas City Chiefs. And we're going to see if the Jets can start to get into the conversation with the Colts as a possible playoff contender. And I know that we're going to talk, Nick, in just a bit to somebody who could potentially help the Colts, the Browns, or the Jets in this draft, right? A top 75 prospect out of Syracuse.
Yeah, and he's a guy who will be on the radar of both, George and our team here with the Jets. And when I asked different scouts around the league, his name came up on so many lists. I think he's a guy who can really fit in with any defensive, scheme and the athleticism, the size. I think teams are. I don't think he's going to have to wait too long to find a team to call him, whether it's early tomorrow, later tomorrow. I think you'll see him for sure go off the board then, and that's Iffy Melifonwu. He's a guy I've had penciled in so many Jets mock drafts. Whether that is again, top of the third round or even trading into the second round again, to make sure that the Jets grab their corner. But George, I know, with the Colts, and we talk so much about the Jets, is he a guy that the Colt fans seem to be really excited about too?
Yeah, I don't know what the fans have said as much lately, but I saw somebody out there, I can't remember who, I wish I could, I'd give them the hat tip here, but they said if Chris Ballard could create a cornerback in the lab, it would look an awful lot like Iffy Melifonwu. So I think with his, like you said, with his size, his length, his measurables, that's what the Colts are looking for. And it'll be interesting to see because I think corner is one of those spots. It's lower down the list of needs. You look first at tackle and defensive end. But Ballard's been very open about not being a slave to that kind of thing and, taking the best player on the board. And I could definitely see, some point early in the day tomorrow where Melifonwu would meet that description perfectly for them.
Yeah, no question about it. I think a lot of teams would benefit quite a bit from having somebody like Iffy Melifonwu because we're going to talk to him in just a second, but he has the measurable, he's got the athleticism, he's got the speed, and right now he's with us, by the way, Iffy Melifonwu. Thank you for coming on, sir. Really appreciate it. This is going to be a big weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a big weekend, and just to you guys and all the fans and stuff watching. It's people call me Iffy. That's my nickname, or you can call me my real name is Iffy Melifonwu.
Okay. I'm going to go with Iffy because I don't want to make the mistake of butchering the name, and I take pride in getting everybody's name right, even if it takes me a while. So I'm going to go with Iffy for now, and then I'm going to make sure that I master the pronunciation of your name so that I get it completely correct in all future times that we speak. And hopefully we'll have an opportunity to speak more often because I'm hoping that the Jets will reach out and grab you. Before we get to George, because George wanted to ask you about how you might fit in with the Colts, and I wanted to talk to you about specific schemes that you think you might fit in best and where you would be the most comfortable. I know that there's been some interest from the Jets What do you think about the possibility of staying on the East Coast? Because I know that you're from the East Coast, and I know that you went to school at Syracuse. So all things equal, would you like to stay on the East Coast?
Yeah, I mean, staying on the East Coast would definitely be cool. A lot of fan base over here. Family on this East Coast, so it would just be easier to come to games. But honestly, I have no problem with the West Coast or or just Midwest or anything. So I'll just be blessed anywhere I go.
George, I know that the Colts fans would be happy to have Iffy because, as you said, I believe they think he'd be a perfect fit for Chris Ballard, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just almost created by Chris Ballard in a lab is what a lot of people have said. I'm wondering, how much have you relied on your brother during this process? How much feedback, how much information have you gotten from what he went through?
Yeah, I mean, I basically just got, try to enjoy this whole process, even though it's stressful. And, once I get in the league, don't take anything for granted.
Have you had much contact with the Colts?
Yeah, I've had some contact with the Colts, and I talked to them. I had some contact with them at the Senior Bowl.
I wonder, a lot of people talk about, in the draft process, it's not the team that talks to you the most. Sometimes the team that takes you, you don't hear from them until that phone call on draft day. How do you handle that, knowing that there's 32 teams and any one of them could be the one that's buzzing your phone?
Yeah, I just try to just go into it with the open mind and I'm not set on like, oh, I talk to this team the most, they're gonna pick me, and so I kind of just wait, just sit back and wait and enjoy it, and then whenever that phone rings, I'll be happy whoever it is.
Iffy, let me ask you a question about where you see yourself in terms of fit. Do you see yourself more as a zone corner or a man corner in the NFL?
I really feel like I can fit anywhere. I had 2 different defensive coordinators, so I played a lot of different things. So I really feel like I'm all around and I can really fit anywhere. But I'm comfortable playing zone. I'm comfortable playing man. It doesn't matter to me.
A lot of people have said that you are a little bit raw, and that's not a bad thing. It just means in a lot of ways that you haven't hit your full potential yet, which is actually a good thing because it means the best is yet to come. Do you feel that way? Do you feel like your very best football is ahead of you?
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at my progression at Syracuse and how I improved each year, I definitely don't think I've reached my ceiling. And I definitely think my best is yet to come. My best football is yet to come in the NFL.
What do you think you need to do to get to the next level?
I feel like that's something coaches, just getting that NFL coaching, I feel like they'll be able to bring the best out of me, especially when you get a good organization, good DB coach, good other players around you, good DBs on the roster already. But just working on the little things, I've been continuing to work on my pad level and my back pedal, trusting my back pedal, and just some change of direction stuff.
Nick, I think
like
there's no shortage
is
of guys
real.
in the league that would like a guy his size that can do the type of things that he can do, right?
Yeah, for sure. And we appreciate you hopping on. Is there, what's the one trait that differentiates yourself from the rest of the corners in this league? Like, what's the one thing you hang your hat on when a coach asks you, why should I make you my cornerback, out of this draft class? What's your favorite thing about yourself coming into this draft?
Yeah, favorite thing that separates me, I believe, is my physicality. I feel like it shows up on tape, whether it's in screens or just, fitting in the run game. I think that is definitely what sets me apart from the other DBs in this class.
Yeah, because it is a really good group, and you're one of the names I was telling Scott and George and the listeners that every time I put together a mock draft, as myself and Scott are Jet fans, and a lot of listeners are, you were always on the list for the top cornerback that I would grab. Whether it is in the second round. Is there any whether it's your agent or people you speak to, is there a sweet spot in this draft where you feel like you're going to be picked?
I've been hearing a lot of different things, so it's hard to tell. I've heard even late first, and I've heard just early to mid second. So I'm just trying to just go into it with an open mind and not be set on, oh, I'm getting picked today, or oh, I'm getting picked at this number. Kind of just enjoy it, and I feel like that'll be even better when that phone rings.
That's for sure. What's on the schedule tonight? We don't want to keep you too long, we want to keep that phone line open for you, man. We're hoping some teams call you nice and early. But what's on the schedule for tonight? Anything? People coming over? You guys going out?
Yeah. So I'm not ready right now. I'm about to actually get ready after this. And I just got family coming over and my agent, obviously.
Awesome. Well, hey, man, we wish you all luck here. Obviously, we're both of our teams, Colts and Jets, we both love to have you. So we'll see where you end up. But if any of you guys wanted to leave Iffy off with any other questions or comments, we'll definitely let them head out and enjoy the night, because we are 30 minutes away right now from the start of round one, which is crazy. Kind of snuck up on us. But yeah, I wanted to wish you the best. Appreciate you hopping on, always being open to us here, and going to be rooting for you wherever you land, man.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys for having me.
If you echo that from Nick as well, I wish you the best of luck. And if you end up a Jet, listen, I do a daily Jets podcast, so you got to come on the show. We'll talk about football, but I will also recommend some awesome pizza for you, because if you're going to be a Jet or a Giant and you're in the area, that's one thing that New York and New Jersey has over everywhere else. George knows it. George knows that for a fact. He lives in Indiana, but he knows New York pizza. I know you're going to be on a strict diet at some point, but there'll be opportunities for you to cheat. So I'll give you some good pizza tips.
All right. I think we lost him.
I think we either lost him.
Pizza.
Yeah, I don't know if I lost him or he just didn't want to talk about pizza, which is weird because usually guests. Oh, there he is. Okay. I thought I was taking it personally. I'm like, he doesn't want to hear about pizza.
I think he might be muted or maybe.
That's okay. Well, listen, I know he's got to go. He's got family coming. So, Iffy, thank you so much for joining us. And again, good luck during the draft process. We hope you end up a Jet because we really would love to see you help out the defensive backfield. Lord knows the Jets need it.
Yeah, so there had to be a connection. The beauty of doing virtual draft parties, right?
Right, for sure. But if he seems like a really good dude on top of everything that we've seen on tape, and that's one thing, Nick and George, that we both know. That's something that general managers and coaches and decision makers have to take very, very seriously. We can watch the tape and we can figure out based on the tape what our opinions are. But these guys have access to these players in one-on-one situations and the ability to really get to know them, to dig in, to talk to every person they've ever known throughout their entire life. George, I know that Chris Ballard is notorious for that. He is unscrupulous when it comes to digging through everything before making a decision. So what do you think? Do you think that he's somebody that Ballard could target? I know you talked earlier about the possibility of him being created in a lab by Chris Ballard secretly or something like that. But do you think maybe not in the first round, but maybe in the second round? Because the Colts pick middle of the second round. That could be a spot. There are plenty of other teams too. You heard what he said. He said he thinks he can play zone or man with his size and length. Remember, he's 6'3", 215 pounds. If he gets coached up on technique, which he talked about, he said a lot of that is going to be on the coaches. He could be a fit in almost any defense. So this could be something where if you're a defensive coordinator or you're a general manager, you take a look at him and you say, okay, I need to work with him on this, this, and this, but I know I can get him to where I need to get him. And physically and mentally, I know that he can get to the top level, or I know that he could be a number one or a number two cornerback. So what do you think, George? In addition to the Colts and the Jets, you think that there are some other teams that are going to be looking right around that middle second round range where the Colts are?
Yeah, I think, I thought it was interesting when he answered the question about what his best attribute is. He said physicality, and that's another thing that's going to lead, that Chris Ballard's going to love to hear, because that's every corner in this scheme. Need to go up and stop the run. They have to have that about them. It's one of the biggest reasons the Colts went out and got Xavier Rhodes and brought him back again this year. So I think any team that's kind of in that boat now, that's those corners. I think that's one of the biggest questions you have when you get a guy you can cover. He's fast, he's got length. Really stick his nose in there. Is he going to hit? And I think because if he has that ability and takes pride in it, I think that opens up a lot of doors for him.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think that his name is probably going to get called sometime on day 2. But one name that is not going to get called in the draft process tonight, it was called, I want to say, about 10 years ago, maybe more than that now. No, more than that. We're talking 12, 15 years ago. Aaron Rodgers what is going on here? All of a sudden, his name popping up. We heard some whispers months ago, and the answer that we got was nothing's going to happen. And then today, we hear that the 49ers made a call to the Packers. The Packers basically told them to pound sand. But now there's reports that Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. And so we sit and we wait to see if Aaron Rodgers becomes a quarterback that forces his way out the way that Deshaun Watson tried to. And who knows, maybe something happens with Watson. I know that Mike Florio from PFT today had his bold prediction being that Watson would be back on the table. I'm not so sure about that given everything that's going on. But you've heard the rumors about Russell Wilson and now Rodgers. Nick, you're somebody that's very plugged in. And by the way, anybody that wants to get in with some questions or join into the conversation, please feel free to try and jump in and give us your questions. We'd love to hear what you have to say, not only about Aaron Rodgers, but about the rest of the draft process. But this is a real bombshell to get dropped only hours before the draft. Do you think there's any chance on earth, Nick, that the Packers soften their stance if Rodgers basically says, look, either trade me or I'm not showing up? Because realistically, we both know that if Rodgers wanted to do that, he could. He's made way more than enough money. He's got a Super Bowl ring. He's got a wife now, all that. I think they got married. Well, either they got married or they're engaged. Either way, he's going to start to settle in with a family. So if he wants to walk away from the game, no problem, because he's got more money than anybody could spend in 4 lifetimes. Do you think it gets to that? Is Aaron Rodgers going to say to the Packers essentially what Deshaun Watson said to the Texans, either trade me or I'm not showing up?
Yeah, I asked around a couple of weeks ago, and the answer I got back was they're not trading him. Then you hear what that drops today, and I checked back in, and they said, well, the Packers have a guy in Jordan Love that the Texans never had. They don't have a guy waiting in the wings that they drafted early, where if, worse comes to worse and Aaron Rodgers does, hold their, the feet to the flame, they have somebody that they like in Jordan Love that they can fall back on, or obviously get up and draft a quarterback if they were to trade Rodgers. I just think, such a weird time for it to happen today. All of a sudden, you have the report from Glazer and Schefter that, he's gone. He doesn't want to be back. It's so hard to trade him, and it's so hard to find, the right value for a 37-year-old quarterback on the back end, right? With all these aspirations of Jeopardy and doing all these different things, and how much longer is he really going to play? So it's not like a situation when you're trading for Deshaun Watson where you have this guy that you think is going to be there for the next decade, and you can put a 3 or 4 first-round price tag on him, 3 or 4 first round, offer on the table. But for Rodgers, what's the right value for the team trading for him, and B, the Packers? Because who's going to trade for him realistically? San Francisco? Are they going to give this pick the number 3 pick, and then what? Is it going to take more than that? Is Green Bay going to want to trade him to San Francisco? Then when you move on from them, who's another team? The Raiders? What are the Packers going to get back from them? So it's hard to find like a value of Aaron Rodgers at this point. Obviously, he's top 3 in the league right now, still playing at an MVP level. Just won the MVP, but these shortcomings in the playoffs are an issue. Obviously, he only has 1 Super Bowl, and I'm not knocking the guy. I think he's one of the best ever. But what value does he currently have on the market? And are the Packers a team that's been, this is the top 5 franchise in the sport. You're not talking about a garbage franchise like, sorry to Texan fans who are listening, but I think we can all agree it's pretty bad right now in Houston. You're not talking about that franchise. You're talking about a traditional franchise, one of the first, the original franchises. So it's going to be hard for them to kind of, bite the bullet here and move on from Rodgers not on their watch. This is a player coming in and calling the shots, and what are you going to get in return? So I just have such a hard time seeing it happen, but it's at the point now where, if you believe Schefter and Glazer, he's saying, hey, I just don't want to be there anymore. They flirted so many times with different girls, and they've, went to the altar now with Jordan Love, and Rodgers is sitting there as the MVP once again and playing maybe his best football in his career. And you're not even letting him, you're not even adding offensive skill position for this guy. So it's just such a weird situation. If gun to my head, I don't think a trade tonight. I mean, that would be wild. But what do you exactly get back for this guy and to what team? Because, I mean, A, the money issue is big, and B, he's 37 years old. So it's got to be to a team that's ready to win right now, and that's probably a quarterback away. And who's in that spot, to also meet the needs of the Green Bay Packers. So it's going to be harder to find, I think, a team that would be like a Deshaun Watson.
I'll say this. I think George can speak to this very well, being somebody who's covered the Colts for a long time. And Nick, we both know this, being fans of a team in the AFC East. When you have an elite quarterback and he's still playing at an elite level, letting him go is extremely difficult unless you have a situation like the Colts had. George, you saw this with Luck. That is the rarest of rare situations because, look, all due respect to Jordan Love, but what do we know about Jordan Love? Is he going to actually be good? We don't know that. Everybody was super confident in Andrew Luck. That's a different story because he was, and I hate using this term, but in this case, it actually makes sense, a generational quarterback prospect. So if you have that and you can move on to the generational quarterback prospect, that's totally fine. But if you're talking about a situation where you're going to move on from Aaron Rodgers, one of the best quarterbacks of all time, who is still, as Nick said, operating obviously in an MVP level because of the fact that he just won the MVP, you can't move on from that guy. You just can't. If he was slipping a little bit and if Jordan Love was Andrew Luck, that's one thing, but he's not slipping. And Jordan Love, listen, the closest thing to this would be Jimmy Garoppolo and Tom Brady. And ultimately, if the reports are correct and it was Kraft who basically stopped Belichick from trading Brady, Kraft was right, because look at what Brady did after that. They went to 2 Super Bowls, won another one, and then obviously Brady went on to win another Super Bowl in Tampa, and he's still playing at a high level. Meanwhile, Jimmy G, I mean, he's fine, but you're going to walk away from a chance to compete for Super Bowl after Super Bowl for the next couple of years to throw in somebody like Jimmy G, who's okay, or Jordan Love, who we don't even know if he's going to be any good. So, George, talk a little bit about this before we get into this from the Lambeau side of things, because I want to bring in our friend from Lambeau Leapers to talk about this, because obviously this is near and dear to their hearts. But George, this is you watched the one circumstance where this actually made sense to move on from one of the great quarterbacks of all time because you had Andrew Luck. If it hadn't been Andrew Luck, the Colts are not moving on from Peyton Manning, right?
No, there's a lot of talk about that. If they win that game in Jacksonville at the end of the year and they don't get the number 1 pick, it would have played out a lot differently. I think you would have seen probably something similar to what Washington did, trading down and just trying to add as many pieces as you can. And even in that situation, there was a certain part of the fan base that never fully embraced Andrew Luck. There was a certain part of the fan base that was always a little bit angry, like, you're the guy, you're the reason Manning's not here, especially as Manning's going out there and setting records and winning Super Bowls with the Broncos. Even in that spot, where was the right call? And it was, it was probably, like you said, the one instance where you can do that. Even then, there was backlash. There were things that the franchise had to deal with as a result of it.
Let's get the Lambeau perspective here. What do you think? Do you think there's any chance Rodgers is getting traded? And what would it take for you to not be practically suicidal over the trade of Aaron Rodgers?
Look, let me just start by saying just because I saw everybody was buzzing about Adam Schefter has some news. And then Rob Domofsky of ESPN covers the Packers, put up a little emoji above that tweet. So I thought, okay, maybe this is a draft-related thing. But either way, I'm going to turn on the TV and look at what he has to say. And to read those words and hear those come out of his mouth, Adam Schefter, about Aaron Rodgers wanting out of Green Bay, that was the one thing I thought never would occur, because he's expressed how he wants to be a Packer for life, and he's expressed that over and over again. He wants to be Derek Jeter, he wants to be Babe Ruth, he wants to be Dirk Nowitzki, Tim Duncan, he wants to be that guy. And so obviously, things have soured since they drafted the quarterback. I mean, that's what did it. I mean, he wants security. He felt that was just, it's not helping him trying to win a Super Bowl. And that was the beginning of the end. And he was such a great sport too, throughout this whole process, the last year, obviously being, as good, if not better of a leader and a teammate than he's ever been before. And now, the way that things have unfolded this offseason, where they've lost their all-pro center and they haven't added anybody to supplement those losses, they're just kind of keeping the band back together, bringing back subpar players just trying to keep the roster intact. They haven't made any moves. He feels like they're basically in a stagnant spot where they're not going to get any better from a roster standpoint. And he wants a contract extension. At least he did. And now the situation has come where he hasn't gotten it, and then they finally did offer it to him, and he doesn't want to hear it anymore. So many pieces to this jigsaw puzzle. It's so hard to even comprehend it all because it's all coming so fast. You don't know what's true and what's not. But as a Packers fan, I think I speak for all Packers fans today when I say this is a devastating moment in what is a lot of, pretty much every Packer fan. This is the last thing that they wanted to happen. And obviously it started with what they're doing in the executive front office. And it's just a sad day if this ends up, going as bad as it could.
It is kind of weird, though, isn't it, that this is sort of like history repeating itself in a sense, because the Packers took Rodgers to be the understudy to Favre. Then Favre didn't want to go, and then you had that whole public spectacle. He wound up on the Jets. I won't get into that because I still think that if Favre hadn't torn out his shoulder, the Jets might have gone to the Super Bowl that year, and nobody ever convinced me otherwise. But that's a whole different story for another time. Nobody wants to hear about that right now. But it is kind of fascinating that is how this is played out, right? Where you had Favre, who didn't really have any interest in being a mentor to Rodgers, and now Rodgers has no interest in being a mentor to Love. And whereas Favre sort of had one foot out the door, Rodgers never did. I never heard anything where Rodgers was saying, hey, maybe a year or two, maybe I'll retire. I don't know. It seems like he could be like Tom Brady and try and play well into his 40s. So that's one thing that's a little bit different, but you have to admire the irony here. And also, I got to say to both of you, George, you had Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck back to back. Now you're in quarterback purgatory. We'll see what happens with Carson Wentz, but you guys had it real good for a real long time. And you went from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. So both of you guys had Hall of Fame caliber quarterbacks back to back. So excuse me if I don't feel too bad for you, but at the same time, I obviously do understand that this is very difficult. Do you think that this is something that could get repaired possibly? Or do you think I was asking Nick this before, do you think there's anything this can do? Or is this just kind of like what Deshaun Watson is doing in Houston, where he's like, I'm out of here. I'll sit out. I don't care. It doesn't matter what you do or say. I'm not coming back. Is Rodgers at that point, do you think? Because as I was saying to Nick, things are a little different for him now. He's older. He's made more money than a person could ever spend. He's got a new wife. And as I was saying to Nick, I can't remember if they're actually married or engaged, but either way, he's going to be looking to start a family. So he could say to himself, hey, I've done everything I need to do. I've won MVP awards. I've got a Super Bowl trophy. I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. I have a ton of money. Let me retire and start a family if they're not going to give me what I want. Any sense that the Packers could do anything to stop that?
Well, from what I understand, it's Brian Gutekunst who is kind of holding firm on the idea that they will not trade Aaron Rodgers. And to me, we've seen things come out today about other teams and things of that nature, and teams wanting to call about Aaron Rodgers, and they've shut everything down. No formal offers have been made, and they're shutting everything down. To me, they've tried, and they're going to have to find a way. And to me, the two things that they could do to kind of prove that they are invested in him, apart from the contract extension, which he's denied, number one, they have to move on from Jordan Love. I think they have to resolve this maybe a little quicker than they anticipated. They wanted to keep flexibility, but at this point, to me, if I'm the GM, I'm trading Jordan Love. I'm keeping the Hall of Fame quarterback instead of taking a chance on Jordan Love, which is really a chance. Not 42% of quarterbacks that are drafted in the first round in this league re-sign with their drafting teams. Yeah. And that's just the way it is. So you can't take a chance on a guy who, especially in the late first round. It's just, they've made so many mistakes along the way, not showing their support for him as a player, treating him like an employee rather than the driving force that runs this franchise. It's been disappointing. And I hate to say that, as a fan, I'm very disappointed in what the front office has done to let it get to this point, let alone to have him, come out and say he's not coming back. So I think they have to trade Jordan Love, or, it starts tonight. Draft a receiver in the first round, make him happy in some kind of way to show that they're trying at least there's so many things that go into this process that nobody even knows about with Rodgers and the communication with the front office. But if he's not accepting a contract extension at this point, to me, they have to start showing that they're going to be able to bring in guys to help him and improve the roster, and B, at least just they're in a spot where Rodgers does have some leverage, but then again, he is under contract. So they're not going to just trade him, and I don't expect him to get traded tonight. I would give it about a 10% chance that he gets traded tonight. It'd have to be something pretty catastrophic to happen, over the course of these next few hours. But it'll start at 3 for the Packers and Packers fans. It starts with 3 because if the Niners take a quarterback, they're off the board for Rodgers in all likelihood, and then it's going to go down. You just have to hope that something goes. Something gets to a point here where maybe we see some kind of action for Green Bay that kind of calms some Packers fans' nerves. And one more thing, we will hear from Brian Gutekunst tonight after the draft, and he'll address this whole situation. There's a lot going on. It's just a crazy situation. Tough to be a Packers fan right now.
I actually had a stat the other day from the year 2000 to 2016. There were 44 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. Out of those 44, 15 of them remained with the team that drafted them after 5 years, which would be the length of a rookie contract. So to bolster your point, it is extremely difficult to hit on a quarterback, which is why you hang on to an elite quarterback until there's no juice left. But unfortunately, if Mark Schlereth is right, because George just alerted me to this, and George, I'm going to bring you in here. This may be a little closer than we thought. I thought there was no way that Rodgers would actually get traded. And then Nick said maybe Rodgers forces their hand. Well, George, what's Mark Schlereth saying about this?
Yeah, apparently he's on Denver radio right now saying it's as close as a deal can be to being done, which is interesting to me because I would think as close to being done as possible would be done.
Right.
So
yeah.
If it's not done, what's going on? And this has been such a weird thing because it's all breaking here, hours before the draft. There's going to be so much misinformation out there. It's a weird phrasing to me. As close to done as possible, wouldn't that be done? But it'll be interesting to see. Denver's gone down this road before. I mean, obviously brought in Peyton Manning, and that worked out pretty well for them. So I think there's less question with Rodgers right now physically, obviously, than there was with Manning back in 2012 when that whole thing went down. Yeah, Manning coming off neck at the time, obviously.
Right. Yeah. To me, I don't even want to talk about this, honestly. This starts at, their first round pick, and it's got to be more. This is going to be hard to believe, honestly. I can't believe the Packers are going to end up making a kind of decision like this that they said they weren't going to make, and now they're open to the reality that they may have to trade Rodgers. That is a tough pill to swallow. I'd be surprised if it happens, but it seems like if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in these next couple. The draft is, we're talking about 8 minutes away from the start of the draft. So it's going to happen hot and heavy here in the next, however many minutes. Very shocking. I mean, this is some unreal stuff we've never seen before in this league. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that, out of nowhere, on Monday, Brian Gutekunst says Rodgers is staying in Green Bay, for the foreseeable future. And now, a potential trade in the works is just, it's mind-blowing. We've never seen anything like this in the National Football League's history, and with a player of this caliber, for it to all rise so fast out of nowhere after all this coming, it seemed to come to a close when Gutekunst said, Rodgers is our guy. Unbelievable, to me, that now they're going to go and trade this quarterback that's done so many great things for the franchise. It's, like I said, tough pill to swallow. I can't even really put it into words, the idea that they'd even actually make this move. It's going to be hard to believe. So, I will be here very disappointed if it happens. So that's what I've got here.
Well, listen,
I've been down that road before with Adam Schefter tweet ruining your day just a few years ago. So, been there, done that. Not a lot of fun.
No, it's the worst feeling in the world. And this is just what happened last year when we traded up for a quarterback. It kind of felt worse, and I didn't think it could get worse on this draft day as well. This is going to be the craziest draft maybe ever, and it starts with whatever happens with Aaron Rodgers, and obviously the Niners at 3 are going to be a topic of discussion.
Absolutely.
This is going to be unbelievable.
Absolutely. Listen, we're going to check back in with you a little bit later on.
Sounds
We're going
good.
to talk about what the Packers do in the first round, and we're obviously going to see if anything happens. Chris Mortensen, as you saw on the screen before, now reporting that the Packers are starting to realize they may have to trade Rodgers, and that if they do, an AFC team is likely, which would give a little more credence to the report by Chris Mortensen that the AFC is, to the report by Mark Schlereth that the AFC team would be the Denver Broncos. So something to keep your eye on. Looking forward to having you back a little bit later. Thanks for joining us and giving us the Lambeau perspective.
Yep. Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Thanks.
So there you go, George. Wow, incredible stuff. I never thought that we'd be sitting here and talking about the possibility of Aaron Rodgers, as Luke Grant from PlayLikeAJet.com and the host of Play Like a Jet Live with Clayton Smarslock jumps in. Luke, you are a Jets fan like I am, but you're also somebody that's a draft analyst of sorts, and that's really where a lot of your Twitter following initially came from. People really loved your perspective on analyzing draft prospects, and the thing that you do that I think is really interesting is because you live in Australia, you don't actually watch college football during the season. So you go in with a completely fresh perspective and only watch the tape. You don't watch the games. You don't watch cut-ups. You watch all 22 stuff, and that's where you get your evaluation. And so now we look at a possibility of Aaron Rodgers getting traded, and you think about the players in this draft. I mean, George, we know what it would have taken to get somebody like Peyton Manning if he hadn't broken his neck. It would have taken a hell of an offer if the scenario didn't present itself also where they were going to get Andrew Luck. Luke, what do you think it would take in terms of the number of high-level potential draft prospects to get somebody like Aaron Rodgers, even at his advanced age? Because, my goodness, you're still talking about a guy who was the MVP last year. It's going to take a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me in, guys. Good to be here. First thing I have to say is, how can you ever get the proper value for a player like Aaron Rodgers? Even at 37 years old, it's impossible to get it. No matter how much they manage to squeeze out of Denver or wherever he ends up, it's going to be very difficult. I think for me, I wonder, there's been a lot of reports today, our team's going to push a lot of their draft capital to 2022. Is this going to be a move where maybe they get 9 and a Denver first next year with maybe a third? Look, I don't know. I don't know what the market's going to be like. As Nick and the guys alluded to, it's going to be a market for a team that's a quarterback away. Aaron Rodgers has probably a 3 to 4 year window of elite play left, unless he ends up like Tom Brady. But man, it's going to be a hell of a day. It's or a hell of a night for you guys. It's exciting. Never thought we'd be here a month ago. Aaron Rodgers winning an MVP and had a terrific season, but here we are.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. This is not anything that I saw coming because, Luke, you and I have had many, many conversations about the quarterback position with the Jets, but many other teams, because you and I talk a lot about the rest of the league, and I think that's very important. One thing that we get stuck in is the bubble of our own specific fandom, because the thing is, you have to really watch the rest of the league to fully understand the value that each of these players have. Because if you just watch your own team and pay attention to your own team, then you might think something like, and I don't mean this as a slight to him specifically, but I'm just throwing him out there because as a Jets fan, this is something you notice. Oh, Jordan Jenkins, he's a really good edge, or he's one of the better edges in the league, or, he's top half. But then you actually pay attention and you're like, not really. I mean, I don't even know if he'd start on most teams, right? So that's where you take a look at a lot of these draft prospects and a lot of the players that are on these rosters. And that's why you would take a look at a guy like Aaron Rodgers and say, okay, this guy still at the top of his game is impossible to trade, because what are the odds that I'm going to be able to replace him with anything even remotely close to what Aaron Rodgers can give me? If you were a betting man, how much would you bet on the possibility that you could draft literally anyone, even Trevor Lawrence at this point, that would give you that? Although obviously I think if Green Bay could get Trevor Lawrence, this might be a different discussion. But if you were a betting man, like say with Razor Sport, where they teach you how to not just bet like the pros, but win like the pros. That's my friend John over at Razor Sport. Sign up right now, by the way, razorsport.com. That's RAZER Sport.com, and get yourself a 30-day free trial. Tell them that Scott from Play Like a Jet sent you. You'll still get the 30-day free trial if you don't, but I really want you to tell them that I sent you, because then I get to laugh when he tells me that a bunch of people signed up because I said to. So still, if you were a betting man and you were trying to figure out the odds of replacing Aaron Rodgers at even close to the level that he's producing at now or could for the next couple of years, the odds are very, very slim, Luke. It really are. And like you said, to get the kind of value that it would make sense for you to get to move on from Aaron Rodgers, even at 37 years old, man, I don't know how you put a price on that.
No, exactly right. And let's run with Mark Schlereth's take for a moment and say it's going to be Denver at number 9. The chances of getting Aaron Rodgers or Aaron Rodgers caliber play with the 9th pick of the NFL draft, it's less than 1%. How many Aaron Rodgers have there been in the last 10 draft classes? 2, maybe 3, if you're high on a guy like Deshaun Watson. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is in that caliber of player as well. But, I mean, it's impossible. As we keep beating the drum on, they're just not going to get the proper value for Aaron Rodgers no matter what they get. And they backed themselves into this corner by taking Jordan Love. And everyone at the time knew it. And some people at the end of the year said, oh, look at Wirt. See, he was motivated and came out and played well, happily ever after. You could tell that taste was still lingering in his mouth. Aaron's a loyal guy, but obviously someone who's very smart and has that good business acumen, and they haven't done enough to support him, and he wants out.
Yeah, well, this is just crazy. I mean, you heard from our friends over at Lambeau Leapers. They're devastated right now at the possibility of this, although, as I did say, I can't feel too bad as a Jets fan because we've been waiting forever. Now, Luke, you and I are in different situations. I've been a Jets fan much longer than you have, so this one really feels personal to me that they get it right tonight, and we're going to talk about that as the draft is just about to get underway. Luke, the funny thing about this is, though, the first 2 picks are spoken for. We already know what's going to happen here. Trevor Lawrence is going number 1 to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and then also we are going to see Zach Wilson go number 2 to the New York Jets. He's already starting to market products, by the way. If you saw Twitter, I can't remember what the product was, and I'm not going to give them a free plug anyway, but the need is great marketing rep as he continues to do these advertisements. And our friend Chris Walker, who's the president of Retaliate First Marketing, is the guy to go to. And it's a guy for you to go to if you're looking for somebody to handle your marketing needs. Because I'll tell you something, as somebody who's used Chris's services myself, he's the co-founder of PlayLikeAJet.com with me. I know exactly how good he can be when it comes to marketing and advertising and all of that. So Retaliate First Marketing. You can also hit up Chris on Twitter, by the way, at We Retaliate First. And I'm trying to talk Chris into coming on the show later to do a really funny impression that he does. I won't spoil what it is in case I'm able to twist his arm into coming in. But the draft is about to get underway. It's going to be a little bit dull early, though, Luke. We know that Lawrence is going 1. Zach Wilson is going number 2. So let's get to the San Francisco 49ers, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more. Plus, CJ Mosley is coming up in a couple of minutes as well. But as far as the San Francisco 49ers, there's been so much misdirection, and I can't figure out why they're doing it, because what is the motivation here? Nobody can stop them. Maybe they just like to mess with people. But the more you hear, the more it sounds like it's either going to be Mac Jones or Trey Lance. Betting markets say Mac Jones right now. Trey Lance is the one that, if you ask around, people seem to think is the guy that Shanahan will take. And I will say, Brett Coleman said something to me that was very interesting when I was talking to him on the phone the other day before we recorded an episode of Play Like a Jet. He said he's completely changed his thinking on taking quarterbacks early in the draft, in that he used to think, show me all this complex stuff on film. Now, because of what he's seen with Mahomes and with Allen and with Justin Herbert, he says, give me a guy with elite traits that I think is coachable, put him in a good situation, and I'm more confident about him than anybody else. So if that's how you feel, Trey Lance would be the guy, because if we're just talking traits, Trey Lance is the guy, no question about it. He probably has the most upside of anybody in this entire draft. The big question with him, of course, is not just level of competition, but he was asked to do very limited things at North Dakota State. But if you're Kyle Shanahan and you believe that you can take this guy who's such a raw talent and make him into an elite quarterback, makes perfect sense to do it. But then again, you could also be Kyle Shanahan and think to yourself, Mac Jones is somebody I could bring in day one, turn into pre-shoulder injury Chad Pennington, Well, a lot of people don't remember Chad Pennington was an elite quarterback, and the big reason why is because of his decision making. Now, once the shoulder went, he couldn't make the throws anymore, and he got downgraded to somewhere in the middle of the pack. But Luke, this is a fascinating decision for the San Francisco 49ers, but I think that they must have had this decision made before they made the trade. There's no way you make a crazy trade like this without having a decision.
Yeah, exactly right. This decision's been made. And as I jumped off Play Like a Jet Live yesterday, I was talking with Clay, my co-host, and excuse my Australian betting terminology, but Trey Lance was paying $6 to 1. So I looked at that and went, man, I like that. It's pretty juicy odds. He's come into $1.40 or $1.50 over here in Australia. So he's shortened in, and over here, he's now shorter price than Mac Jones for the number 3 pick. So I think it's picking up steam. I like Mac Jones. I understand you can definitely win with him, but I've always kind of been of the opinion that if they made that move and traded away effectively 3 first-round trades, it was going to be for that Toolsy prospect. They can keep Jimmy Garoppolo if they need to for the first half of this year, see the position they're in and reassess. But I think it's going to be Trey Lance. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be Lance as well, although I really want it to be Mac Jones because I'm all about the LOLs, and I'm desperate to watch social media and pundits from all over the media melt down, implying that Kyle Shanahan doesn't know what he's doing. Now, that doesn't mean that if Kyle Shanahan picks Mac Jones, he can't be wrong. However, what it does mean is that he's earned the benefit of the doubt, I would certainly think, at this point. So real quickly, because CJ Mosley is about to jump in and join us, Mike, we'll come back to you in a little bit, but I want to bring you in. You're one of the Jaguars super fans. I hate to say it, but there's not really much to talk to you about here.
Yeah.
I really want to talk to you more when the 25th pick comes up. But real quickly, your thoughts. A, any doubt in your mind that Lawrence should be the pick? And B, scale of 1 to 100, how excited are you? I'm guessing 101.
Yeah, it's beyond 100. Of course, it's just a completely franchise changer. You know, we lucked out. Unfortunately, your Jets had to win a few games, and we got lucky enough to get it. But, yeah, it's beyond excitement. Of course, I'm excited for all the other crazy picks that'll happen for the other teams. It's always fun just watching the draft. But, yeah, it's definitely through the roof for the Jags.
Listen, all you got to do is get Tim Tebow as his tight end now.
Yeah, that was a bomb this evening. Wasn't expecting that one.
All right, Mike. Well, listen, CJ Mosley is ready to join us, so thanks for hopping on real quick. Let's talk again when the Jaguars make that 25th pick, because I think that's going to be really interesting. A lot more intrigue there than there is at number 1.
Yep. I'll talk to you guys.
All right, Mike. Thanks, brother. All right, so with that, we welcome in multiple-time Pro Bowl linebacker, one of the best in the game, and somebody that I'm really looking forward to watching play for Robert Saleh this season, CJ Mosley, the pride of the Alabama Crimson Tide. CJ, thanks so much for coming on, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you. How y'all doing?
Doing great. I know Luke's in Australia, so right now I don't even know what time it is. What time is it in Australia, Luke?
It's about 10:15 in the morning, so we're doing okay.
That's crazy. Prime time here and a little past 10 in the morning in Australia. But CJ, the first thing I wanted to ask you about before we get into what you're going to be doing for the Jets this year, and I want to ask you about how you think you're going to fit in Robert Saleh's defense and what you think of the new coach and all of that. But first, because it's draft night, there's always a lot of Alabama players that are going to get picked high. And obviously you were a first-round pick yourself quite a few years ago. I wanted to ask you before we get into the bigger prospects, Dylan Moses, it's a guy that plays the same position as you, inside linebacker. How much of an opportunity have you had to watch him? And if you've had a good amount of time to watch him, what do you think of his game? How do you think he's going to translate the next level?
He's like the prototype of the new age linebackers. You know, the guys that are smaller, can run around blocks, make plays on receivers and tight ends and running backs. So he's going to be very valuable wherever he goes, and including special teams. He can be a monster making plays on special teams as well. So whoever picks him up, the quicker he learns special teams and start making plays, the more playing time he'll get. So he definitely has a lot of upside because he did have a few tough injuries like those last 2 years, especially when he was really rolling. So he'll get back going.
I know Luke has some questions for you about Robert Saleh's defense and how you're going to fit in there, but I wanted to continue the theme about players from the Alabama Crimson Tide. It's very possible that you could see 3 Alabama players picked in the top 10, the 2 receivers, Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, and then, of course, Mac Jones. What do you think about those 3 guys specifically? Do you think that they all have the potential to be stars to the next level? I know there's been a lot of debate about Mac Jones. He's been a very polarizing prospect because nobody doubts that he's good, but the question is, how good is he? Is he good enough to pick at number 3? Is that what Kyle Shanahan is going to do? What do you think? Tell me about these 3 guys. I know you're a defensive guy, but obviously you got a chance to watch them.
With Mac, you know, what a story. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know he was like balling like that. I was like, man, Mac Jones out of nowhere. But man, kudos to him though. But whoever picks him up, bro, I just think whatever system he gets in, I just hope it's built, built for his style of play. It's all about what kind of system you go in, what kind of situation you're in with your offensive line, whether the coaches are bonding well, have a game plan that he can feel confident to go in with every week. So whatever system he's in, I think that's going to benefit him even more.
Speaking of systems, that's a good transition from a base 3-4 to a base 4-3 under Robert Saleh, the new head coach, comes in from the San Francisco 49ers. Jeff Ulbrich going to be the defensive coordinator. He comes in from the Atlanta Falcons. And Luke, I know this is something that you and I have talked about a lot. So you've got some schematic questions for CJ. So he's right here. Why not ask him instead of just kind of trying to ask each other what we think he would do?
Yeah, CJ, thanks for coming on, man. A pleasure to have you on with us. Going from the 3-4 to the 4-3, obviously Greg Williams, there was a lot of stunts from the D line and a lot of kind of 2-gapping. Saleh's scheme, a lot more aggressive 1-gap penetration. How does that affect your role as a middle linebacker, and how do you see that impacting your game?
Yeah, so the first thing, when you're in the defense, you play all of them. Like you might start in 3-4, you might start in 4-3, but you playing every single one by the end of the game. So as far as that part of the scheme, that's not really concern. But just to speak on the run game, with Coach Williams' past defense, we was running downhill, fitting gaps more with the linebackers. So far, what I've seen with the defense that we're doing now, our defensive line, our ends, they're setting the penetration, they're getting the gap. So the linebackers aren't as running heavy as I've been playing pretty much my whole career. So, but I mean, that's less headaches I got to worry about with the big guys. So, our D line is going to definitely be, the ignition to our defense.
Yeah, it's CJ. I know a lot of people, talk about you playing in the box, but your coverage skills are extremely underrated. I look back to the last time you were healthy against Buffalo, the play you actually injured your groin on, I believe, when you made that pass breakup. Are you excited to do a little more of that, being coverage play, not so committed to the run? Is that something that you think is an undervalued part of your game and something that you excel at that maybe you don't get the recognition you should?
Yeah, Don, it's always fun, being in coverage, making those big plays, interceptions, ball deflections, getting the ball out. So, I mean, that's what it's all about. That's how you get paid. That's how you be successful in this league, getting turnovers and, calling the fumbles. So just to be more intact and to know about routes even more. So that's one thing about just, once you get in the league and you start developing, techniques and, seeing things that the offense does, just being able to read the offense and see how people line up. And just when you make the right read, you get on that right route, it just feels good after doing all that work.
Yeah, last one from me, CJ. Obviously, really disappointing for you with the groin injury, and must have been really tough after an incredible first half in Buffalo. Personally, you had the fumble recovery and the pick six, and everything looked incredible the start of the Adam Gase era. Were you kind of glad to have last year off to get your body right? And do you feel refreshed and just ready to attack this season and in a much better place than you were 12 or 18 months ago?
To put it in perspective, I just say it's a blessing in disguise. So, I mean, there was some ups and downs through the whole thing. There's some good days, some bad days. But at the end of the day, man, it was a blessing in disguise. And, what was meant to be was meant to be. So, I mean, all I can do is just, for these next 4 years, I have long I'm with the team. I give them all. So that's all I'm worried about.
Awesome.
You had conversations with Jeff Ulbrich and Robert Saleh yet?
Yes. I'll talk to Coach Saleh I think the first day he got in, and Coach Uber once he got in. So I've pretty much been back up that way pretty much since January. So I wanted to make sure I met all the coaches. Met Coach Rudy, linebacker coach, HP, Six linebacker coach. So we've been in meetings with the offseason program starting. So we pretty much getting it rolling.
How about some of the new players, Harry Davis, who joins you in the linebacking core? Have you had an opportunity to talk to him yet?
Just on our virtual meetings so far. So, but now I've definitely seen him on film plenty of times, making plays. He's a big hitter. So it's an upgrade with our room. It's a lot of new pieces. So it feels like everybody's just kind of starting back over. So that's one unique thing with me coming back into a new defense, new coaching staff. Even though I was with the team, the first year when I had my injury, but it's like I never really got just kind of down into our defense. So having just pretty much like a fresh restart, it's just it's like I'm right back where I was in a sense. So like I said, man, I'm just excited to get back on the field.
CJ came from a winning culture in Baltimore, and that's what Robert Saleh is trying to bring here to the New York Jets, and obviously so is Joe Douglas. Joe Douglas has a Super Bowl ring, and Robert Saleh went to the Super Bowl with the San Francisco 49ers. Talk to me a little bit about what you learned in Baltimore that you brought with you to try and help make that a reality, a winning culture here, and what do you see with what Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh are building around you and the other players that makes you optimistic about the fact that they're going to be able to do that here?
Well, the first thing is they're trying to lay a foundation early. Coach Joe Douglas started that immediately, and with Coach Saleh, he's trying to lay a foundation as soon as he got in our meeting. So with the coaching staff he's hired, with the players that they picked up so far, he just kind of. The main thing you want to do as a new coach, a new GM, anything, you want to build confidence in your players. You want to build confidence in your coaching staff, and that's definitely what they've done in the first few months.
CJ, weird thing with Arnold, because you didn't really get to play with him that much because you were injured that first year, and then last year you opted out, and then he ends up getting traded. Were you surprised that this is the way it ended for him? Did you think that he was going to be the quarterback here for a long time?
I did, but I mean, that's just how life goes, man. Sometimes you get dealt a bad hand. Sometimes injuries happen. Some things happen that you can't control. But he handled like a pro. You didn't see him complain about it throughout all the memes, all the stuff that they try to break his spirit. Man, he kept his head high. And a few conversations that we did have, man, they were productive. So he's definitely got a high ceiling for him. He has a strong mind, a strong heart.
You're fully healthy. A lot of people have been wondering about that because they haven't seen you, but you were healthy before last season even started. So any fan that's worried about whether or not you're going to be 100%, you've been healed for a long time, right?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
And so you had this year where you didn't play, and it must have been weird for you because you've been playing football forever at the highest levels, and then this year you not only weren't there because of injury like you were the year before. This year it was because of a strange pandemic that swept the globe and kept you out this year. That was why you opted out. What was the year like for you? Was it strange?
Like I said earlier, bro, it was blessing in disguise. The time I did get off, I got to fully heal my body. Lingering injuries, get real rehab, because after I got injured in 2019, I was in the middle of my rehab when the pandemic happened. So like everything just got shut down. So I'm just in my basement, trying to do my rehab program. So it was tough. It was frustrating because as soon as you feel like you're about to kind of get back going, that happened, and that's just a small blip what the pandemic really did. But it was just like I said, man, I'm just 100% ready to go. Just be there.
CJ, I don't know if you know, but Luke is the international ambassador for Quinnen Williams. So he and I both actually share a mutual admiration of Quinnen Williams and how we think he's going to be one of the best players in the NFL. In fact, the two of us were saying he was the best player in the draft. Another player from the Alabama Crimson Tide, Luke, I know you had some questions about how everything's going to fit together with Quinnen, with CJ, with Carl Lawson coming in, with some other pieces now up front. Why don't you go ahead and ask about that?
Yeah, I mean, it must be exciting for you, CJ, playing behind a line with Quinnen Williams, who is kind of a top 5 defensive tackle and a guy that Scott and I love. Carl Lawson coming on board. Obviously, you got Foley and JFM and those guys, Sheldon Rankins. It must be really exciting for you and just make your job so much more enjoyable playing behind that caliber of defensive line.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, that's a part about football that people don't think about as far as players. You know, when you add all these new pieces, you learn your teammates' new game. You know, when you're in meetings, when you're in practice, and you fit no blocks or fit no runs, you figure out how. All right, Sheldon likes to penetrate left hard, or he likes to make the guy cut back, so that's just going to be a new thing I have to learn that I'm looking forward to. So it's a lot of new faces, and it's just going to be fun to kind of get everybody's feel for the game, so we can get this defense going.
On a lighter note, CJ, take us inside the defensive locker room. Who are kind of the jokesters? Who are the guys who are pulling the pranks? Who are the comedians or think they're the comedians on that defensive side of the ball for the Jets?
Well, to respectfully answer your question, I wasn't there last year, so a lot of the guys that I was with, I'm not there, so I have to. We'll get back on that, and I'll let you know once we get in the locker room all together.
Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. A guy like Blake. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say I'm looking forward to the eventual buddy cop movie with Quinnen Williams and Mekhi Becton. We know it's coming. Go ahead, Luke.
A guy like Blake Cashman, CJ, who's dealt with some injuries himself, would kind of slide into that will spot and has an opportunity to play this year. What are your thoughts on his game? I know he was a rookie when you were there in 2019. Hasn't played a ton, but are you excited to see how he can impact the Jets on the defensive side of the ball this year?
Yeah, I am. He just has a lot of raw talent. You know, he's about to be in his third year in the league. So just a lot of things that when he's reacting on, he just doesn't know yet. So that just takes time. Unfortunately, it takes mistakes sometimes to learn the hard way. But I've trained with him a few times this offseason. So, I mean, he's looking good. His shoulder's good. So he's just one of those guys kind of get back on the field, kind of prove himself. So, but he's definitely capable of making big plays in our defense.
Yeah, for sure.
CJ, I don't want to kick dirt on the man because he's not here anymore. But Adam Gase, want to ask you about that. Obviously, you didn't play as much for him because you ended up opting out and you ended up getting hurt the first year. But you were at the team, you saw what was going on. Were you surprised that it went that poorly that quickly? And what do you think he could have done if he had a second chance to go back in time and fix things? What could he have done better to make it not such a disaster for himself, do you think?
I'm not too sure, but I mean, if everybody that got injured didn't get injured, I mean, what would have happened? So, I mean, he was in a tough situation, and I mean, in my opinion, I feel like he did, what he felt was right, and he did what he felt was best for the team. So I have no ill words towards him. I had multiple conversations with him before I got hurt and after I got hurt. So I mean, just like I said, it's unfortunate how it happened, bad timing, bad whatever you want to call it. But I mean, put yourself in that situation, what would you do? So you can't really be too judgmental because most people would do even worse.
Yeah, there's no question. It's a situation for anybody to be in. And what I kept telling people was, as much as we all disliked as Jets fans Adam Gase, the football coach, everybody has to remember that there's still Adam Gase, the human being. And that's something that sometimes, unfortunately, fans forget.
You lost just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. You weren't here, CJ, but we had a situation with a former general manager where people were actually putting up billboards to insult this guy, to try and get him fired. And I never understood that. I thought that was way too far. So, hopefully that doesn't happen with Robert Saleh or with Joe Douglas, but I'm pretty optimistic. When you look at what the Jets have in terms of draft assets now, what do you think that Joe Douglas, Robert Saleh, the rest of the decision makers around the team can do to help build around you and the rest of the existing talent? Because, look, let's be honest, the team went 2-14 last year, so there's a reason for that. The guys weren't as well stocked at a variety of different positions as you could be. Obviously, in free agency, there were some additions made, but a lot still needs to be done. What can be done in the draft here, do you think, to help build on what you guys already have?
Well, I'm with you and probably every other Jets fan when I'm thinking we're going to get a quarterback for our second pick. I'm guessing it's going to be Wilson. I have no idea. For our second pick, I guess it really depends, like who's still on the board at that time. I mean, maybe we get one more weapon on offense. Maybe if there's a decent corner or somebody in the back end, just to have some more depth and some youth. But other than that, I'm not too sure. And I'm not the draft guru, so that's all I got.
That could be your next job. Once you retire, the next Mel Kiper Jr. But the thing is, if you're going to become Mel, you got to get the Mel hair. So you got to start with that. I joked that I was going to wear a Mel Kiper wig tonight, but I couldn't find one in time for the show. So, CJ, thank you so much for coming on. I know you're coming back a little bit later because we're going to talk about the second pick. But before you run, I know you said that you're expecting a new quarterback tonight, and you don't have any inside information. But what do you think the vibe around the team is going to be when the new quarterback comes in? Because you were there in Baltimore when something similar happened with a different quarterback, Lamar Jackson. How is that going to change the mood around the team, and what do you think the effect is going to be there?
I feel that we should all come in and whoever's going to be our quarterback this year have full confidence. That's the main thing. And have an offensive line, receivers, tight end, everybody that's together, and that's one. So that's what it's all going to be about, because we have a rocky foundation. It won't matter who's that quarterback. So once our foundation is fully set, I think we'll be good to go.
By the way, CJ, before you run, I should tell you, and this may shock you, and you can see it on your screen right now, but the Jaguars have picked Trevor Lawrence. At this moment, you could knock me over with a feather. I'm absolutely stunned. So, CJ, thank you so much for coming on with us. We'll talk to you a little bit later on in the evening. I hope you enjoy the rest of the night leading up to that. And listen, let's just hope that whoever the Jets pick now that they're on the clock turns out to be the guy that will help turn the Jets around the way that Lamar Jackson did for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep, sounds good. Talk to you guys later.
All right, thanks.
All right.
So there you go. Pro Bowl linebacker CJ Mosley joining to tell us about what his journey was like when he was off, how he thinks he's going to fit in the new Robert Saleh scheme, and also, of course, to share his words of wisdom about what we should expect in terms of the locker room with a new quarterback coming in. Look at those odds right now for the Jets pick. Zach Wilson at minus 5,000. Let me tell you something. If I had some inside information that it's not going to be Zach Wilson, I could be a very, very rich man right now. Very excited about that. Like I told you before, by the way, if you want to get the best tips that you can possibly get for gambling, which at this moment I don't think would be to bet anyone other than Zach Wilson, make sure you go to razorsport.com. That's RAZER sport.com. My buddy John will hook you up with a 30-day free trial. Don't just play like the pros, win like the pros with Razor. Luke, I can't stop laughing at the fact that we've known Trevor Lawrence was going to be this pick since, I mean, man, it even feels like after his freshman year, we knew he was going to be the number one pick whenever it is that he declared. And so now he finally comes off the board. As Jets fans, we had wanted him to go to the Jets. He goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The thing about this is Trevor Lawrence is the kind of player that kind of goes beyond the field in the sense that there are so many marketing opportunities for a team like the Jaguars that are desperate for it. Now, we all think they're probably going to eventually move to England, right? But even if they don't, and if they're in Jacksonville, they don't sell tickets down there. I have friends that live in that area, and nobody goes to Jacksonville Jaguars games. They have no fans down there. So this could be something that really gives that fan base a jolt. So you take a look at the fact that you have a generational quarterback prospect and somebody who can really put butts in the seats down there in Jacksonville. This was never in question. Even if they liked Zach Wilson better, the umbrage that you would have to make that pick with Trevor Lawrence there is immense, right?
Yeah, exactly right. The first thing that stood out to me about that pick was, as you said, Scott, everyone's known that Trevor Lawrence is going to be the first pick in the draft for the last 3 years, and it still took them 9 minutes on the clock to lock in their draft pick. So I found that pretty hilarious. I wonder what the package would have been that let the Jaguars trade out of that pick. Obviously, this is a huge opportunity for this franchise. You hit the nail on the head. They don't get people to their games. It's a difficult location in Miami, Tampa Bay. They struggle with it down there. A lot of sporting franchises do. This is their opportunity. They have the savior, so to speak, to come to excite the fan base and try and drag people to their games. And as you have a look in the Jets draft room right now, they look pretty happy. Robert Saleh throwing out some fist pumps, and I think we're getting pretty close to Zach Wilson time.
It's going to be hilarious if he comes out and says the Jets select Mac Jones or something like that. After we've been thinking about this for the longest time, but it's funny because, as we said, the Jaguars didn't have to hide what they wanted to do. The Jets certainly didn't have to hide what they wanted to do. The San Francisco 49ers now become the big question. And so we wait to see who it is that Kyle Shanahan is going to select here, assuming that any second now we hear the name Zach Wilson called for the New York Jets. And Luke, we talked about this earlier. Boy, this is something that you really can't afford to get wrong. You make a move like this, you give up 2 first-round picks, and you draft a quarterback in this spot. You better be damn sure that that quarterback is going to be your guy, because you make a bold move like that and it doesn't work out, and you're in big trouble. You could go chapter and verse through general managers who have made these types of trades. They didn't work out, and they live to tell the tale. Very short list. Now, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch probably have a little bit more rope than most because of the success that they've had, especially Kyle Shanahan. But still, man, he better be sure of who he's taking here. And that's why, as we said, I would bet money that when they made this move, they knew exactly who they wanted to take, and they knew exactly who was going to be gone, Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. So, again, you could err on the side of caution and go the safe route and take Mac Jones, because I think of the 3, the odds of him being bad are the lowest. But what is his upside? That's the big question, because he doesn't have the same athletic gifts as the other 2. Trey Lance, you're really kind of, putting your nether regions on the table, as they say, because that's an complete upside pick. We don't really know that much about what he's capable of at the next level, because everything that he did at North Dakota State was so basic. All the defenses he faced were so basic. And then Justin Fields, who's probably somewhere in between the other 2. He's got much more upside than Mac Jones, and he's much more polished than Trey Lance at this point. So I personally would go with Fields. That's just my own opinion, but I don't know, man. There's been so much smoke around Mac Jones, and then you're hearing Trey Lance from a lot of corners. I will say the idea of Trey Lance sitting a season behind Jimmy Garoppolo, although with Jimmy G, who knows, he may get forced into action because Jimmy G can't stay healthy. The idea of him sitting behind Jimmy G for a year, the way that Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith in Kansas City, behind Kyle Shanahan, who's maybe not Andy Reid, but one of the more well-regarded offensive minds in the NFL. I think that's a very appealing plan if Kyle Shanahan believes that he can make Trey Lance into a top 10 or maybe even top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head again. And one thing I'll add is it's going to be interesting to see. Kyle Shanahan is an elite offensive mind. Everyone knows that. But is he elite at choosing and selecting his quarterbacks? John Gruden has been the same guy for the last 15, 20 years. He's been renowned for his ability to draw up plays and his, offensive prowess, but has never had a quarterback. So I guess in about 10 minutes and for the next few years, we're going to see where Kyle Shanahan fits and who he selects and how that pans out.
Yeah, no question about it. This is going to be a fascinating selection. And then as we move down the board, and we're going to have guests on to talk about all this stuff, take a look at the Cincinnati choice coming up at number 5 and the Atlanta choice coming up at number 4. Because if you're Atlanta, to me, if you're sitting at number 4, you're taking Kyle Pitts. And if you're not, you're trading out. I can't fathom picking anybody else unless you're going quarterback, which it sounds like they're not going to. And then at number 5, everybody in there for however long Penei Sewell, Penei Sewell, Penei Sewell, Penei Sewell, Penei Sewell. But everything I've heard and everything that's been coming out indicates that it's going to be Jamar Chase at number 5 and not Penei Sewell. And I understand it and I don't understand it. I understand it because Chase is obviously a top wide receiver, and also because he has that built-in great chemistry with Joe Burrow. By the way, Zach Wilson, to nobody's surprise, just picked the New York Jets at number 2 overall. We've known that for quite a while. But with Cincinnati, they desperately need somebody to protect Joe Burrow. We saw what happened last year. The man had his leg snapped in half. But if you're Cincinnati, if you're looking at your board and you're saying, okay, I like, and I'm just going to throw out a couple of names here. Let's say I like Liam Eichenberg, and I like Brady Christensen, and I like whoever it is, throw out whatever name you want at offensive tackle later on in the draft. You could say, okay, top of the second round, I think I could get a guy who can be an impact starter. I don't know that I can get somebody at wide receiver that's as good as Chase, and I certainly don't think I can get anybody with the same kind of chemistry with my quarterback that Jamar Chase has. That's where it starts to make a little more sense. And I would probably take Penei Sewell at number 5. But if they do take Jamar Chase, I understand it only because of the unique set of circumstances that we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think there's 3 things that factor into this decision for Cincinnati. The first one is, what do they value more, protecting Joe Burrow in the pocket or a wide receiver that gets open quickly, gets separation, and they can get the ball out? So that's the first thing. I'm with you. I lean towards protecting him, especially after the ACL injury last year. You don't want to repeat that and kind of have him seeing ghosts like Sam Darnold saw in New York. The next thing is obviously keeping him happy. There's a lot of quarterbacks around the league now. Aaron Rodgers is one of them. Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. Bringing in his guy, is that going to make him, happier, so to speak, when it comes time to talk contracts in 2 or 3 years? And the last thing is what you touched on already, Scott, and that's what's, from a positional scarcity perspective, what's available at the the top of the second round on the turn there, and what can they get? So it's going to be a fascinating decision. I'm with you. I take Penei Sewell. I'm not as high on Jamar Chase as some people are. I think Sewell is a terrific tackle, and he's, almost a more polished Mekhi Becton coming out. He's very aggressive, physical. He's got that explosive power. So that's where I would lean as well. But I'm fascinated to see what they do with the number 5 pick. That's really going to be a turning point in the draft, and it's going to affect Miami and Philadelphia, and it's going to have a trickle effect throughout the rest of the first round.
Looks like we have a visitor that's going to be jumping in to join us right now. And I'm going to leave that person's identity a mystery to Luke until that person joins us in the chat. But I think this is going to get very interesting. Oh, there she is. The queen of Jet.com, Kayla Pace. Kayla, what's going on?
Oh, not much. We got a new quarterback now. So
yes, indeed. And not the only team, by the way, because we know that the Jacksonville Jaguars also made a selection. They took Trevor Lawrence, and now we're talking about the number 3 overall pick, the San Francisco 49ers. They're on the clock, and this is really where the draft starts, because we've known forever that Lawrence was going 1 and Wilson was going 2. And people were trying to come up with like stupid reasons why, Wilson's not locked in because Justin Fields at another pro day and some of the scouts went to that. And why would you do that? And it's all a sort. No. Everyone knew the Jets had no reason to smokescreen anybody. So Kayla, what do you think here? I was just telling Luke that I'm of multiple different opinions. I think if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're confident that you can get Trey Lance to where you want him to be, then Trey Lance makes the most sense because he has the best traits. If you're somebody that wants a combination of the stuff that you need to see on tape, like what you've seen from Mac Jones in terms of decision-making and such, and the physical traits that you get from Trey Lance, then you go with Justin Fields. And if you're looking for somebody who you want, who is a top-notch processor, and that's his number 1 attribute, sort of like as we were talking about Chad Pennington before the shoulder surgery, then Mac Jones is your guy. Where do you think they go here? Do you think that they're going to go with Lance, Fields, or Mac Jones?
This might be a little controversial, but I think Mac Jones is like kind of the boring option, and that's why they pick him.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like one of the things I liked about the Jets Wilson pick is that he had time to like grow within the program. And I feel like a lot of the like Trey Lance kind of a wild card. You really don't know what you're going to get in terms of like consistency and stability. And that's what Zach Wilson showed this year. Like he grew over the last couple of seasons and came out consistent and stable once he really knew the offense. I think that Mac Jones, like having played at Bama, pretty solid offense, obviously. And he's kind of just got the standard, like, oh, my quarterback can do X, Y, and Z, just the standard traits. And Trey Lance is like, okay, he had a flashy year, and Justin Fields has like a lot of physical skill that a lot of the other quarterbacks don't have. But Mac Jones is just kind of the safe, like, yeah, Mac Jones is a quarterback name. I mean, he belongs in San Francisco. That's where they're going to go. Jimmy G was not exciting, and neither is Mac Jones. I think that's the pick.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do because there's been so much speculation ever since they made this trade. When they first made the trade, everybody was saying Mac Jones. And then you had people saying, nah, it's Fields. And then you had people saying, no, it's Trey Lance. And now we're finally going to find out. But Kayla, why do you think they felt the need to do all this misdirection when nobody could stop them from taking who they wanted, right? Everyone knew who was going first and second, and the Niners weren't trading the pick. So what's the value? Is there something I'm missing here in terms of them smoke screening other people? I don't really understand why they felt the need to do that.
I always felt the smoke screen was more of a confuse the teams after you than anything else, because it's like they are going to have a tougher time game planning their draft if they don't know who you're taking. So I think that's kind of got to be the real only like workable theory there, because otherwise you're right. Like if you know that Trevor and Zach are off the board, then it's pointless if you're not trying to throw somebody else off the track.
Yeah, that's always what I've felt. The idea that the 49ers are being this secretive. And by the way, if anybody could keep secrets the way that the 49ers, that we'd probably have a much more secretive society, which might be good in a lot of ways, but unfortunately with social media, we know everything about everybody. And that's why Kyle Shanahan, by the way, and John Lynch both said they were not going on social media. They didn't really care what people had to say about this. They didn't care about the media. They didn't care about the fans. And look, you want to have, and there's the pick, by the way, it's Trey Lance. So there you go. And that to me made the most sense if you're somebody like Kyle Shanahan, who is really confident in your own abilities. But I think this is where you can't listen to what the fans have to say. You want to make sure that you're considerate of them. But the old saying is, if you listen to the fans too much, you will wind up sitting with them. And so you have to have the courage of your own convictions. And I talked to Mark Ross about this, former right-hand man for Jerry Reese with the New York Giants. And he said, yeah, absolutely. Look at Joe Douglas. There are plenty of people that said he's making the wrong move. You should take Justin Fields or Trey Lance or whoever. And he identified Zach Wilson and went with it. And obviously Trey Lance is the guy that I'm sure that Kyle Shanahan had identified before the trade, because as Luke and I were just talking about, Kayla, you do not make a trade like this and give up all of that if you're going to do it and say, we'll figure it out later. No. You know who you're aiming to get when you make a trade like that. And so I guess Lance was the guy all along, and the Mac Jones stuff was to throw people off, I suppose. But Lance does make a ton of sense here, I think, for an established offensive mind like Shanahan.
Oh, definitely. And now I'm just 0 for 1. I'll start keeping the tally.
I think I said Trey Lance, and Luke, you did too, right?
Yeah, I did. But my question now is, what happens at number 4? Are we going to see Atlanta trade out? Because right now you've got Fields on the board. Is this where you see Denver move up? Is this where you see New England make a move? I think this is going to get really interesting in the next 5 minutes or so.
I spoke to Charlie Campbell of Walter Football, who's very plugged in. He knows people from all over the league. And what he seemed to say, and I've heard this from a couple of people, that Atlanta loves Pitts. He's the pick unless somebody blows them out of the water. If somebody blows them out of the water, they'll move down. And that's why you heard Terry Fontenot talk about this, the new general manager, who, by the way, interviewed for the Jets job before Joe Douglas got the job. What Fontenot said was, hey, we're open, meaning call us, make us an offer. But the thing that you have to consider with this, and I was talking about this earlier today, we've both watched enough football to know that if there's a guy you really want, you have to take that guy if you're somebody you really believe in, unless somebody gives you some sort of insane offer, which is what it sounds like Atlanta's going to do. Because look, we're going to talk about this later with the Jets, and we've speculated as to what they're going to do at number 23. But to me, I'm just going to throw out one specific player here. Let's just say Tevin Jenkins, who I know that Luke made a video on at playlikeajet.com. You can go watch it right now. It's funny. Tevin Jenkins off the field looks like the dweeb. I mean, he happens to be huge, but he looks like the dweeb who sits in the back of the classroom taking notes and all that. But on the field, he's an absolute maniac. And so let's say you're the Jets and you really want him and it gets to 18, 19, whatever. Don't miss out on the guy you really want because of a third-round pick. I mean, look at what happened with the Eagles last year. That's the perfect example. By not making the move up for CeeDee Lamb, they may have destroyed the trajectory of their entire franchise, because by not getting Lamb, you now didn't get Wentz that weapon that he desperately needed, right? On top of that, you went and got a backup quarterback who now shook the confidence of the quarterback you already had. And we're seeing that play out. I'm not saying confidence, but we're seeing a similar dynamic play out in Green Bay right now, where Aaron Rodgers clearly was incensed that they went and picked Jordan Love. So what I'm saying is, if you see a guy that you really like, move up, whether it was last year for Lamb or this year for a guy like Tevin Jenkins. And likewise, if there's a player you really like, don't drop back because you want to pick up an extra second-round pick. Just take the guy you like, right?
Yeah, this is the discussion we had, Scott, about Quinnen Williams 2 years ago. We were both in love with his tape. And sure, you can trade down and get a 2019 second-round pick. But when you have a person that you think can be a top 3 player at their position, like Quinnen Williams, and like Atlanta are probably thinking about Kyle Pitts, it's very difficult to make that decision to trade down. I'm sure you can pick up a Jamar Chase or a Jalen Waddle. They're not as good a fit for Atlanta with the rest of the skill position players they have. So I think you're right. This is going to be a fascinating moment in the draft, because they have to weigh up how much they love Kyle Pitts versus the offers they get rolling in for presumably Justin Fields.
Now, Kayla, I wanted to ask you about Kyle Pitts because you're a South Carolina alum. You're also somebody that watches a ton of college football for your regular job working for CBS Sports. So let's talk about Mr. Pitts. I thought one of the most interesting head-to-head matchups of the entire year was when he went up against the player that you and I are particularly fond of, that unfortunately the Jets are not going to be able to get. Where's my tissue again? J.C. Horn. Pitts and Horn, that was a battle of heavyweights. And I thought that Horn did an outstanding job. Pitts made some catches that no matter who's covering you and no matter how good the coverage is, you can't stop it. And I think that's really what Pitts brings to the table, right? He's a unique weapon. And you hate to say this because it's been overused, but he really is a unicorn because he can do things that a defensive back isn't big enough and strong enough to be able to deal with, but a linebacker isn't quick enough and isn't shifty enough to be able to get to him to be able to stop. So you create almost, and I don't want to say that he's going to be as good as him, but like a Rob Gronkowski-ish type of mismatch every single game. There's so much value in that. And that, again, I think is why if Atlanta really likes Pitts, unless they get a Godfather offer, they got to take him, right, Kayla?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like their offense every year is, you think it should be one of the top offenses in the league, and then they go out there and something's wrong. I can never figure out quite what it is with the Falcons. They're lacking the clutch gene. That seems to be it. But, I mean, you look at the names on their roster, and you're like, this team should be awesome. And, I mean, you throw Kyle Pitts in there, and they already have a great tight end in Hayden Hurst, another South Carolina guy, by the way. But, I mean, okay, so trade him. Put Kyle Pitts in there. Obviously, it's still an upgrade. Hayden Hurst, I think, is still a top end of the tight end scale. But I think that it would only go up from there. Matt Ryan is a good quarterback. Like he can throw the ball, and like he doesn't get enough credit, I think, for how consistent and good he is. Give him another offensive weapon and see if maybe that pushes them over the edge. I really don't even know what the secret sauce is for the Falcons, though, because they can't seem to figure it out for all the talent that they have there. So.
An amazing offense. And now they're talking about shopping Julio Jones, which to me, if you're going to shop Julio Jones, if you're going to trade Julio Jones, you may as well just go the whole way and trade Matt Ryan. Luke, I was thinking about this earlier, and I've been saying this for a while. If I were Atlanta, unless you just don't like Justin Fields, that if he's on the board, I would take him. He's from Atlanta, so perfect fit there. And I just think that now is the did they pick? Oh, there it is, Kyle Pitts. See, so there it is. That's exactly what I thought they were going to do. But I would have considered taking Justin Fields there and moving on from Matt Ryan, because I think sometimes it's better to move on a year too early than a year too late. And the difference between somebody like Aaron Rodgers, who we're talking about the Packers being crazy to move away from, and Matt Ryan, is that Ryan's play has started to slip. So now is when, if you have the opportunity to replace him, I think it would have been a good idea. But look, we all just talked about exactly why, if you like Pitts, don't move out of that pick. And that's exactly what they did. And I'll tell you, honestly, one thing that I've learned from so many years of watching the draft and watching football is that if you're the Falcons or a team like that and you like a player that way, then you made the right call to trust your instincts and to take that guy. Because again, to just get an extra pick to move out of that spot and get a lesser player. You brought up the Quinnen Williams example earlier. Could you imagine if the Jets would have done that and we would have had to watch Quinnen Williams in Buffalo destroying the Jets quarterback 2 times a year, and instead the Jets got, say, Ed Oliver, who's an okay player, but there's no comparison between the two. So that's where this comes in, and I think Atlanta made the right move if they decided they didn't want to go quarterback, which it looks like they did. So now at number 5, we've got the Bengals on the clock, and Luke, you and I talked about this. We've got a situation where you've got a heart versus head combination going. The head tells you take Penei Sewell, protect the quarterback. The heart tells you reunite Joe Burrow with his guy from LSU and recreate that magical combination. I think that they're going to go with their heart, and I know you said that earlier as well. What do you think, Kayla? Do you think that LSU is going to reunite these two guys, or are they going to sit Joe Burrow down and say, look, we know you want your buddy here, but no, we got to make sure you don't get your leg snapped in half again?
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Joe Burrow should be looking at the scar right on his leg right now. That's really all I can think about. And you have to think about a guy like Andrew Luck, who took too much of a beating and is now poof off the face of the earth. So I think that the smart move is Sewell. Plus, like, not just that he's like the top tackle on the board, but he's like one of the top tackles we've seen in years. And I think that all of his comps are the best tackles ever. So I think that that needs to be taken into like serious consideration, because especially like in the last few years, you're seeing a lot of like wide receivers with high ceilings and guys that get into the league and perform right away. Yeah, it'd be great to see Jamar Chase back out there with Joe Burrow. I loved watching that LSU team, but you're not going to get a tackle like this as frequently as you're going to see a wide receiver with a ceiling like that.
Luke, one thing that you noticed that I know Eric Crocker talked about on Play Like a Jet is that Jamar Chase has a little bit of a deficiency in his game that not enough people are talking about, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's enormous. It's not going to be a deal breaker for him, but I think he lacks a little bit of twitch and suddenness. I know he ran in the 4.3s at his pro day, which take that with a grain of salt this year, obviously with the inflated numbers, but there's a lot of contested catches on his film, and he's elite at it, don't get me wrong, and that will translate to the NFL. But there's always that question that you ask yourself, if he can't separate quickly, is that going to limit his ceiling to an extent? I know people will look at someone like Julio Jones, and maybe he isn't the fastest, most dynamic mover, and he's obviously been wide receiver 1 in this league for the last 3 or 4 years and had a great career. So look, I still think he can be an excellent player. I think he will be a top 10 receiver in the next couple of years, but there's just a bit of reservation there for me. I would like to see him separate a little quicker, especially on those intermediate routes. So it's something to keep an eye on. It looks like at this stage, he'll probably be in Miami, depending on what Cincinnati do with the number 5 pick.
And I think this is going to shape a lot of what happens the rest of the way here now, because I wonder if Miami slid back to 6 thinking they were going to get Chase, and now they're going to have to settle for a different wide receiver. And if they pick a wide receiver, then does Penei Sewell go number 7 to Detroit? And then how does this impact what ultimately happens with Justin Fields and Mac Jones? So far, I've gotten all 4 of the picks right. I put out 10 players this morning. I only did the top 10. And what I had was number 1, Lawrence, who tough one there. Number 2, Zach Wilson, another difficult one for me to predict. Number 3, I had Lance. Number 4, I had Pitts. Number 5, I had Chase, so we'll see if I end up being right about that. And then at number 6, I had Devontae Smith. At number 7, Penei Sewell. And then I've got a lot of Jets fans not going to want to hear this, but I had the Patriots flipping up to number 8 to get Justin Fields, and then Mac Jones going at number 9 to the Denver Broncos. But now it sounds like the Broncos may be on the verge of getting Aaron Rodgers. And if that happens, does that include this year's pick? And if it does include this year's pick, does that mean that the Packers are going to try and get Justin Fields or Mac Jones? That is a major question that we're going to have if that trade goes down, because you have to figure that if the Packers insist on getting a deal done today, or I should say if a deal gets done today in any form, that a big motivation for it would be to replace Aaron Rodgers with, I should say not Justin Fields, but to get somebody that could come in and play with Jordan Love. So a receiver perhaps in the top 10 of dynamic weapons. So maybe you could get somebody like Jalen Waddle at number 9, and then maybe you could even double dip with the Packers first round pick or get an offensive lineman. The question here now is with Justin Fields, if he continues to drop, how far does he drop? And does he end up going ahead of Mac Jones? Kayla, what do you think? Is Fields going to be the next quarterback to come off of the board, or are we looking at Mac Jones going ahead of him?
Yeah, so I think it's obviously very dependent on how trades work out, and I think Aaron Rodgers will be the first domino to fall in that scenario. Like if Justin Fields is to go first, I think it's because Aaron Rodgers got moved. I think that right now the Patriots are my biggest fear in acquiring Justin Fields, which I feel like nobody wants to watch that. Maybe some people, but certainly not. I don't think anyone on this call wants to watch that. But I don't know. I think that the Patriots could very well end up with either Mac Jones or Justin Fields where they currently are at the way that this looks to be going. I don't know if that's necessarily totally likely, but I could see the Patriots trading up to get him. I think before Aaron Rodgers is like decided, once we get to the Broncos, it's kind of hard to say who's going to go where, because obviously it's going to be a different fit. Like Mac Jones and Justin Fields are two very different quarterbacks.
Scott, what about Carolina at 8? I still think, look, I know they have Darnold. They haven't exercised the 5th-year option yet. I think that's the perfect landing spot for Justin Fields. All offseason, they've been in on every single quarterback, whether it's Deshaun Watson and Matthew Stafford and everybody. I would not be surprised with this ownership group, with Tepper and everyone involved in Carolina, if they made a splash and they doubled down at quarterback. I think they understand in that franchise how difficult it is to obtain one. Cam Newton was fairly close to a franchise quarterback, but I wouldn't be surprised if Carolina threw all their chips in the middle of the table and said, look, we have Sam Darnold. We have him for a year under contract. We don't want to exercise that 5th year, and we want to draft Justin Fields, and we'll let the chips fall as they may.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that could be a situation that we're looking at when Carolina's on the board if we see one of those quarterbacks. I also wonder what happens with Denver. If one of those quarterbacks is there and they don't take that quarterback, does that mean that they're confident they're getting some sort of deal done for Aaron Rodgers, or is it just that they don't like the quarterbacks as much as we think they do? So that's something that's well worth watching as we wait to see what the Bengals do. But I'm fairly confident that it's going to be Jamar Chase here at number 5. But the two quarterbacks are going to play a big role for a lot of the teams that are just outside of the top 10. And there goes Jamar Chase. As I said, I was very confident that he was going to go at number 5, and he did. Again, I totally understand it, even though I don't understand it. So I understand it, but I don't. I like it, and I don't at the same time. But the Bengals are clearly confident that they can get the tackle that they need at the top of the 2nd round, or maybe they'll even try and make a move back into the 1st round to get somebody. And they went out and they got Jamar Chase to team back up with his friend Joe Burrow. And I do think, honestly, that Chase and Burrow can be an electric combination. And you heard what Eric Crocker said on the show. Jamar Chase needed a quarterback that had the right chemistry with him, that knew exactly where to put the ball for him on those 50-50s that he's so fond of. And there's no quarterback that knows how to do that better than Joe Burrow. So this should work out pretty well for Cincinnati, provided that they're able to get the protection that is needed over in the second round and maybe even in the third round. Then now we get to number 6, and it's the Miami Dolphins. We're all Jets fans, so we hope that they make a bad pick here. Me personally, I would take Penei Sewell. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to take a wide receiver, but I would take Penei Sewell here. If you're going to take a wide receiver, though, I got to be honest with you. A lot of people have been arguing over which of the two is better. I would take Jalen Waddle. I think Waddle's a better player than Devontae Smith. And I'll be honest with you, I have a lot of concerns about Smith. I know a lot of people have hand-waved me on this. But at 165 pounds, he can be a good receiver. But, man, that's something to worry about. It's absolutely something to worry about when he's going to have to go up against these bigger physical bigger physical cornerbacks. Kayla, you watched a ton of Devontae Smith this year, as we all did, with him being on national television, but you also watched a lot of the bigger, more physical corners play, like J.C. Horn and like some of the other guys that are going to be drafted at the top, like Greg Newsome. I just have trouble with the idea of taking Devontae Smith at number 6. I think he's going to be good, but is he going to be good enough to justify passing on a guy like Penei Sewell, who could potentially be a franchise tackle, or even trading down and picking up extra picks here, or taking Waddle, who I think has much more explosive potential at the NFL level as far as what he can bring to the table, unless of course the medical's worse than we know.
Yeah, so I think that with Smith, what made him so great in college was his speed and his ability to separate himself. Obviously, that's when you kind of see some of the struggle of switching into the NFL, because obviously when you get to the next level, it gets tougher. Players are faster, stronger, better. It's just part of the game. And your speed, while still a huge factor, isn't as much of a factor because more guys can keep up with you. So once you get up in the air, is Devontae Smith a guy that I want going in the air against a top corner? Not really, but do I think he won't be good as a result? No, I think that he'll be fine, but he definitely has, I think, the most concerns of what looks to be the top 3 receivers with Waddle, Chase, and Smith. I think he's got the full potential, and not every corner is a huge dude. Like, you got plenty of guys that are in the 5'10", 5'11" range that he could probably take. But he's just going to have to hit the weight room. And I don't think it would necessarily stop me from drafting him, but you have to know where you're going to fit him, because it's not going to be in the traditional like wide receiver 1 idea of going up and getting the ball and fighting hard, like body to body.
Luke, Daniel Jeremiah said that picking a wide receiver this high is a very difficult proposition because there are so many good wide receivers, particularly in this draft, that if you're not getting a guy who's a straight up physical freak of nature, then you could get a receiver in the middle of the round, at the end of the round, in the second round, even on day 3. There are so many players that even last year made an impact much later. Look at Denzel Mims. I know he was hurt, but the Jets got him right at the end of the second round. And I'm not saying that he's necessarily going to be as good as CeeDee Lamb, but that's a very impactful receiver potentially. So to me, you've got to get yourself a special player from a height, weight, speed combination. And, if it's not a Calvin Johnson or somebody like that, it's very difficult for me to justify Julio Jones or AJ Green. It's difficult for me to justify picking him this high.
Yeah, it comes back to positional scarcity for me again. And we talked about that earlier in the show with what Cincinnati might do, whether they come back on the turn and take an offensive tackle. The thing that keeps screaming to me with this Miami pick is, are you telling me that Austin Jackson is the reason you're not going to draft Penei Sewell? Like, I understand you invested a first-round pick in him, but he's just not that caliber of player. No. And when you have a guy like Tua, they have enough weapons on the outside with Williams and Parker. Sure, they could use wide receiver help and an elite weapon. Every team in the NFL could. You can never have enough.
There's Jalen Waddle, so I guess Miami.
Well, there you go. They didn't listen. Look, I'm pretty happy with that pick as a Jets fan, to be honest. I think Waddle's a good player, but I would have taken Sewell, and you know what? He's going to keep falling. They're pushing all the offensive linemen down the board. What we're seeing right now, Tevin Jenkins, Darisaw, Slater, they're all sliding because Penei Sewell's sliding. We're going to see a run in the teams, but this is good news for the Jets so far.
I have this weird feeling, by the way, that Darisaw is going to slide because you heard the other day that there was some sort of medical issue with him. And boy, if he slides all the way down to 23, I couldn't turn in that card fast enough. I'll say that much. But now Waddle goes at number 6 to the Dolphins. The good thing about this for Miami is it gives them a very dynamic weapon. And that's something they absolutely needed for Tua. And it also reunites Jalen Waddle and Tua. But now we turn to Penei Sewell at number 7 with the Lions. And I think this is an absolute no-brainer.
Yeah.
You plug him in there, and he's there for the next 10 to 15 years. They need to rebuild that offensive line. And Jared Goff is probably only going to be there for a year or two. But whoever the quarterback is after that, you'll already have that piece in place. I have to imagine that when the process began, the Lions never would have thought that Sewell would be sitting here at number 7. And Kayla, I can't imagine there's any way that they're not picking him here.
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. But then again, like some of these other picks, I don't see why they wouldn't have picked him either. I really can't believe that he's still on the board at 7. I mean, there was a time when the Jets first finished their season where I wanted him at 2. So I kind of can't believe that this is happening. But hey, I mean, when you want your playmakers, you do. The big shiny wide receivers are they're the sexy positions, and offensive tackle typically is not. But I mean, they're just as important, and I think they're more important than some of those receivers. I mean, I'd rather take a middle of the road receiver and come away with a franchise tackle. And I mean, I guess that's not the theory of some of these GMs, and we'll see how it pans out for them. But I think Detroit is going to get a steal if they take him. I don't know why they wouldn't, but honestly, it's kind of too bad because I'd really like to see him somewhere a little more exciting than Detroit.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'll say this. I think what's going to happen now is we're going to see a domino effect because I think Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, and Jamar Chase are generally thought of as the top-tier wide receivers. So now teams are going to say to themselves, if they want Smith, now that Waddle's off the board, they may have to make a move. And I think that there's no way he gets past the New York Giants at number 11. If he's there at 11, the Giants are picking him. So if you want him, you're going to have to, at the very least, jump the New York Giants. And I think Sewell will go here at 7, which we should find out any second. And then, as you said, Luke, this is where the draft takes a turn because what do Carolina and what do Denver do? And again, this is where if you're a Jet fan and a Giant fan and an Eagle fan for that matter, really a fan of any team that doesn't need a quarterback or isn't looking for a quarterback, I should say, I think the Giants and the Eagles probably both need a quarterback if we're being honest, but they don't want to see it that way, so that's on them. But I think that if you're a team that's not looking to draft a quarterback, you want 2 of those quarterbacks to go in that spot because, as you said, Luke, it pushes players down the board. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing with some of this smoke, like we were hearing and watch the Jets will pick ETN and I'll look like an idiot. But I think a lot of smoke about ETN possibly being in play at 23 is that the Jets wanted that out there because I don't think they want to pick ETN at 23. I think they want some other team to think that they have to pick him ahead of them in order to get him because the Jets might take him. And then that way it pushes a player perhaps like Darisaw or like Tevin Jenkins or Elijah Vera Tucker down the board. One thing that I think is interesting with Elijah Vera Tucker, Luke, is that I think he could go anywhere from the top 10 to around where the Jets are. And the reason I think that is because I know a lot of teams are very high on him. But one thing that I noticed when I did that mock draft that you guys revealed on the Play Like a Jet Live YouTube show yesterday is that whenever I asked the team, hey, give me your top 2 choices because I was waiting for one of the other teams to select, Vera Tucker was quite often the second choice. And then they would get the first choice and Vera Tucker would continue to slide down the board. I think that's something that people overlook. That happens a lot in the draft process where a lot of teams could be high on Vera Tucker, but maybe he's second on their board of the available players or he's third. And the team's able to get their first choice, so he continues to slide. And so even though you have a ton of teams that have a high grade on Vera Tucker, he gets a lot further down the board than you expect. So that's going to be something well worth watching, not just with him, but with a lot of these other players as we get ready to see what happens after presumably Penei Sewell goes here at number 7. And the trade-up scenarios are going to be wild because I think if Denver is confident that they're going to get Aaron Rodgers, if they're not going to trade that pick at number 9 in a deal for Rodgers, they're not going to use it on a quarterback, but somebody might want on to. So maybe they move down. Carolina, as you said, Luke, are they going to go with Fields or Mac Jones, or are they going to say, let's roll with Darnold and trade out of the spot? And then who trades up if somebody's trading down? Is it going to be somebody like New England? That's certainly a possibility. I know a lot of Jets fans don't want to hear about that. Or do these quarterbacks actually slide outside of the top 10, which is something that none of us thought, maybe a month ago was going to happen. We thought that all four of these guys, or all five of them, I should say, were going to go in the top 10. So there's so much left to see in terms of intrigue here. Luke, at number 8, at number 9, with the Broncos and with the Panthers. I know that we've seen far more of Darnold than most people have, just by the nature of our fandom. But a lot of these general managers and coaches believe that there's untapped potential there. And clearly that's what the Carolina Panthers thought. We're going to find out now just how deep their conviction goes if they're staring Justin Fields or Mac Jones in the face. And remember, David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, was at the Senior Bowl to spend time with Mac Jones. So there's some sort of link there. What do you think is going to happen here if those two quarterbacks are on the board at 8 and 9? Are we going to see a scenario where if I would have told you a month ago that those two guys would be there, there would be no question in your mind that they'd both be off the board to those two specific teams? Or do you think that the Denver Broncos are confident they can get a deal done for Rodgers, and the Panthers are confident enough in Darnold that they're going to roll with him, that these quarterbacks either slide down the board further than we expect or somebody else jumps up to get them?
I think Carolina was really smart in not putting the fifth-year option with Darnold, just because they've hedged their bets now. And look, Justin Fields may slide into their lap, then they get out of the $18 million fully guaranteed that would have been on the 2022 contract. So I think that was really telling. There was a bit of miscommunication there with early on. We all thought it got picked up straight away. Them not picking up that option has proved to be extremely smart if they do indeed draft Justin Fields. It's opened up that possibility. And with Denver, the question for me is Mac Jones the kind of quarterback they want? They've had Drew Lock in there. That experiment hasn't worked. He's a more toolsy prospect. They have a lot of great weapons on the outside with Jerry Jeudy and a number of other guys, Sutton and Noah Fant. Do they want a distributor who can come in and play at a high level from day one? And he may not have the highest ceiling, but his floor is really high. And that is Mac Jones. Or are they going to swing higher and they're going to go for Aaron Rodgers? Obviously, that's all up in the air.
There's Penny Sewell, by the way. Just not to interrupt, but Penny Sewell, as we expected, goes number 7. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so look, and the other scenario is maybe Chris Sims was right. God forbid. Maybe Justin Fields is going to go on this Aaron Rodgers-like slide. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but there are some things on tape that are cause for pause. You look at his release, which is a little long and elongated and kind of comes up to the side. And obviously the offense he played in Ohio State, and there's been the whole, processing debate. Maybe he had better information and we should have listened to him. I'm not sure. This is going to be an incredible couple of hours because honestly, Scott, I don't know.
I'll tell you what, Kayla, if it's me making the decision, I'm taking Justin Fields here at number 8. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to trade out, or they're going to pick an offensive lineman. Perhaps they will take Rashawn Slater here, but I'd take Fields. I just think he shouldn't be here at number 8. And the fact that he is, I mean, all due respect to Darnold, but look, worst case scenario, you bring in Fields. If Darnold has an improved year, you tag him and trade him and you roll with Fields. I mean, this is sort of that same dilemma that the Chargers found themselves in before Drew Brees ended up injuring his shoulder, where they had 2 good quarterbacks. Oh, geez, what a terrible thing. As Jets fans, I would kill to have one halfway decent one. I would take Fields here, truthfully, and unless I'm convinced, if I'm the Broncos, at least unless I'm convinced that I'm getting Aaron Rodgers. If Fields doesn't go 8, I'm absolutely taking him 9. No question about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they necessarily will take Fields. I understand why you think it's a good idea. It just seems like the Panthers have exhausted so much money and resources on quarterbacks at this point and now they just kind of have Sam Darnold and PJ Walker. So it'd be interesting to see them use a pick at this point, especially when there's so many teams that might want to trade up and grab Justin Fields, to think that they would do that now. But I mean, we'll see what happens. I wouldn't blame him either way. I do want to see Sam succeed. I'd love the chance to get him, like, to see him starting in Carolina. That'd be nice for him. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it. Not that I think that that's the way they're going to go, but it wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah, I think this is where everything gets incredibly intriguing, because what Carolina does here is going to have a major impact on not only the 9th pick with Denver, but it's also going to have a major impact on what happens throughout the rest of the first round, because as you said, Luke, this could lead to some sort of fall for one or both of the quarterbacks potentially if they don't go here. We are waiting on a special guest. I'm not going to say who, but somebody's going to jump in and join us in a little bit. I like to keep an air of mystery as we wait on the number 8 overall pick. I wonder if this ends up being our first trade of the night, though, because if they're not going to go quarterback, it just makes too much sense to try and leverage this to get a quarterback trade haul, unless they just really want to go with Rashawn Slater. And honestly, if I'm sitting at number 8 and I'm the Panthers, if I'm not taking a quarterback and I'm not trading out, I feel like you absolutely have to take Rashawn Slater here, right, Luke?
Yeah, look, I think that would give them, with Taylor Moton, that would give them a great duo of tackles. As Kayla said, if we want to see Sam Darnold succeed, that would give him an amazing opportunity too. You throw in the mix Christian McCaffrey, and that's going to improve his game. So that's the great thing about taking offensive linemen, is you're improving so many other spots on your roster. It's going to help your left guard. It's going to help Sam Darnold at quarterback, and it's going to improve Christian McCaffrey. It has such a flow-on effect and a residual effect throughout the entire offense. So, look, I think Slater would be a tremendous pick here if they stick and pick, which the pick is in. So they are picking at number 8. So this is going to be a really big moment again. I know we've said that 3 or 4 times already with, the Miami pick and Cincinnati and also at number 3, but this one's going to be really intriguing as well.
Is it going to be a quarterback? Are they going to draft Fields or Mac Jones? Are they going to tell the world that they believe in Sam Darnold and draft Rashawn Slater? I really feel like those are the only options here, although it could throw some sort of weird curveball here. Crazier things have happened. You remember a couple of years ago, I don't think anybody thought that Cleveland Farrell was going to be going 4th overall in that draft in 2019, and sure enough, that did happen. I think the Raiders, everybody thought they made a mistake, and I think that's fairly evident now that they did. But listen, boards are boards. Teams evaluate very differently, and so it's going to be fascinating to see what Matt Rule and company have come up with here as far as what they're going to do. I would take a quarterback, but if you're not going to take a quarterback, I think you got to grab Slater. If they go with anybody other than that, it's going to be really weird to see who it ends up being, because off the top of my head, Kayla can't see who would provide you more value than Slater if you're not going quarterback.
Right, because like Luke said, you need to block for Sam Darnold then. And I think a lot of the criticism that Sam Darnold got when he was with the Jets was, oh, well, he didn't have time, or he didn't have the ability to kind of like learn the offense because he was constantly getting knocked down. Like, okay, so you have to put him in a scenario where he's not going to get knocked down every other play or every play, depending. I think, though, that, yeah, the tackle's the right way to go. Rashawn Slater's probably their guy if it's not a quarterback, but I guess we're about to find out.
I think you two are going to like this pick rolling in a minute.
Oh yeah. Is it J.C. Horn?
Pardon?
Is it J.C. Horn? Is that what you're getting at?
I think there might be a connection there, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, how about that?
Right. 8th overall. How about that? Go Cox.
Well, good for J.C. Horn, bad for us. All right, listen. I'll say this. I would have taken Rashawn Slater if I wasn't taking a quarterback, but you can't make me not love J.C. Horn. So, look, I think J.C. Horn has all pro written all over him. Barring injuries, you got to always use that kind of disclaimer. But Kayla, you're an alum, so you watched every game he played. I watched a lot of his tape, and I think Eric Crocker said there's something about him you can't quantify. There's no question about that. But I just think when you look at his combination of physicality and speed and instinct and ability to play the ball, there's just very little in terms of weakness in his game. He can do everything. And the way he shut down some of the country's best receivers throughout the season until he opted out toward the end to focus on preparing for the draft was special. And I've had him as cornerback number 1 probably since October. There were a bunch of other people that caught up, and then we had the pro day. But Kayla and I were way ahead of the way ahead of the game here. So Luke, before we get to you, because I know you like Horn a lot as well. Kayla, this is your guy, this is my guy, but especially for you as an alum, talk about Horn.
Yeah, so the thing I love the most about Horn is the physicality. Obviously, he has all these great characteristics, but you knew that if you were going up with JC Horn, it wasn't going to be easy on your way back down. And I love that about him. He's so much fun to watch. I am actually very glad that he went 8th overall, just because if he went like 19th, I would have been like a little hurt, like that close. But yeah, I mean, he's an incredible player. I mean, obviously things didn't go South Carolina winning wise as probably everyone would have hoped. But I mean, the combination of Horn and Mukwamu is like incredible. And the two of them together, I mean, they're both going to have great NFL careers, in my opinion. But Horn being the first off the board, that's exciting as a Gamecock. I mean, we've got a couple of years in a row now of some first-round picks for the Gamecocks. I'm not surprised. Those guys always do well in the NFL, and I think he'll be great too.
By the way, I'll repeat what I said for the Panthers. If they're not picking a quarterback here and they're not trading down, Denver is crazy not to take Rashawn Slater in this spot. Luke, talk to me about J.C. Horn. You had a good look at his tape. Did you have him as CB1 as well?
I had him just behind. So Patrick Surtain II was the 9th player on my board, and Horn was number 11. So was super high on him as well. I love the man pressability on the outside. Yeah. And I think I like to look at what people have as perceived weaknesses as players. And people talked about, well, JC Horn gets very grabby at the top of breaks and things like that. Horn's grabby because he wants to be physical. His feet and hips are elite. His speed and ability to match and mirror are incredible for a guy his size. He's not grabbing because he needs to make up that step. That's something that can easily be eradicated. But back at home over here in Australia, if people are getting grabby, we tape squash balls to their hands so they can't do it. There's ways to fix that. He doesn't need, it's not going to be a long-term issue for JC Horn. And I'm a big fan of the pick. I think it also says that people aren't very high on this quarterback class, well, the remainder of the quarterback class, because no one's trading up for Carolina. They may have loved JC Horn enough to pick him there, but there's a chance Horn would have slid to, 11 or 12 or, wherever they could have moved to. So, yeah, we'll see what happens the rest of the way with the quarterbacks, but I'm a big fan of JC Horn for sure.
Yeah, we are absolutely going to love watching JC Horn in the league. I think he's going to be an elite cornerback. Oh, who is joining us? I see somebody that looks familiar. What's going on, brother? Can you hear us? Oh, we got no audio. All right, well, we'll come back when he's got his audio there. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, we're having some technical difficulties there. We're going to talk a little bit of what the 49ers did because I was really curious to hear that perspective. But right now with JC Horn off the board, I will say, Kayla, the one thing that I was very concerned about, if the Jets weren't going to get JC Horn, I didn't want him to go to the Giants. So thankfully that didn't happen. Let's bring in a special guest, by the way, while we wait for the audio to get fixed there. We got somebody else who I think Jets fans and fans of Washington and fans of Duke football know very, very well. One of the best slot receivers in the NFL, Jamison Crowder, joins us. Jamison, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Y'all. Hey, what's up, man? How y'all doing?
We're doing good. Listen, I got to tell you, I am really excited to see what you're going to be able to do with your new quarterback, Zach Wilson. I don't know if you know this, Jamison, but when you were a free agent, I was living in the DMV area as a Jets fan, and I was pounding the table saying, Jets got to sign Jamison Crowder. This dude is an elite slot receiver. He's explosive. He's exactly what the offense needs. Sure enough, they went out and got you. And now I'm glad that you're going to come back now and you're going to be able to work with the new quarterback, Zach Wilson. How are you feeling about the new quarterback that's going to be coming into town? Are you enthusiastic about what you're going to be able to do with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, kind of excited to see, how his game can translate to the next level. I think that's the most, important thing. Just kind of seeing how he can pick up the offense quickly and how he can adjust to the speed of the game quickly. just being in the league, going on 7 years, man, knowing how tough that quarterback position is, man. You got to, get on board, quickly, so that we can have some success this season. But I'm excited though.
Luke, you had a good look at the BYU offense. How do you think that Jamison can be utilized with what Zach Wilson has done at BYU? Do you think that it's going to be an easy fit for him? I was curious to bring you into this. What do you think of that? Do you think that that's going to be a very simple transition there?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the good thing for us is that BYU had a lot of the tendencies that San Francisco have. And obviously having LaFleur jump on board here, it's going to be really exciting. And something for you, Jamison, I was curious about. There was a lot of underneath stuff for you in Adam Gase's offense. Here with the 49ers and some of the crossing routes and the ability to stretch the field vertically from the slot, something you did really well at Washington and something that's pretty rare for a slot receiver. How excited are you about, reintroducing that element of your game and some more vertical threat?
Yeah, I'm excited, man. We've been in virtual meetings and stuff like that these last 2 weeks, and the offense, man, for me, man, I'm very familiar with it. So I'm definitely comfortable, going forward and continuing to learn and just kind of pick up the different terminology. But it's very similar to what I ran in Washington, where I had great success, in my 4 years there. So I'm excited, man. And like I said, man, I'm excited about the group, that we have, the receiving room that we have right now and everything. So I'm excited about the play, but I'm just ready to get out there and, make plays and do what I can to help the team out.
And you touched on it, Jamison, bringing in Corey Davis, a huge get for the Jets offense. How do you think that's going to improve your game and just the receiving core as a whole? Obviously, Denzel came in as a rookie last year and in his limited opportunity played really well. Adding Cole and Davis, how much do you think that'll improve not just the offense, but your game as well?
Yeah, man. Well, I think, obviously, man, you add in different weapons, man. It always, we all kind of, help each other out, man. And it's very similar to my days in Washington when I was, lining up out there with Deshaun Jackson and Pierre Garçon and Jordan Reed, just having guys that bring their own, different element to the game and to the offense. It definitely, can cause mismatches for the defense. And it's just kind of like, you have to go out there and just, play your role. I know my role is being that slot guy. But, Corey Davis, man, he does a really good job of stretching the field and making plays, on the outside. And like you said, man, Denzel Mims, he has that potential to be, a great receiver in this league. And then you throw in, Keelan Cole and some of the other guys and Chris Herndon. So, I just think that, we just got to kind of get that chemistry going. And I feel like we have the guys that we can all kind of feed off each other. And, we all just kind of bring our own, dynamic element to the offense.
Whew.
Jamison, I'd love to ask, you played with a couple of quarterbacks in your career. What do you think is kind of the key to building that relationship with a new guy? And do you think it's going to be different with a rookie?
Well, I always think that, building that relationship is, obviously getting on the same page through practice, obviously, just getting a lot of reps together. Whether it's, against the defense or, just on air, just kind of, talking things over, talking routes over, talking concepts over, and just trying to get in the feel for what they like and giving the quarterback a feel for what you like. I think that's the most important thing. And then another thing is just, as a receiver, man, just catching the football. When you go to go to a team with a new quarterback, you obviously build that confidence. For the quarterback, catching the football for them. So, they can, have a guy that's reliable. So that's what I try to do anytime. Like you said, I play with a few different quarterbacks, and anytime I've, made that transition to play with new quarterbacks, I just try to make plays for them and just kind of build that confidence. And and I think that's the main thing to help build that chemistry.
Jamison, last question, and then we'll let you go because I know that you've got a lot going on. I was curious if you've had a chance to speak to Mike LaFleur and get a feel for what he wants to do with you this season, and B, if you've had an opportunity to really dig in on the tape of what that San Francisco 49ers offense was all about and how you might fit.
Yeah, like I said, we've been on meetings and things like that online the last 2 weeks, and I spoke with LaFleur Coach LaFleur a few weeks ago before we started the virtual, off season and everything. And we had a good conversation. And like I said earlier, man, the offense is very similar to the offense I ran in Washington. So, like I said, I'm very comfortable, with the system, with the offense, and they had me doing some similar things that I did in Washington. So, like I said, I'm excited. I'm excited moving forward, and just excited to get back out there and get back on the field.
Excited to watch you this season, Jamison. I think you're going to do great things in that Jet offense with Mike LaFleur and, of course, with Robert Saleh, the new head coach. One of the best slot wide receivers in the NFL, a dynamic player, and somebody that I'm really happy is a New York Jet, Jamison Crowder. Thank you so much for jumping on for a few minutes with us here on the uSTADIUM draft party. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you all.
Absolutely. Good luck this season, Jamison.
All right. Thank you.
So there you go. There's Jamison Crowder. And while we were talking to Jamison Crowder, wow, how about this? The run on defensive backs has started as Javi joins us. What's up, Javi?
What's going on, buddy? How you doing? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I got you.
All right,
so we
cool.
can talk a little 49ers, but first I want to talk about Patrick Surtain going at number 9. Crazy, because I guess this means one of two things. Either the Broncos are not fans of Mac Jones and Justin Fields, or they really are confident that they're getting Aaron Rodgers, because I can't see any other reason to make this pick. So Horn goes 8, where we thought a quarterback could go. And then at number 9, we end up seeing Patrick Surtain. The Cowboys have to be really upset right now because, by all accounts, they wanted one of those cornerbacks, and they were fairly confident they were going to get one, and now they're going to have to go in another direction. I wouldn't be surprised to see them trade down. But Javi, I wanted to talk to you about the 49ers for a second, and thank you for joining us, by the way, my friend.
Thanks
Javi,
for having me, man.
The Fourth and Gold podcast. Javi, you were all about Justin Fields, and I totally understand, because I said if it was me, I probably would have picked Fields.
Yeah.
And there was all this noise about Mac Jones, which never made any sense, even though there was a ton of discussion about it from people who were in the know. But it ends up being Lance. And I was curious your take on this, because we all agreed that if you're somebody like Kyle Shanahan and you believe that you can take somebody with elite traits who was productive in college, limited in college, but very productive, and turn him into an elite player, then this is something that makes a lot of sense. And Brett Coleman had said to me when he was on the show, Brett Coleman from the Film Room, that if you get a guy with elite traits that's coachable, that's really more important than anything else, as we've seen with guys
Philadelphia just traded up.
Oh,
that in division.
That's for Fields. It's got to be for Fields, right?
I mean, I had heard that it wasn't going to be a quarterback for them, but then again, I thought that Denver or Carolina might take a quarterback. So who even knows? Wow, this is crazy.
Wow.
Philly trading. Well, maybe.
Right,
you
just came across.
Actually, I think they're going to jump the Giants and take Devontae
Slater.
Smith. Oh, is it Slater?
Maybe Slater or Devontae Smith.
Yeah, I was thinking they were going to jump the Giants and take Devontae Smith. Well, I guess we'll see, because I know the Giants want Devontae Smith, especially now that those two cornerbacks are gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, listen, I was curious, Javi, do you agree with what Brett Coleman said and understand why they made that Lance pick, that basically if you get a guy with elite traits and he's coachable, that you can turn him into a star? Because that's really something that Kyle Shanahan hasn't had. He's had Jimmy G, he's had Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan, really, really good, but doesn't have the same, top of the line traits that a guy like Trey Lance. Trey Lance, if he hits his ceiling, could be top 3 in the league good.
Yeah,
so what
yeah.
are your thoughts on all of it?
I mean, I never bought into the Mac Jones thing. For those of you who are out there and know me, I was at the Senior Bowl. There was nothing impressive about Mac Jones, and I'm not trying to, make the guy look out to be some type of bad player, but there was nothing impressive in telling me that he's going to be a top 15 pick. And as we're seeing right now, he probably won't be a top 15 pick. And I never bought into the whole narrative that, Kyle Shanahan even said it recently just on his interview with KMBR in San Francisco, that he's like, I let the media do their echo chamber that, Kirk Cousins is my prototype, Matt Ryan's my prototype. So yeah, let's all point at Mac Jones. That wasn't the case. If anyone's been paying attention to Kyle Shanahan the last 3-4 seasons, he's spoken about getting guys with elite traits. The guys he keeps bringing up, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, and he's in the same division as Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray, What made you think he wouldn't want to go after a guy who's mobile like that? So my immediate thought was Justin Fields. And my second thought was Trey Lance. Initially, I had thought Trey Lance would be a guy that would be there at 12 early on in the process. I didn't think he would be a guy that would come up because he didn't play He didn't play in 2020. So maybe he was a guy that would be there. And then when they made the trade to 3, I automatically shifted my focus to Justin Fields. And I think I was right in doing that because of how Kyle Shanahan has spoken. Kyle Shanahan has familiarity with Justin Fields from his QB collective days. And, of course, the connection with John Beck that everyone knows about. Even Jets fans know about John Beck with Zach Wilson and that connection there. So I immediately went that way. And I thought it was lazy, whether Sims did it on purpose or Schefter and Rappaport and those guys are doing that stuff on purpose. But it was kind of lazy to not dig in a little bit deeper and think here. Kyle has been mentioning the same type of, it's almost word for word. He's like, listen, the best athletes are playing quarterback now. And he always references back to Pee-wee football, high school football, that the best athlete is usually playing quarterback, and they're teaching the athlete how to play the position. And I'm happy. I'm kind of proud of Kyle Shanahan, from what I understand about him and his group of coaches. It's always about the system making the quarterback, not the quarterback making the system. He goes get a guy that can probably make his system elevate. We heard Marcus Spears a couple of times. Kyle's had those guys, Jimmy G and Matt Ryan, where they just follow the X's and O's. Go get a guy that will elevate your X's and O's. And I think he did that tonight. I would have been ecstatic with Justin Fields. I'm just as happy with Trey Lance. As long as it wasn't Mac Jones, I'm a happy camper.
Yeah, I totally understand that. A lot of 49ers fans were very afraid of Mac Jones. I think that Mac Jones is going to be a very good quarterback, but the question really was, how good is he going to be? So
yeah,
Trey Lance ends up being the guy that Kyle Shanahan stakes his future to. And I think that when you look at the quarterbacks that were available to him, he had to have identified Lance immediately before he made this trade. Because I can't imagine, as we were talking about earlier, that there would be a scenario where he would make a bold move like that without knowing who he wanted. Like, we're not even talking about what the Jets did a couple of years ago, moving up 3 spots. We're talking about going all the way up from 12 to 3, giving up 2 future first-round picks. He had to have known that he was taking Lance the entire time, right?
He admitted to it. He said it right before I got on. I was kind of listening to his interview with the local media. He said, "Yeah, it was Trey Lance in January. It was Trey Lance when he made the trade. Could he have been swayed maybe for Fields? Maybe, but I think he put his eyes were set on the target, and that target was Trey Lance, and he went out and got his guy. And I didn't buy into the whole last 3 weeks of they haven't decided it's Mac or Lance and this or that. Like." Come on and pay attention and look at these context clues that he keeps bringing up. What did he say Monday before the draft? He said, I'm looking for a guy who can play in the pocket like Drew Brees, but be able to run like Lamar Jackson. And that's, to me, that fit Justin Fields or Trey Lance. And it was just clear. It was obvious at that point that Mac Jones was out of the picture. And yeah, I think they made the choice to, they knew who their guy was. And I think that's part of why, kind of to solidify it, I think that's part of why Kyle had asked Trey Lance to go see John Beck for some additional training the last 4 weeks.
Oh, looks like the Giants are looking to trade down. Luke, where's that report coming from?
So that just came from Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport there. They said the Giants are having talks at 11 of getting out of that spot. Then Schefter backed it up by saying QB's on the board, still time to trade up. Have to wonder if New England, Chicago, and Washington, this is now where you're not jumping too far. No one was jumping down to number 19 or 20 with Washington or the Bears. But when you're only moving down 8 or 9 spots, this is the time to make a move. Chicago and Washington have playoff teams ready to win now, or just about. And if they got Justin Fields and think he's a guy who can turn their franchise around, this is the time you start to look at making that move.
Yeah, and with the Philadelphia Eagles jumping the Giants to do what I said they were going to, Devontae Smith.
Bears traded up.
Yeah, well, the Bears, and there it is. They're going to take Fields or Mac Jones. And honestly, good. I mean, that's a smart move.
Yep.
Like you said, once it's close enough to make that move, then great. So the Giants move all the way back to 20. I'm curious what the compensation is as we take a look at this move here by the Giants. I think the Eagles jumping them for Devontae Smith probably sealed the deal here, because I think that's who the Giants wanted. And once they weren't able to get him, they realized, okay, let's not settle for somebody that we don't want that much. I think really what this came down to, from everything that I have been hearing, is that it was the Giants looking at one of those top receivers or one of the top cornerbacks, and that they might settle for somebody like Vera Tucker. Remember, we were talking about that. And they felt like if they were going to go ahead and get somebody, it would make more sense to trade down, get more value, than to settle for somebody that they didn't really love, like Vera Tucker or maybe Tevin Jenkins or whoever. I think what this tells you is sometimes it's smart to get aggressive to get the guy that you want. And the Eagles learned that lesson from last year, because remember, Akelo, we were talking about this earlier. They messed up badly by not getting CeeDee Lamb last year. And now Akela, they wanted Devontae Smith, and they realized that they couldn't pull the same move that they did last year, because look, not only did they not get the guy that they wanted last year, but they let him slip into the hands of a division rival. That would have happened all over again here with Smith, and they decided not to let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was probably a good call if they didn't want to face him. But it's interesting because the Eagles are one of the teams that I think is just so far off from being a contender, being ready to be competitive. So it's going to be interesting to see him play. It's kind of like Jerry Jeudy going to the Broncos last year. It's like, all right, it's going to be a minute before his impact is really felt, but maybe it'll be a good fit. We'll see how it goes.
So you guys see the compensation?
No,
Giants trade pick 11 to the Bears for pick 20, 164, 2022 first round pick, and 2022 fourth round pick. This has to be for Justin Fields.
Wait, say that again?
It was pick 20, next year's first. Yeah, hold on, it's all over the place now. Okay, pick 20, 164, 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 fourth round pick for pick 11. The Bears did that, and I'm assuming that's for Justin Fields.
So there it is on the screen. It was the 11th pick for the 20th pick, a next year's one, a 5 this year, and a 4 next year. That's not that bad if you're talking about getting a guy that you think can be your quarterback for the next 10 to 15 years. And now the question, of course, becomes, is it Jones or is it going to be Justin Fields? Because I would instinctively say Fields, but I mean, we've heard that the Bears like Mac Jones, so who really knows what to believe at this point, right, Luke?
Well, exactly right. It's so difficult to know, but look, Justin Fields just makes so much sense here. That baseline of his running game and what he can offer you, a little like Trey Lance in San Francisco, it's just going to elevate the team around you. If he's not terrific as a passer in year one, we saw with guys like RG3 in the Shanahan offense, ironically, if you have that baseline ability to run and scramble and do things with your legs, that gives you time to develop as a passer. I think that's going to be important for teams like San Francisco and now for Chicago, because they can win right now. They're in a position where they can go on a pretty deep playoff run. Who knows what's happening with Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers? The Vikings are a mess. Detroit are 2 years away. If this pans out and Justin Fields is a league average passer this year and above average with his legs, man, they could win the division.
Yeah.
Bears take Fields.
There it is, Justin Fields. And listen, that's a smart move. I mean, again, if that's what you had to give up, I don't think it's that high of a price.
No.
Kayla, if the Bears were able to get themselves a quarterback upgrade, I mean, we know that they really wanted Russell Wilson and they tried hard. They had to think that there was no chance that they were ever going to be in position to do this, that they would be able to, for a reasonable price, move up to get a guy that a lot of people thought was at worst the third best quarterback and maybe the second best quarterback in this class, somebody that not long ago we talked about as a really good consolation prize for Trevor Lawrence, and now he falls down to 11. Some people will compare this to what happened to Deshaun Watson back in the 2017 draft. Now, we remains to be seen whether he's actually going to be as good or anywhere close to as good as Deshaun Watson, but man, this is a really interesting move for the Bears, who are ready to win now. look, they've got Dalton, they've got Foles, they're stuck with Foles, I guess you could say. But now they don't have to feel the pressure to start Fields immediately either, because they have two guys on the roster who at least have experience and are reasonably competent, at least, for a few games. So I love this move for the Bears. I think it's something they never would have thought they'd be able to pull off, but good for them. And by the way, also worth mentioning that both the coach and general manager in Chicago, their jobs were on the line here. So if they didn't pull something like this off, they were going to probably be in a lot of trouble, because I have a hard time believing there was going to be A, optimism around that team with Dalton at quarterback, and B, that they were going to be able to do a lot. Now this opens up a lot for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have to think, obviously they didn't expect to be in this position, and I think the Mac Jones pick would have been a little bit reminiscent of a Mitchell Trubisky pick, which I don't think that they would want to make. But I do think that good move for the Bears, and these slides where players that were considered top quarterbacks move down to past 10. That's how these good teams stay good. You think about players like Deshaun Watson sliding down. Obviously, the Texans is just a rare situation where that fell apart for no real reason, just poor decision making. But I mean, the Bears are going to go from what they thought they were going to be to kind of a rough ending last year to probably back at the top of the division, like Luke said, and that's pretty impressive to do just by sacrificing next year's first round pick. I mean, it's really not that bad. And if Justin Fields pans out the way that it was originally thought, then they're going to be looking really smart. And I don't hope that some teams look dumb, because right now we got some Jets fans and some 49ers fans on this call, but hopefully that's not the case for anyone. But I do think that the Bears are at least putting themselves in a better position, because I don't think any Bears fans were excited about the Dalton Nick Foles combo. So this at least adds some intrigue and could skyrocket them to the top of their division.
So here's a question, right? We now sit with the number 12 pick. What do we think is going to happen here, Javi?
Man, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm looking at a pass rusher, Kwity Paye maybe, but also is Slater? Did Slater go off the board yet? I've been working.
No,
so I mean, I
I'll
would probably go tackle too. You got. I think they focus on the offensive line. You just paid Dak Prescott all that money. Tyron Smith has been injured a lot. You might want to rebolster that offensive line, or go get yourself the pass rusher, because the Cowboys have a lot of needs, in my opinion. You're not taking a safety this early. Both corners are gone. Obviously, you're not taking a quarterback. You're not taking a running back. What's left? To me, it's either Kwity Paye or Slater at this point.
Is this too high for Greg Newsom?
I don't think so.
I mean, if you love him enough, I think he'd be fine here. But I would think that's a spot where the Jets get him at 23. That's just me.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too high for him. And I mentioned this with Nick on Play Like a Jet the other day. I think this is one of those things where sometimes if there's a player you like, and you might say to yourself, okay, 12 is a little high, but if we don't pick him at 12, he's probably going 15 or 16. Just take him at 12 and get the guy you want. So if they like Newsom, and they very well could, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, here's another question. Is Caleb Farley in the mix here? Because we have no idea what teams are going to think with that medical. We talked to a bunch of people, and we've heard 1,000 different things. He could go in the top 15. He could go in the third round. We have no idea what is going to happen here. I've said, based on conversations I've had with Dr. Stoller, I wouldn't pick him on day one or day two. I just think it's too risky with those surgeries on the lumbar, by the spine. We know what it did to Tiger Woods. We know how it slowed him down. And so I wouldn't make that pick, but maybe the Cowboys are looking at him. And maybe, as he said, could be Kwity Paye or a...
They went defense. Micah Parsons out of Penn State. He's also a Cowboys fan. I'm a Penn State guy. He's a big Cowboys fan. He wanted to be in blue and white. So
I got to think Rashawn Slater goes here 13 to the Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense there. Yeah.
To protect their investment with Justin Herbert. Kayla, this is getting to the point where it's, knock on wood, starting to look good for the Jets, because we're at number 13. Slater's on the board. Darisaw is on the board. And also you have the two other tackles that we've been talking about ad nauseum. Tevin Jenkins and Elijah Vera Tucker, one of them could slide.
Yeah, no, and I would love to see a Tevin Jenkins pick. That's kind of who I've been looking at. But I mean, there still are 10. We've really only been through like 11 picks here, so we kind of got the same amount to go until the Jets. So I'm trying not to get too excited. Don't want to get my hopes up too much. Obviously, my initial thought going into this year's draft was I want a first-round corner. Those guys went early, and it appears that it's going to keep going that way. I don't want to pick a corner in the first round just to say we did it. So hopefully it's somebody for the offensive line. That's obviously a huge need. And especially now that we're bringing in Zach Wilson, that's really what I'd like to see. I think Jenkins would be my top choice at this point. But now that I said that, I give it 3 picks.
They're scary. This is a scary spot, though, Scott, with the next 2 teams picking next. You look at the Chargers and then you look at Minnesota just after that. I think this is where we're going to see the run. If Joe wants one of those guys, I still think he might have to trade up in that 19 to 20 range.
He very well could, just like the Bears just traded up. And with that, we welcome in our friend Aaron Lemming of Windy City Gridiron and Bear Report. So, Aaron, thanks for coming in. Javi came in to talk about the 49ers and what they did, grabbing Trey Lance and number 3. And now I got to ask you, first of all, on a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised are you that Justin Fields is a Chicago Bear?
I am surprised. It's one of those situations where I think everybody knew the Bears wanted to trade up, right? Everybody knew the Bears needed a quarterback. Andy Dalton was not going to be that guy long term. But I think there was some question whether or not the McCaskies were going to give the Bears and Ryan Pace, their general manager, the ability to be able to go up and do that. And obviously it happened. The price was, somewhat steep. They gave up a future first-round pick next year, and, there's some other picks involved. But at the same time, you talk to any Bears fan, you talk to anybody who watches his team, they've got to get the quarterback position right. Yeah. That's something that they really haven't done in the entire franchise history. So this is huge.
Yeah, it's been a long time since the Bears have had an elite quarterback. You'd have to go back to, Otto Graham?
Yeah, it's been a while. A lot of people say Jay Cutler was the best quarterback in Bears history, but I think if you really kind of adjust the eras, I think you're still probably talking Sid Luckman at this point. That just gives you an idea, especially when you're in the same division as the Packers, who've had Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre for the last 36 years, or 34 years, 32, whatever it is. You get my point. That's a lot of years.
Aaron, listen, I lived through the era where Dan Marino and Jim Kelly were in the same division with the Jets for – what was it? Oh, man, it felt like forever, 15 years. And then after that, it was Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And then Manning, thankfully, they did the realignment, but you still had to deal with Tom Brady for 20 years. So I know exactly what you're saying. But I think the thing about Fields, and we were all just talking about this gives the Bears a real chance because Pace, his job is on the line. And I know that, Aaron, you've talked a lot about your unhappiness with the job that Pace has done, but his job's on the line. You also have the coach's job on the line, Matt Nagy, and they needed to do something. They needed to make a bold move. And let's be honest, Andy Dalton wasn't getting it done. They weren't going to do anything with Andy Dalton. You get Justin Fields, and as you said, you give up a future first-round pick, but you get a guy that a lot of people believe was the second-best quarterback in this draft, maybe the third best at worst, and somebody that up until a few months ago, everybody thought was a lock to be the second pick in the draft. He's a player that has the type of skills and the type of upside that, as you said, the Bears haven't had a quarterback. They thought they were getting something like that with Mitch Trubisky. But now maybe by getting Fields, if he turns out to be what they're hoping he is, maybe that helps erase the ghost of the bad decision of Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes and taking Trubisky over them, at least a little bit.
It's definitely a good first step. What I will say is, the Bears are entering an interesting year because by a lot of accounts, this seems like a year that this is probably going to be a must-win year for the Bears, right? They went 8-8 last year. They backed in the playoffs because the Cardinals basically choked down the stretch. Or else we're talking about a very different situation. We're probably talking about a situation where the Bears probably have a completely new front office. They probably have, a new coaching staff, everything else. So it's going to be very interesting, but I don't know. It's one of those things. I don't know how much time this is actually going to buy Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy. I think Nagy is probably safer than Pace at this point. But again, you have to look at the fact that they've had one winning season since Ryan Pace took over as a general manager. This is going back. He went through a full-on rebuild. I get that. But at the same time, they had one winning season. That was 2018. The beginning of their quote-unquote window was the only time that they've had a winning season. So it's going to be interesting. And it's also going to be very interesting because you look at Justin Fields, you look at Andy Dalton. How are they going to approach that situation? Are they going to approach it the same way that they did with Trubisky in 2017, where they just gave Mike Glennon the job right out the gate when you didn't deserve it? Or are they actually going to let the best quarterback win the job? Because if you're trying to win games and your job is on the line, you got to pick the right guy. So it's going to be a very interesting situation. And now moving forward into these next few rounds, the Bears have a lot of work to do offensively. Okay, they make the move at quarterback, but now you're looking at a situation where you have both of your offensive tackles moving into next year are not under contract. You've got Allen Robinson, who's playing on the franchise tag. The only real receiver that they have under contract moving into next year, 2022, is going to be Darnell Mooney. I mean, they've got a lot of work to do, and there's some criticism with how Cincinnati handled their pick and them going Chase instead of offensive tackle. Well, the Bears are in a very similar situation. Okay, so you just spent another first-round pick on a quarterback. Now you have to protect him. Now you have to be able to give him weapons. This can't be a Jay Cutler situation where the offensive line's terrible. You don't have any receivers. You've got to make it all happen. So while it's a very, very nice thing, and again, I was a big Justin Fields fan. I would have never imagined 2 months ago that the Bears would have been in this position to be able to grab him, especially at 11 overall. But they still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, no question. And I think that if you're a Bears fan, you have to be a little bit nervous about Pace and Nagy making those decisions the rest of the way in this draft, but you also have to be excited that they've got a quarterback who has more upside than any quarterback that they've gotten in a really long time. So they've solved perhaps the biggest riddle, but a lot of other problems still remain. But Aaron, I got to ask you, you're down in Texas, and Kayla, you lived down there at one point. Are you going to be celebrating with some barbecue tonight? And Kayla, what were some of your favorite spots when you were down there? I want to see if there's any crossover between the barbecue spots that you guys like.
Well, it's funny that you asked that because we actually just went to Pecan Lodge earlier because we're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We actually just went there early. And, I have to say it was we've been there before. It was a little disappointing. Definitely wasn't the best go. With that being said, though, I don't know if I'm going to do much smoking or grilling this weekend, but I can tell you next weekend, especially with Mother's Day, and I got my sister's birthday coming up too, there's going to be a little bit of extra going on. So, yeah, and you know what, Kayla, I will take any barbecue recommendations that you have because that was one of my selling points of moving out here was actually getting good barbecue.
See, we're not going to have any overlap because I lived in the middle of nowhere. And I know
oh, man. Okay.
There's not a chance that you live in Amarillo. So,
I haven't been through that. Yeah, no, I actually drove through there on the way out moving here, but that's been about the extent of my experience with Amarillo. So
I imagine you were rather unimpressed.
Nowhere in California, so nothing's as unimpressive as where I came from.
Okay.
At least rest easy there.
Yeah, see, I'll say my experience in Amarillo was much more taco-centric than barbecue-centric.
Okay.
There's a very strong population there of just authentic Mexican restaurants. And I did a lot of those. I can't say that barbecue was my go-to, but I pretty much ate every taco in the city. So all the taco trucks that would pull up outside of the bars, that was the way to go.
Yeah, see, that sounds like California. That's the one thing I'm really missing out here. Is the quality of Mexican food as a whole is just not the same. Tex-Mex, not my thing. When you come from California and you're enriched with real Mexican culture and Mexican food, it's really, really hard to go away from that. So
no, I definitely understand that.
Poor Luke down in Australia doesn't know what southern barbecue tastes like. And I'll add into this conversation. I remember I was down in Austin. This was a few years ago. And a friend of mine, he took me to this place that he liked called the Green Mesquite when I was down in Austin. No, I wish. I wanted to go to Franklin's, but you know this, Aaron. You got to stand in line literally all day to get Franklin's, and I just don't have.
I've heard it's worth it though, man. If you go back down, you got to do it.
I will. Well, I'll tell you what. When I go down there, we'll link up and we'll go together. Sound good?
I'm down for that, man. I'm always down for some good barbecue.
All right, cool. Well, I'm definitely down for that because when I went down there, we didn't go because of that, but we went to this place called the Green Mesquite, which my friend was a big fan of. And he said to me, he goes, get the 5-meat platter. I'm like, all right. And it was awesome. And then he goes, all right, get the pecan pie. I'm like, I don't know. He goes, all right, listen to me. I'll give you a piece of mine, and if you like it, order a slice. But he goes, but trust me, you're going to like it. All right. Gets me the pie, take a little piece. I go, all right, can I get a piece of that, please? I was like ready to eat the whole damn pie. It was amazing. The food here is just absolutely outrageous. I will say, though, Austin is amazing in the sense that you could see, and you know this, Aaron, because you live down there, you'll have a smoke barbecue joint right next door to a vegan smoothie shop. Because it's Austin, but it's still Texas.
Yeah, yeah. Austin's definitely different, man. It's I've actually had quite a few friends from California move over there just because of the tech industry that's booming. A lot of people will take basically the same money that they're making up in Northern California, up in San Francisco, and move down there and live like kings. You know, it's definitely becoming a big thing. I'll be honest, I actually haven't got down to Austin yet. That's going to be one of the things that you know, because unfortunately I moved here. I've been here. I was here for 3 weeks and COVID hit. So it's been a very limited experience, to say the least. The only thing I've really experienced outside of the Dallas-Fort Worth area was actually when we went to Waco, when we went to Magnolia, the Chip and Joanna Gaines thing that they have. And that was about it. That's really about the only thing in Texas I've really got to experience outside of where I'm at. So,
well, I'll tell you, you're making me want to go back down there and get some barbecue. So I'll tell you, I had some of the most outrageous barbecue that I've ever had in my life down there. But I think Kale and I can agree. Luke, unfortunately, has had the loop with all this food talk because he's sitting there in Australia. But the one thing that we have that Kale and I would both, I'm sure Kayla did miss it when she lived down there, is the pizza. You just can't beat what we have over here. But as far as barbecue, listen, I've said this many times. The best pizza in Texas is worse than the worst pizza here, and the best barbecue here is worse than like the worst barbecue in Texas. So it kind of works both ways.
Yeah, dude, pizza, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is, because I mean, granted, California's not known for its pizza, but I know what good pizza is. Out here, man, I haven't found hardly anything. I've had a few recommendations, a few like Chicago style places. Tried Gino's East, thought that was terrible. It's not the same as in Chicago. But yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, the pizza. I mean, honestly, like, don't get me wrong. Texas has got its quirks and it's got its nice parts. I've noticed that quantity is not as big, or is much bigger than quantity. So people are more obsessed. If you go to Texas Roadhouse, you get a ton of food. The food's not great, but you'll get a ton of food. And I think that's kind of the Texas thing out here is the food it's not awful. But I'd say it's, mediocre, okay, but you get a lot of it. So I guess that's kind of a plus. I don't know.
Except for the barbecue. That's way better than mediocre, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the barbecue, but and I don't know how deep into barbecue you are. I mean, we could go on about this for hours. I'm sure people don't want to hear about this, but Texas-style barbecue is definitely different. It's not my favorite. I'm more of a Kansas City style, but I mean, to each their own. I mean, like you said, good barbecue is good barbecue, and so,
Absolutely. Well, listen, Aaron, I appreciate you coming on and spending a few minutes with us. Look, I got to tell you, for you and for my other friend, Zach, who does Bear Report with you, Zach Pearson, I'm really excited for you guys, and I'm looking forward to watching Justin Fields. I got to be honest, the fact that he's not a Patriot and now I can root for him to do well, that's a huge plus, because the three of us, we don't want anything good although now it's Mac Jones is probably going to end up on the Patriots, but we don't want anything positive to happen to the Patriots. I'm looking, who's the 14?
Well, with the Jets, man, I mean, the Jets landed my favorite quarterback. Let's just make that known right now. The Jets just landed my favorite quarterback. So I am a huge Zach Wilson fan. So there's definitely a little bit of envy, although I will say, obviously, my expectations were much different than you guys, picking at 2. But, I really like Zach Wilson. I think, man, he's got all the tools. I really hope he ends up working out for you guys. It's kind of one of those things, like, even though the Bears have been a little bit better as of late, let's be honest here. The Jets and the Bears have been in a very similar position for quite a while now, right? So it would be nice to see both teams have good quarterback play. They both kind of swung and missed on their recent first-round picks. It'd be really, really nice to see some good quarterback play and the fortunes kind of turn around. So now the next step for the Bears is to see Aaron Rodgers get traded. That would just make this night franchise changing right here, So we'll see what happens though.
Can you imagine if Rodgers gets traded and you guys just got Fields, and now, by the way, Stafford is gone too. Mm-hmm. I mean, my God, it's like the football gods are basically converging to help out the Chicago Bears. But Aaron, again, thank you so much for coming on. Looking forward to talking to you again soon. We got to have you on Play Like a Jet sometime down the line so we can talk more. And you know what? I think I sense a spinoff podcast coming. We're gonna have to do a barbecue show at some point.
Hey, I'm down, man. Let me know. That's one of my obsessions along with football. So you let me know. Thank you guys for having me on. And I'm sorry I was a little late there. The pick kind of caught me off guard, and then I got a little antsy there. So
not at all. Caught all of us off guard. But thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck with the rest of you guys tonight, man. Have fun.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Congrats on Fields again, man.
Thank you.
So there you go. Aaron Lemming, who's one of my favorite writers. And by the way, if you don't read his work and you don't follow him, you absolutely should. He's tremendous. So is my buddy Zach Pearson, who's also over at Bear Report. So, Kayla, while we were talking to Aaron about what the Bears have done and also about barbecue, Rashawn Slater goes off the board at number 13. I'm going to throw it to you first. Slater at 13, the Chargers have to be absolutely ecstatic that he was there. I couldn't think of a better.
Oh my gosh, let's just trade it up to 14.
Oh, I got to figure this has got to be. You think this is for Christian Darrisaw?
Oh man!
Wow, man, this is crazy.
Well, I wonder if he gave up. I got this. Got to be for Darrisaw, right? Or Vera Tucker?
Man, this is wild.
Oh man! Maybe
wait, no, they're doing it for Mac Jones. They want to keep the Patriots.
This is what we said, Scott. This is what we said all along this morning, that the Jets are more likely to trade up than they are trade down. Everyone keeps talking about Joe Douglas and knowing his MO, and he's a trade down guy. We've seen Joe Douglas have one draft. No one knows who Joe Douglas is just because of his roots with the Ravens and also in Philly. The Jets have acquired these assets through the Jamal Adams trades and Leonard Williams and so on and so forth to be aggressive and to get difference makers to support their quarterback and change the franchise. And while I'm a little surprised he's moved up this high, look, I'm excited. This is a big pick, and I think it's going to be Vera Tucker, Jenkins, or Darrisaw, and let's see who they take.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be Newsome, by the way. Let's just be honest. Hey. That's definitely possible. I don't think you don't think it would be like Kwity Paye. I mean, I guess it's possible, right? But I don't think it's going to be anybody like that. I would assume it's one of those other guys.
Yeah, I think when the lottery tickets of the edge, there's so many guys that are just so unknown, and I think you could have got one of those at 23. I don't think there's a need to move up there.
Kayla, what do you think? Who are you taking here?
I hope it's somebody for the offensive line. That's what I'm hoping. If it's Newsome, I'll be fine with it. I'm hoping it's Jenkins. I'm hoping it's Vera Tucker, someone along those lines. I mean, this is pretty crazy. I was not expecting a trade up to 14. So
yeah, I thought maybe they would go up to like 18 or 19. I didn't expect this. This is crazy. I mean, look, you got to figure if the Patriots do like Mac Jones, this was a great scenario for them because they're going to get him at 15 if they want him. And now the Jets jumped the Patriots to go and get a guy. I assume that if they're going for an offensive lineman, they weren't worrying so much about jumping the Patriots as they were worried about jumping teams like Washington and a couple of others who are a little bit further down the board. But yeah, look, I got to be honest. I don't know what the medical is like. I might take Darrisaw here if the medical is something that they're satisfied with. But I think if they get Darrisaw, Jenkins, or Vera Tucker, depending on what the price is, most Jets fans are going to be very happy. But I think Joe Douglas realized, we talked about the lesson that the Eagles learned last year, that they learned you can't not get aggressive and get the guy you want and let him fall into the hands of your division rival. And not only that, but if you have a guy that you believe is a franchise quarterback in Wentz at the time, you've got to do what you can to get him the elite player if you don't have to give up the farm to do it. And I think we saw what happened with Darnold and that they didn't surround him with top flight talent. All due respect to our friend Jamison Crowder, who was on before, who is very good. And he's one of the key pieces on that offense, but they didn't do enough to surround Darnold, and now they're going to do everything they can to surround Wilson with what he needs to be successful. And I think that getting one of these top offensive linemen is going to go a long way towards that. By the way, after this pick is made, we're going to talk to Hunter Henry, and Bree is going to be here. So Bree and Kayla, that'll be fun. A little Jets New England Patriots action. It'll be you, me, and Luke versus Hunter Henry. Bree will be jumping in. But right now we wait to see what there it is, Elijah Vera Tucker. So the Jets have gotten Elijah Vera Tucker. I probably would have taken Jenkins or Darisaw, but I can't argue with the pick. It's the guy that a lot of Jets fans really wanted, and we knew the Jets were high on him. I assume he's going to start at guard this year and then probably move to tackle next year, unless there's something we don't know about George Fant. But look, they had a major need here, and this goes a long way towards doing what we said and getting some protection for Zach Wilson. So with that, we will bring in our friends from the Patriots. But wow, with the Jets, we'll talk about this pick a little bit, some protection for Zach Wilson. So with that, we will bring in for joining us. But I have to tell you, from the Patriots. But wow, with the Jets, but did it have to be getting protection for Zach Wilson? So with that, we will bring in for joining us. But I have to tell you. Hey, Brianna, by the way.
How you guys doing?
We're doing good. The Jets just got Elijah Vera Tucker. Looks like you guys are going to get Mac Jones now, I assume.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard because it was on a delay, but I'm happy for you that you got this payday, but I got to yell at you. You have to go to the Patriots and get Mac Jones now, I assume. I don't know if you heard because it was on a delay, but I'm happy for
Oh, he sounds like a robot.
I think we're having technical difficulties with Hunter right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can get that straightened out. But in the meantime, Bree, let's talk to you about this. What are your
Hi, guys.
on the Patriots? Are they going to go back?
It seems like it. It this isn't really how I expected tonight to go. I didn't think they were going to move up. I will say that. You can look back if you want receipts. You can look back a couple weeks on Time Out with uSTADIUM. I said they are not going to trade up, and luckily they didn't make me look like an idiot. But Mac Jones was not on my radar whatsoever. He truthfully was my number 4 quarterback. And now it looks like, barring any Bill Belichick-esque mix-up, seems like he's going to be the guy. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't know.
Kayla, what do you think? Do you think Mac Jones is a good pick here for the Patriots if that's the way they decide to go?
They just cut to a shot of Mac Jones on the phone. So,
oh man,
I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of not that. No, Mac Jones, like I said earlier in the show, he's got all of the quarterback characteristics.
It's official.
Yeah. See, there you go. It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't think.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be thrilled, but I'm not. I certainly wouldn't be furious. And you have to give Bill Belichick credit where it's due. Maybe he's not the best drafter in the world, but he's built a lot of exceptionally good teams. So maybe he sees something there. I'm not surprised. I think this is kind of where Mac Jones should have gone to begin with. Any draft that had projections that had him up much higher, I thought it was a little excessive. But yeah, we'll see what Bill is cooking up, because I've learned over these last however many years that you can't count him out. So as long as I've been remembering football, you can't count out Bill Belichick. So
right.
Got to jump in here with the details of this Jets trade real quick. So apparently the Vikings traded the 14th pick and number 143, which I believe is a 5th rounder, to the Jets in exchange for 23, number 66, which is the Jets' 3rd rounder, and number 86, which is their 4th rounder. So the Jets now have 3 5th rounders. They still have that 3rd rounder from the Seahawks, but they do not have a 4th rounder anymore. But look, ultimately, we talked about this before. If there's a guy you really want, go get him. And with the Patriots, Bree, I got to say, as a non-Patriots fan, I love this for them.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure all 3 of you do.
I'm saying this not being a biased Jets fan. I think Mac Jones is going to be a good pro quarterback. The guy that a lot of people have compared him to, and I think this is a fair comparison, is a pre-shoulder surgery Chad Pennington, who was a really good quarterback. I think he's smart, and I think he can do everything that needs to be done. The thing that you saw with Tom Brady forever, and I'm not trying to compare Mac Jones to Tom Brady, is that while he wasn't that elite athlete, and he wasn't a guy that was going to be on the run or anything like that, he had such good pocket awareness, never missed a read, and he always was able to take that one step to buy himself that one extra second to get rid of the ball if he needed to. Mac Jones, to me, is a lot in that mold. Like I said, Chad Pennington, a very smart quarterback. Pennington was somebody who didn't have those elite traits. He didn't have a huge arm, and he wasn't super mobile, but he was very successful in the NFL, especially before he hurt his shoulder. So I think at 15, to get a guy who a lot of people felt was a top 5 to 10 talent and certainly a really good quarterback, I don't know that the Patriots were going to be in this position all that often where a quarterback slides and they were in the spot to get him. So I know you're laughing because you're saying that as a Jets fan. I'm saying this as trying to be a completely unbiased fan. They didn't have to trade up. He fell right into their lap, and I think he's going to be a good pro. So at 15, I think that's really good value, to be honest.
Right, and I'm of the mindset that I had a feeling at least Fields was going to fall. To the point where I said, I don't think the Pats need to trade up if that's who they're targeting. I am a little surprised that Mac ended up falling this far. I was convinced, I was thinking maybe Carolina.
By the way, breaking news, the Patriots just got Mac Jones.
Yeah, we're talking about it, Frank. Thank you.
I just want your opinion on this.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm ecstatic, can't you tell? Can't you tell?
Honestly,
happy.
It's not a bad pick. It's not a
no,
bad
it's
pick.
I mean it's really not.
It's not a bad pick. No.
It's really not. I'm thinking more it's still Cam's job to lose. I don't think necessarily Mac is coming in and he's just getting handed the starting position. Call that a hot take or whatever.
Too,
but
I mean, listen, Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, they have conversations. They go to Nantucket. Right. They take their boat together. They have their Pinot Noirs, and they have conversations. So there's no way that Bill Belichick's drafting Mac Jones not knowing something that is next level in some way. There's no way. Like Saban, these are old school kind of guys. Like they communicate. So I don't think. Listen, that's the pick was good overall. All right, so I'm gonna go through the best pick in the draft was Penei Sewell, best pick in the draft. The Lions actually made a good pick. The Lions typically they would draft someone like Jalen Waddle, washed up, wouldn't happen. But the Dolphins ended up getting Jalen Waddle. That was a terrible pick.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, Frankie, but I'll let you keep going.
You want to know why it's not a good pick? All right, you're the Dolphins. You have Devontae Parker. You have Mike Gesicki. You need a quarterback with Jalen Waddle that is going to be able to get him the ball in spots to get yak. He's a yak receiver. You don't have a proven quarterback that's going to be able to get you the ball in those spots where you can just literally turn up and get yak. Speaking of turned up, by the way, I'm in New York City. Bree, I know you used to live here. Bree doesn't live here anymore, but New York's back, baby. We're back. uSTADIUM. We're in New York. We are back.
I see literally nobody behind. Oh, there's one person. He's New York City's back, and it's like completely empty on the street.
Yeah, there's somebody here.
Oh, man.
All right, New York. Are we back? New York, we're back or no? Are we back? We're back.
Frankie, nobody cares.
Outside. Let's go. Masks outside of New York.
They're wondering who this crazy man is, and then they want to know who is this Elijah Vera Tucker guy? I never heard of him. And did he build an automobile or something?
No, I love that.
So,
I love that.
The one thing that I will say about Mac Jones is it's interesting. Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick went to his pro day. And stupid me, sitting here thinking it's for a receiver.
Oh, look who it is.
Nick,
this is awful. This is awful. You guys are doing this to me on purpose. I want out. I'm quitting. You guys are doing this to me on purpose.
So we get a trade up, and we only give up 2 threes.
By the way, Nick, I asked the Bree question many times. We can get Kaylee. Sorry, I can't. Kaylee And Scott, we need your opinion on this. Is a chicken parm considered a chicken cutlet sandwich? We need to know, because I say, at the end of the day, I say no.
Are we talking
It's very
about a piece of
50-50.
chicken parm or a piece of chicken parm on bread? I think you need to clarify this.
Yes,
Like a chicken parm sandwich. He wants to know if that counts as a chicken cutlet sandwich. It does. We have this argument every week. It's ridiculous.
I'm just a little confused as to how putting cheese on it would make it not a chicken cutlet sandwich.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't get that either, honestly.
Thank you.
I don't think it is.
But the thing is, you never say a chicken cutlet parm, so it's
Right.
technically not.
Yeah, you don't
a
have to.
chicken
That's
cutlet
redundant.
Sandwich.
Yeah.
I think the
right, but-
overwhelming part of the chicken parmesan sandwich is the cheese smothered in sauce. I think the chicken cutlet has to speak for itself, and I think it's too overwhelmed when it's a chicken parm.
Yeah.
I
Well,
disagree.
all right, back to football. I think I love what the Jets did, but I will say, Kwity Paye, I wanted him with the trade up. I thought we were going to go defensive line. We were going to do something with
No.
Salah.
No.
Scott, you've been
I think
disagreeing with me a
Salah's got
lot.
enough.
I understand, but I'm telling you, Kwity Paye is going to be a name like Chandler Jones was. I was a big fan of Chandler Jones. He's going to be someone we're going to see down the line that's going to have 14, 15 sack seasons, and we're going to be wondering why we didn't team him up with Lawson. That's all I'm saying.
I like Kwity Paye, Frank, and I know Nick's going to be in agreement with me, and I'm pretty sure Kayla is too. I don't think that Bree is, because Bree is going to want everything bad to happen to the Jets. But look, we just watched what happened with Sam Darnold. They had to do something different, and they had to build around the guy that they just drafted at number 2. And I like Kwity Paye too. I don't know that I like him as much as you think he's going to be Chandler Jones. He's got a great story, don't get me wrong. But I think the Jets absolutely had to make moves to build this offense and make sure that Zach Wilson wasn't let down in a way that Darnold was. And now, listen, Nick and I have had discussions about this. I don't know that Darnold was ever as good as we had thought that he was or hoped that he was, but he never got the support that a quarterback that's drafted that highly is going to need. He had poor coaching, and his surrounding talent wasn't what it needed to be. What they're telling you here by doing this is that they are investing in this guy, not just with the number 2 pick, but with their surrounding assets, that they're going to go out and they're going to make sure that what happened at Darnold doesn't happen again. Right, Nick?
Yeah, it's exactly it. And I think, your biggest fear is when you move up that early, you're looking for a blue chip prospect. You don't trade up for any other reason, right? I don't think Kwity Paye is a blue chip prospect. And he's not even, if you look around the league, he wasn't even the number 1 edge rusher on almost every team's board. So there was a big discrepancy in, is it Paye? Is it Jalen Phillips? Is it Gregory Rousseau? Nobody seemed to be in an agreement here. Everybody was in an agreement that Elijah Vera Tucker is a blue chip interior lineman prospect. And Douglas isn't going to go up. Yeah, he's not going to go up. And look, what he gave up was nothing. 2/3 and got a 4th back. He kept 34. He kept next year's 1s and 2s. He got the guy he wanted at his price. He moved up to get a blue chip prospect. There was only like 10 or 11 of them in this draft, and the Jets came away with 2 of them in the first 15 picks. And he was very aggressive at a position of desperate need and best player available there. Slater, 1 pick before, he's going to play mostly on the tackle. Vera Tucker's going to come day 1. Becton and Vera Tucker for the next, hopefully, 10 years. Protecting Zach Wilson is something that Sam Darnold never had, and slam dunk for the Jets. I was amped. I wanted it to be him or Tevin Jenkins, and I think they crushed it for sure.
Or Darisaw, the fact that he was still on the board. Any of those 3.
I think there's some worry about Darisaw though. Their teams do worry. Is he going to play left tackle? Is he able to kick in and play guard? I don't know. I think teams worry. There's some worry about him, and that's why he seems to be falling a bit. But I don't know if he gets past this kind of run on offensive line. And that's another thing. Douglas knew
Bree, one question. Bree did not want Mac Jones on the Patriots. She didn't want the Patriots to trade up for Mac Jones. You didn't trade up for Mac Jones. How do you feel about the pick?
So what I said before you hopped on is that Mac wasn't one of my favorite quarterbacks in the draft. Obviously, you guys know this. We've talked about this for months. I think I had him 4th. I know he fits the system. I get that. And I know the whole pipeline with Saban and Belichick, their buddies, the Alabama thing. it's just I was hoping more, I guess, getting into the field of mobile quarterbacks, and that's why I fell into the idea of Justin Fields. But I mean, he was the pick the entire time, and Fields was a smokescreen. So I'm never one to say that Belichick is wrong. I trust him.
Chicago's
but
awesome.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, Belichick wanted somebody who's going to come in and be
Cold
the
weather
general of the
city, they can
field.
run the football. He doesn't have to be so dependent on his arm.
Yeah, I don't love it, but it is. I don't love Justin Fields much, but the Mac Jones makes a lot of sense. Because Belichick wants
Nick, you're going to be wrong on Fields, by the way.
I doubt it, but I think Belichick wanted somebody to come in and pick up the playbook really fast, and that was really like where there was the one agreement around the league with that Mac Jones was a very cerebral quarterback, and Belichick loves that. And obviously the Saban connection too, and players raved about it. So I'm not surprised. The fact that like you said, Bree, you said it all along too. They weren't going to trade up for a quarterback in this draft. The only guys worth it were the guys who went 1 and 2.
Well, but not
and
only
I'm glad they didn't. So everybody who's screamed at the top of their lungs, "Oh, the Bills gonna trade up. Bills gotta trade up," can sit there in their wrongness and just be wrong.
I thought the Giants had a nice night. I thought that trade back was great. I mean, I don't know where they're going to go here.
Yeah, it was smart. That was good.
They loved Vera Tucker. I'm sure they probably thought that they would be able to get him here at 20. I know that they loved him. They might go Quiddy Pay there, Frank.
They could also go with Narsar Tevin Jenkins if one of them falls.
Yeah.
I will say this though. As much as I hate to admit this, Scott Zolak of all people brought up a good point today. He said Bill Belichick and the Patriots still haven't let it leak out why Malcolm Jenkins was benched in the Super Bowl 3 years ago, and he's been gone all this time. So if they didn't let that leak out, you really think that they're going to let all this crap leak out about Justin Fields? It had to be a smoke.
It was Scott. It was leaked out already. It was leaked out. I don't want to bring up the story.
Yeah,
it was a rumor.
I know.
It had. We all know the rumor. I don't want to talk about it. I've had some drinks tonight.
No.
If I get into this story, I may not end.
I know what the rumor is, but my point is, it's never actually been widely reported. So it's not like all these journalists have come forward with the story. The point is that if that 3 years later has still not been widely reported, there was no way that Bill Belichick was going to let something like how Bill Belichick operates. If you heard something like this, you immediately think, okay, he wants this out there for a reason. And I think what he wanted was for somebody else to trade up for Justin Fields and to see if he could let Mac Jones slide right down into his lap, which is exactly what happened. So, look, I do think that Mac Jones is going to be a really good player. Nick, I mentioned this before. Chad Pennington, pre-shoulder surgery, I think that's what he could be. And look, a lot of people forget how good Chad Pennington was before his shoulder got.
He was awesome.
Yeah,
he was good. He was good when he went to Miami for a year. Remember, 2000 and Nick, what year was that when he went to Miami? He almost had an MVP.
It was 2000. It was 2008, the Favre year. That was a little bit of a mirage. And that whole Miami team was a mirage because if you looked at the turnover ratio.
Mac Jones to me, I always say this about Mac Jones. He reminds me of Kirk Cousins. Similar, very similar quarterback. He won't win you games necessarily, but he won't lose you games. If you have a good game plan and you execute, he'll deliver. That's how I look at him.
I think more of Kirk Cousins than you do. I don't think Kirk Cousins is an elite quarterback, but I do think that he's a good quarterback. And I think that you can get Kirk Cousins on a 5-year rookie deal. It's not the worst thing in the world with the 15th pick in the draft, but I do think he has potential to be better than that. Kayla, I know you got to run, so thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I'm leaving also. By the way, Mac Jones, Mac is Cam backwards, by the way. Just saying.
That's what I tweeted. Go away. Tweeted it out like an hour
City,
ago.
we're back. New York City, we're back, bro.
You know what this reminds me of? Nick, do you remember when you were in high school and there was that girl that you would pull her pigtails? That's what this is.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what this is.
All right, guys. I'll see you.
All right. Kayla, thank you.
All right.
Jay, what's up, dude?
Hey.
You're here.
Glad to be here.
Here we go.
All right. So Miami and the clock here, 18.
Where are we going, Miami? Right here.
Oh man, I really don't think they can mess this up. In all honesty, I mean they definitely can, but I don't see them doing it. There's so many good players. They could take Darrisaw. I'm really surprised Darrisaw has fallen this far.
Yeah.
I would love to slide him in at right tackle, move Hunt over the guard. That's a great offensive line. It could be Jalen Phillips. It could be Najee Harris. There are a lot of players I'd be okay with right here.
Yeah,
Raiders,
Leatherwood going to the. I mean, don't they do this every year? I mean, look,
boneheaded
Leatherwood's nice
pick.
and all, but
Really.
like, come on, man. Over Tevin Jenkins and Darrisaw, like, geez.
Tevin Jenkins too. I would love Tevin Jenkins on that right side.
Tevin Jenkins is great.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's going to be one of those picks that whoever makes it is going to be very happy that they did it. I think Tevin Jenkins is going to be a phenomenal player, just vicious. By the way, I know Brianna's got to run, so Bree, thanks so much for jumping in. And look, honestly, if this means anything coming from a Jets fan, I do think that Mac Jones is going to be pretty good. And for 15th in the draft, I think it's good value. So if I were a Patriots fan, I'd actually be pretty happy with it.
I think it'll be fine. It'll work out fine. I'm just overreacting. Like I knew I would wake up in the morning and I'll love it. So
And we can't let you go without the wine of the night. What is it? Oh, white. Very nice.
You already know.
You like
All
your
right.
wine like Bill likes his quarterback.
Oh, no.
On that note, I'm out of here. Have a good night, everybody.
All right.
Bree.
All right, Jay, any chance it's Najee Harris here or a running back?
I wouldn't complain. I mean, if it is a running back, I hope it's Najee Harris. I don't think any of the other ones are worth it at 18, especially over one of the tackles. But I imagine it's got to be a tackle because they
What about edge?
Possibly. I think if it was an edge, they would probably trade down, probably to like Tennessee or Indianapolis.
Jalen Phillips.
Somewhere, what, 18 here? 18.
Yeah.
Who's 19th Washington?
19 is Washington. 20 is the
20
Giants.
Giants.
Yeah.
21 Indy. 22 Tennessee.
Yeah, but the pick is
that's a
in for
run
Miami.
of tackles and edge. Okay, so they made the pick.
Yeah, so
I'm live. I'm charging my phone and the TV's over there, so
yeah,
I'm relying on you here.
What if the Giants traded down to 20 and they still walk away with Tevin Jenkins? That would be
a massive W for them.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. I think I know for sure. Like Scott, I was telling you that someone that I know at the Giants gave me a list of the players they wanted. The pick was Devonta. They wanted Devonta, and that's why obviously Philly jumped up.
Well, that's what I said earlier, that the Eagles learned their lesson from last year when they had the opportunity to jump the Cowboys and get the guy they wanted, and they didn't do it, and it ruined them because look at the chain reaction of events, Nick. After that, they ended up using that pick on a backup quarterback and ruining Carson Wentz. They let an elite receiver go to a division rival. Is the pick in there?
Yeah,
He stays in Miami. There you go. Listen, I think he's
most
the best
talented edge rusher in the press. Most talented edge rusher.
Yeah,
the injuries do concern me. I mean, like the whole
High risk, high reward here for sure.
definitely. But I mean, we definitely needed another edge rusher to complement Ogba. Ogba is not a number one pass rusher. But
and you get edge one. You're not relying on the fourth best tackle. So that plays a part in this. It's also a reason why. So we were just talking about Vera Tucker to make the trade to go up and get him and not pick, start picking from second or third on your board there. So they start the run and, you might get some edges going here.
Yeah, I mean, a few days ago, I predicted weapon at 6, whether that's Pitts, Chase, Waddle, whoever, and then edge at 18. It changed over the past few days because of the whole Eric Flowers situation. But, I guess Jalen Phillips, I'm not mad about it, definitely. I hope he stays healthy. And if he does, we might have pretty damn good pass rusher right there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is going to be something. By the way, Brian No, who is the host of the Brian No Show on NBC Sports Northwest and Rip City Radio 620, is on with us now. Brian, the Dolphins just made their pick. Jalen Phillips stays in Miami. What do you think?
I like it. Premium position. Got to find edge rushers. So it's a crapshoot. You could go with Aziz from Georgia. You could go with a lot of different guys at this stage, but I like it. He's a Miami guy. He stays close to home. So we'll just see if he's a dynamic player or not. It's a crapshoot at this point, but I don't dislike the pick.
Yeah.
What did you think of
Now
Watt?
with
I know in our mock draft you picked him. Were you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it. You know, they're pair of first rounders. I like where they're at right now. And now the question is the offseason shaping up. Is Deshaun Watson available if his legal situation is cleared up? Is Aaron Rodgers on the market now with what we found out today? So still a lot that could change with the Dolphins.
Justin, are you in agreement with Brian that the Dolphins had a pretty good night overall?
Yeah, I like the Waddle pick. Like I've been saying like all offseason, it has to be a weapon at 6. I really don't care who it is though. But I mean, so they got their weapon, and now they got a guy at a premium position. The injury concerns are real, but I think, you know, he stays healthy, he stays out there. You got a damn good player. So pretty good night overall. I give it probably like a, if I had to give it a grade, I'd probably give it like a B+, A- type thing. But I think looking forward now at 36, you have to look at running back, and I assume Najee Harris is going to go sometime tonight. So I'm looking at Javonte Williams at 36, the guy out of UNC for Miami, to complement Myles Gaskin.
What do you think? You go running back there?
Yeah, I'd be good with that. I mean, you could even wait a little longer for a running back, but I wouldn't be opposed to that pick whatsoever. I'm curious what's going on in your backgrounds, though. So, Justin, what jersey is that? I got to know.
This is a throwback to a Tagovailoa jersey. I actually won it in
nice.
a contest. Shout out Nick and shout out Frankie. And then I'm doing my best 2020 Goodell impression. I'm in my basement right now, which is why you got a treadmill behind me. So,
Very nice.
All right, so I'm off to call a friend. Thank you guys so much for having me on it.
Yeah,
It's a lot of
absolutely.
fun.
Thanks
Of
for
course,
hopping on.
dude. Thanks for coming in.
So Brian, what do you think about what the rest
I
of
like
the
your background, Brian.
Yeah, man,
You got
I
a team
still have
back
the
there or
Christmas tree going. Dude. I keep the Christmas tree up until about June. I can't part with it. You know, I like it. I
Yeah,
put it
bring
on
some
at night.
good energy.
Yeah, exactly. It has to stay up at least through the draft. I normally take it down around the beginning of June. That's how I get down.
That's hilarious. Is that every team back there? Every mini helmet?
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep. Yeah, all of them back there. By the way, what's going on in your background there, Scott? What do you have working?
Well, back there is a keyboard. So
Oh, nice.
Beyond that, not much. I mean, we got a wall and everything else is sort of out of view. But I think Nick's got blinds behind him, right?
Yeah, I'm at my brother's house watching the draft. So I'm in the kind of dining room with the TV in the living room over there. So I'm kind of doing a back and forth here. Nothing crazy back here, though.
Those are nice blinds, Nick. Nick, those are nice
Thank you.
blinds. I like your nice
Thank you.
blinds.
I went blind shopping with my brother when he moved in. I picked him out.
Those are solid blinds. Now, what do you get down with on the keyboard, Scott? What kind of music?
Oh, that is not my keyboard. That is somebody else who happens to live with me who plays it. Still trying to figure out how to do it. Right now, only knows chopsticks. So we're getting to the point of trying to learn more songs. But I want to ask you, moving beyond the music stuff, and of course, I'm sure right now you're going to celebrate the Dolphins picks with a little bit of Velveeta and maybe even a meal at Applebee's coming up. What do you think about what the rest of the AFC East has done today? The Jets, of course, getting Zach Wilson and then moving up for Elijah Vera Tucker. And, we see what happened with the New England Patriots getting Mac Jones. Now, look, to me, the Mac Jones pick is a good one because I think he can be a good starting quarterback, and they didn't have to do anything to get him. He just fell right into their lap. And with the Jets, look, we saw what happened with Darnold, right? Nick and I have been talking about this forever. If you want this guy to succeed, you had to get him some help, and Joe Douglas got aggressive and got him some help. So what do you think? You think that the AFC East has a chance to be a formidable division going forward?
Yeah, I do. And you saw it take a step forward in a big time way with the Chiefs last year getting to the AFC title game. The Dolphins won 10 games. The Patriots, there are a lot of third place teams that were worse than the Patriots last year. And they get Mac Jones. They don't have to trade up to get him. And I just don't understand the complete negativity toward Mac Jones. I don't know that he's going to pan out, but I'm at least open to the possibility that he does. I don't know why so many people are convinced he's going to be a total dud. And what your Jets have done, it was part Darnold and part the lack of a supporting cast. You at least have to give a guy a chance. And at least Joe Douglas is starting to do that, surrounding Zach Wilson with some talent there. And they have a lot more capital in the first 2 rounds, this year's draft and next year's draft. So, you have a lot of chances to surround Zach Wilson with more than Sam Darnold ever was. So you've got the makings of an improving division that was pretty good last year anyway.
By the way, Nick, when the Jamal Adams trade happened, Brian said to me immediately that Seattle overpaid. And I think we agreed, but we were kind of hoping it would work out that way. And we'll see how it turns out now with the rest of what they do with these draft picks. But if Elijah Vera Tucker turns out to be a really good player, they basically ended up getting him for that 1st and 3rd that they got from the Seattle Seahawks. So if they get him and then somebody else that becomes good in next year's draft, especially with the fact that Seattle's either going to have to pay Jamal Adams $1 zillion or let him go, that's looking like a pretty good deal. So, Brian, you were on the money there.
You think Russ would like Elijah Vera Tucker right now, or would you rather have Jamal Adams?
Well, I mean, if Jamal Adams is happy, I'd rather have
He's
him.
never
But if
happy.
he's talking trash about ownership and the head coach and forcing his way out.
Junior, man. He'll never be happy. The next place is the best place for those guys.
Yeah.
That's just the cut. That's the cut. That's how they're cut, man. That's always how it's going to be. The team that gets rid of those guys is always happier.
Right. Well, it's
Good
one
player,
thing.
don't get me wrong.
It changes the equation completely when the guy wants out. And the Jets had to move him. And they got a good price for the guy. They got a lot for a dude that was forcing his way out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say about the Mac Jones, I'm not worried about it. I like Mac Jones, but that walk he did when he got, I don't know if you guys caught that, the walk down the hallway, I was like, oh shit.
It was kind of like the cop from the Terminator movies, right? How the cop.
I know, it kind of worried me a bit.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, hey, Belichick's no dummy, and they're going to surround him with more talent. There's no doubt about that. And listen, the guy could turn out to be good. I'm not shaking in my boots that, oh my gosh, they got a phenom for sure. But I'm just open to the possibility that he's actually good in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So am I. I agree.
I think he could be good. The thing that we keep saying, and I've probably said it about 6 times tonight, is that he reminds me a little bit of a pre-shoulder surgery Chad Pennington. And if he can be that, that's a pretty good quarterback. I mean, Chad Pennington, before he hurt his shoulder, we're talking about a guy who was one of the best quarterbacks in the league in 2002 and looked like he was going to continue down that path. And then unfortunately, he hurt his shoulder, and then he goes and wins a division title with the Dolphins. So,
By the way, both of you guys, has God created a human being who's a Jets fan who also talks trash about Chad Pennington? Because I've never met one.
You can't dislike Chad.
It's impossible not to like him.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, at the time when he was struggling, I was all happy to get Favre. And I still say, and I'll defend this forever, that getting Favre was the right move, because if he hadn't hurt his shoulder, I think they could have gone to the Super Bowl. And he had come off an runner-up to MVP year, and he was still really good, and Pennington was on the downslide. But even when you wanted to get somebody else, you were like, oh, man, I love Chad. He's such a good kid, all that stuff. And to this day, he's just I've never heard anybody, Jet fan or not, say anything negative about Chad Pennington.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe it was compared to the other quarterbacks. I don't think you'll hear a lot of Browns fans talk trash about Baker Mayfield. He isn't all world, but compared to what they had, he seems better than he actually is. Maybe there's something to that with Chad Pennington. I don't know.
Well, and look at Bernie Kosar. I mean, if you want to talk about that with the Browns, people to this day, I mean, I have friends that are still, they live in there and they still love Bernie Kosar. He's a legend there.
Yeah. They almost gave him a standing ovation at the beginning of the draft,
Yeah.
I felt bad for Jarvis Landry. Jarvis is like, okay, yeah, Bernie, all right, yeah, let's go.
He probably has no idea who he is.
Listen, I'm happy for Jarvis Landry because he got away from Adam Gase. That's really what needed to happen. For him. Worked out.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Well,
Brian,
it's good hanging with you guys, man. I hope you enjoy the rest of the draft.
you too, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate you coming on, and we'll talk soon, man. I'm sure we'll do some shows during football season. I'll have you on Play Like a Jet. We'll talk a little more Jets Dolphins. But thank you so much for popping on. By the way, anybody that hasn't had a chance to listen or watch, Brian's on NBC Sports Northwest, and you can stream him on Rip City Radio 620. Brian, thanks so much, man.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah,
Good
buddy.
hanging with you, man. Have a good night.
You too.
You too. So we're trying to get Hunter to call in here. I think he's doing the calling because he had some Hunter had some technical difficulties, but I think he's calling in on the line. Bree pops back in to talk Pats.
While we wait for that, we should say that Alex Leatherwood is off the board before both Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins. And this is part of why I love the draft, Nick, because I can't think of one single person that would have predicted that.
Yeah. The Raiders just never cease to amaze you. You know, you can count on them every year to have the eye-opening pick, right? It's like with what do we have, the Giants here?
It's a giant pick in.
Ooh, Kadarius Toney.
Wow.
They took Kadarius Toney.
The Giants took
Wow, that's
Kadarius
early.
Toney. You know, I'm starting to think the Jets should have stayed at 23. They could have gotten Tevin Jenkins. I'm not complaining.
That's a little early.
I'm not complaining. Wow, Kadarius Toney. Listen, I know Clay Smarslock is going to be pissed about that because he's a Florida fan. But, you know, look, would I have picked him at 20? Probably not. But the Giants are still trying to fool people into thinking that Gettleman didn't make a massive mistake by taking Daniel Jones. So they're trying to surround him with as many weapons as possible. And I will say that it wouldn't have made sense to take a Rashad Bateman when you just got Kenny Golladay. You need somebody
for sure.
that's a speed guy. So he makes sense there. But, yeah, wow. I mean, I'll be honest. If you were going to take Toney, I probably would have traded down again.
I know. I think, Scott, I think we have Hunter on the line here. You hear, dude?
Really? Oh,
yes,
I hear
sir.
him.
What's up?
We got him.
Oh, let's go. Sorry.
Well,
Hunter Henry, new tight end for the Pats. Obviously, co-host of Flow Bros on uSTADIUM. You can catch them. I'm sure they'll be putting something up soon after the draft and that process is done. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, man, shoot. Trying to get through all these technical difficulties, but we're good. So it's good talking to you all.
I hear it. That's the beauty of the virtual draft party.
All right, Hunter, it's Bree. What are we thinking? How are we feeling about another rookie quarterback?
I went through it last year, so I kind of know the process, how it goes. I'm excited, man. I'm always excited to welcome whoever comes in. I'm new to this organization and new to this whole process too, so I'm excited that we're kind of going through it together in that sense of things. Obviously, he's new to the whole experience in the NFL, but I'm excited to kind of join the Patriots organization in a way with them.
So I've seen that you are at OTAs. I saw Kendrick's Instagram story. You guys struggling to walk up some stairs the other day. How are things going over there? How are you fitting in? You like it out there? What's going on?
Yeah, it's awesome. Getting adjusted. It's good to, this time of year, a lot of people downplay it, but also sometimes say it's not that important or whatever. But I sometimes think it can be important in a way, like especially being a new guy. A lot of new guys on the squad, I think it can be huge for new guys to come together and, get to know each other, building a little camaraderie before the season. So it's been good. We're working out together, throwing together, just building chemistry. I think goes a long way from step on the football field.
Well, listen, I mean, I'm happy to have you here. So I'm excited to see where this goes. Whoever's going to be quarterback of the Pats this year, whether it is Cam or Jarrett or Mac, now that Mac Jones is officially a Patriot. The crazy stuff. Welcome to your first draft night as a New England Patriot. The anxiety is off the charts.
Oh, please. Please. The anxiety is off the charts.
I'm sorry. The first draft of the New England Patriots in an average setting. Let's put it that way.
Oh, there you go.
Let me amend that. Sorry.
Hunter, I gotta say, number one, I'm happy for you that you got this huge payday. But there are 32 teams in the NFL. Did you have to go to the Patriots?
You got two things going for you, man. Obviously, you got to look at the contract. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to turn that down. I'm not gonna and then number two, you have the greatest coach probably of all time that says he wants you. It's kind of hard to turn down that too. So, I feel like Coach Belichick had a process this whole free agency, and we had over the years kind of built. Obviously, I had a big respect for Coach. I've gotten to know him over the years for a mutual relationship with my high school coach. And so it's just been kind of built into this, and to kind of be able to get to play for him, I'm pumped for it.
Yeah, man. To go to like you're going to compete every year. You're going to be put in the best position or situation to maximize your talent. Obviously, I don't think anybody kind of doubts or makes you second guess going to play under Bill Belichick. But with that said, did he give you or did you have any vibe or feeling towards that they were going to be taking a quarterback this early, or was it kind of they keep all that under wraps up there?
They keep that under wraps. Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen. So I really, my biggest thing is I trust Coach Belichick and what he's doing and what he does. He knows what he's doing. So I'm going to trust that, and then I'll just do my part.
It's interesting that you say that they keep it under wraps. It's not a surprise to any of us, but I don't know if you've heard any Boston sports radio. I don't know if you want to put yourself through that.
Don't do it.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you right now, don't. But everybody up here, in terms of all the free agent signings, speculated that, Bill went to this guy and said, well, we have a plan at quarterback. So it's interesting to hear you, the primary source here, say, no, they didn't tell us anything about that. They kept that to themselves, which is, like I said, no surprise whatsoever. But like I said, the radio up here, if you can spare yourself from listening to it, I highly recommend. So
yeah, I stay away from as much media. I kind of stay in my own zone. So I trust the process. I mean, we're building something with the Patriots, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Oh yeah, well, we're excited to have you for sure.
So what's up? What's up with the Flow Bros? What's up, you and Sean? What's on the future schedule? Are you guys gonna put together a show anytime soon? Anything fun coming up?
We are. Yeah, we're trying to plan it, man. We got some crazy schedules with me and moving all over the country, and then free agency has been like a crazy couple months, and then my Flow Bro Sean. Obviously, if you haven't paid attention to the news, is like the biggest Bitcoin investor in the world now.
He's big time, dude.
I saw that. That's crazy.
Busy on some side ventures, and we're going to get back together, put some shows out there. We'll probably take our next show we want to get on and talk about just our injuries, have maybe our PT come on and talk through all that stuff, and just kind of give a background into kind of the stuff that we've been through, man. Just some of those dark days that we've been through to come out of, and now we're on the other side of it. So I think it gives really cool perspective for a lot of people out there.
Awesome. You get into any of that Bitcoin, or is that you're focused on something different for now?
I do not. I'm not all the way in like Sean, but I'm leaving that to Sean right now. So he'll probably get us up to speed on that on the next episode.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, we'll look forward to that. Thanks for calling in. I know we had some of the technical difficulties to deal with, but appreciate that. Enjoy a break, and we'll catch you on Flow Bros soon. You and Sean, we're looking forward to it.
Thanks, Hunter.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Take care, buddy. All right, so we just had, I guess we can give a rundown. Bree, you can hop if you want. I know you just wanted to rep Patriot Nation there. We appreciate
That's
that.
fine.
So,
I'll chill for a little bit. It's fine.
yeah, stepping in for Scott here. We're gonna give him a break. I think he was on like 3.5 hours straight. Pretty impressive. No real commercial breaks. I know he was, cycling in different guests and callers and stuff. So good work to him. I think he deserves a little dinner break or something. But to update, I guess a few of the picks that we missed since we've been on is Mac Jones, obviously. 16 Arizona went David Collins. The Raiders do what they do best and take Alex Leatherwood at 17. Jalen Phillips to the Dolphins. Jamin Davis, linebacker to Washington. Kadarius Toney to the Giants. And I believe Kwity Paye just went off the board. Is that who grabbed Kwity Paye? The Colts. So they grab an edge rusher. They were definitely in the market for that, as was Tennessee, who's up next. So
that's a pretty good fit for him, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think Tennessee here probably looks at corner or receiver. Maybe they were going to go Kadarius Toney. Do they go and splash? I know you don't want to hear it. Maybe they go Rashad Bateman or Greg Newsome here. I know they're in the market for a corner. So interesting pick here. Then you have the Vikings, who they traded with the Jets. So kind of into the 20s now, and rounding out the first round. And obviously we'll have 2 and 3 tomorrow. And I think we cycled through all of the guests so far, which was pretty impressive to not have, outside of a few Hunter Henry technical difficulties, to not run through any was pretty impressive. So hats off to Scott, Kayla. There were so many people that were here through the first 3 hours and 40 minutes. I think we've been live already. So, but besides that, Bree, outside of the Pats, I guess, and the Jets, since we talk about both of those teams so much, what has been your favorite move so far of the night? I love the Giants trade back. I thought they did a good job to do that. And the Toney pick is interesting, but I could see the fit for the offense. And obviously they wanted to go Devonta, so getting an extra 1 and plus and ending up with Toney was pretty good.
I really, really like this Kwity Paye pick for the Colts a lot. On the other hand, I'm not totally sure how I'm feeling about the Eagles taking Devontae Smith.
Agreed.
I feel like it's the receiver thing that they do every year. It's questionable to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
I'm not sure about Jalen. The whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I don't know.
Interesting. And I think Fields was there for him. I know they obviously wanted to have, give Jalen at least 1 year, but are you really going to kind of go through this quarterback shuffle and, do this again next year and try and draft? I know they'll probably have up to 3 first-round picks next year once, as long as Wentz doesn't get hurt. He plays multiple games for Indy. They'll have 3 first rounds, so they could easily move up to the top of the draft if they wanted to, or get involved in a Deshaun Watson potential trade if all of that clears out of the way. So, it gives Hurts a fair shot, I guess. Gives him a weapon. I could see how that helps there. It makes sense, but I didn't love the player. I'll be honest. I like him. I like him personality-wise. The frame absolutely worries me. I'm not going to lie about it. But I didn't love that. And obviously the Raiders again. And there was another pick I'm trying to think that threw me. I think the 2 I love JC Horn. I don't know if I would have taken him in the top 10 and then Surtain to the Broncos, who loaded up at corner anyway in free agency. I thought with again, a quarterback, you're going to really go in with Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. They could have taken a quarterback, didn't have to trade up, or an offensive lineman. So, Rashawn Slater was still there. I love that for the Chargers.
I think I like Jalen Phillips too in Miami.
You like Jalen Phillips?
I kind of like what Miami's doing right now.
Yeah.
I really do, which sucks as a Pats fan, and as AFC East rivals here. It sucks watching them do this because they're setting themselves up for a pretty good year. I mean, they had a decent, if not good, free agency. They lost a few players. They lost Kyle Van Noy. He's obviously back with the Patriots, but Will Fuller, fast.
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle,
the Fuller and Waddle fit, it's interesting because they do similar things. I know Waddle, in my opinion, can do more than Fuller. I I think they need somebody over. I know I love Mike Gesicki. I'm not sure if Jalen Phillips. I like Phillips. I think he's a bit of a high risk. It's a high risk and high reward for sure. I don't know if they would have been better suited to go offensive line there, especially with Darisaw and Jenkins still available. Because right now the offensive line, I know they invested last year in multiple guards, invested in Austin Jackson. I thought they could have, either moved back or taken a tackle there instead of Jalen Phillips, and then they added the edge with, they have multiple twos to move up there and grab an edge rusher. But I think they buy in obviously to the talent at Phillips there being the number one edge. But I think they did a pretty solid job, for sure. I mean, these 5 first-round picks in 2 years. I mean, they're stacking that team up. So Tua should have some more help this year, obviously with Fuller and Waddle.
All right, Tennessee's pick is in. Let's see what they're up to.
Oh, Tennessee's picking now?
That's what they're saying. That's what the TV
Splash,
says.
I know. We didn't get Splash any airtime yet tonight. If you're
come on,
back there, Splash, you can hop in. We can talk Ravens. I know they're coming up. We can do the pick. What's up, buddy? What's going on?
I'm just chilling. Been sitting at the darn desk for 4 hours on this show, about an hour with Justin. I had a class right beforehand. So it's about 8 my time, right? So I've been in this room since about 12:30 and listening to your shenanigans and Frankie's shenanigans all day. But I'm chilling. I'm glad I haven't seen Rashad Bateman on the My Sports update page that I'm constantly refreshing so I can get ahead on these picks. And thankfully the Titans are not taking Mr. And I just deleted the wrong one. Okay, cool. Thankfully the Titans are not taking him. Yeah. And I just screwed everything up. Yay.
So with I guess you got some you messing something up over there. Where are you guys? So we're at 22 right now, and the Ravens are at 27.
Yeah, 27 and 31.
I mean, you're sitting there. You have. I don't know the Titans pick. It sounds like you do. So I don't want to ruin it. People are listening. Oh, all right, there you go.
Yeah, I like it.
So they went corner. Yeah. They went with the high ceiling. Obviously, big time injury risk. But it sounds like they made the pick so they feel comfortable with the medicals. But you're sitting there at 5 picks away, and you have Tevin Jenkins, you have Darisaw, who's free falling right now, you have Rashad Bateman. Where do you and Greg Newsome? Where do you want? You're all in on Bateman here.
Okay, on my board, I have Darisaw as the number 13 prospect. So I never thought in a million years we would have this conversation, but Darisaw would be number 1. I would take Bateman over Jenkins if it had to come to that, but I'd be pretty happy with either pick. I would just be really upset to pass on Bateman. Also, Trevon Moehrig is there. So if there is this run of guys that obviously don't want to see happen, I want to see maybe Jenkins and Bateman or Darisaw and Bateman, get 2 of them, right? But Trevon Moehrig is sitting there, Azeez Ojulari is sitting there, and both high-value center prospects are sitting there. So I trust that Baltimore's not going to screw up 27. No idea about 31 because that's when you get into a random edge territory, and I don't really want to take a chance on an edge unless it was Jalen Phillips.
I agree with you. When the Jets were, they made the move up, I was praying it was either Vera Tucker or Tevin Jenkins or Darisaw, whichever one, and I was not in love with this edge class, and I was worried that, they wanted to beat everybody else to, get their edge number 1, the guy that they wanted, and, I figured with between Rankins, Lawson, Vinny Curry, and some of the guys who stepped up in smaller roles, albeit last year, and Franklin Myers and Bryce Huff, that Saleh could get more out of these guys, and that they needed actual talent at the offensive line. So I was happy to see that. But the edge class just really, Quiddy Pay was a guy who I would have taken. Bree mentioned she liked him. Frank obviously loves him. He would probably have been the guy I went with just as a safer pick. But, Ojulari falling, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go in these next few picks here. Minnesota here, I mean, I know they were looking at edge. They could, if they trade back and they end up with Darisaw, they got to be happy. Then you have, like we said, the Ravens at 27-31. You could double up on Lyman at this point.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you get, say, Jenkins and Humphrey or Jenkins and Dickerson, you're getting, at least in my, looking at my big board, you're getting 2 top 30 players, and that's all that I ask is that you get good value players. I understand, the Raiders, they took Alex Leatherwood, that by my big board is about a round or 2 reach, or Kadarius Toney or Jamin Davis, who I wasn't very high on. I understand when you take these guys, they're not scrubs. They're top 70 players. And even I'm not very high on Davis, and a lot of people have him as a top 30 player. I have him I think I had him at the mid 60s. So that's okay. I get it, but you're sitting there with Jenkins, Darisaw, Bateman now for Baltimore, and this is kind of raising my expectations, and this is a bad spot to be in, as you can quite imagine when you go 14-2 and lose in the divisional round. But when you have these high expectations, you can, get, I didn't think I was going to be having this conversation at 8:04 my time that, oh, hey, the Ravens could get Rashad Bateman or Tevin Jenkins or the pick of the litter, essentially. So thank you, Vegas. Thank you, New York. Thank you, Washington.
Yeah. I know.
It's 11:04 here, so
I know. Yeah, it's getting there. I guess we'll probably wrap up around midnight. I would assume we're at 23 right now.
I'm wrapping up now. Splash is chiming in. Hey, Splash, Jack is chirping you in the comments. He says either bring him in or promote the show tomorrow.
Go ahead. Give a little plug.
Okay, boys and girls, ladies and gents, to all our viewers, we are running I don't want to say massive. It's solid. It's a solid show. We're doing a draft special. Jack made a special thumbnail for us. It's going to be a banger. We're going to have some guests on too. Going to keep that hush hush for right now, but we're going to have some folks. Going to have some people, you might have seen them already tonight, but we're going to have some nice folks on tomorrow, and we're trying to work out the details on a first round recap show. I know Jack's not the biggest draft nut ever. I have a 200 player big board. I guess that classifies me as a draft nut. But yeah, just drop by, talk some ball with us. It's gonna be a nice show.
There you go, Jack. You got your wish. All right, fellas, I am out of here. Everybody have a great night.
As soon as the
Splash,
Ravens pick Rashad Bateman.
Best of luck to you. And we will talk. We'll talk later. Have fun. Goodbye.
I'm not gonna have a fun night if it's not Rashad Bateman. Oh, you're on mute, Nick. Okay. So here we are, just sitting here, 4 hours in now. Jones, Collins, Leatherwood, Phillips, Davis, Toney, who went a lot earlier than I expected him to, Pay, and then Caleb Farley just went off the board to Tennessee. And I am frantically refreshing Twitter. Oh, hi there. Hey, the Vikings made their selection. I'm just going to update that real quick.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. I can hear you.
I lost connection with my my headphones too. It's hour 4 now on a virtual draft party. So
it happens.
I know Scott went out, and I'm sure he'll hop back in. I think Andy Vasquez of MJ.com is going to come on and talk about Elijah Vera Tucker because he was supposed to come on here at 23 before the Jets traded up. And obviously they probably did their wrap-up of a press conference, so he was probably there. So maybe he'll hop on with some nuggets. But I guess same question I asked for Bree, Splash. What was your favorite and least favorite pick so far of the night?
So I'm doing like a lot. I had been doing like a grade by pick. The easiest pick ever is Penny Sewell. That is an A++ pick. That is you are getting a Hall of Famer. Like one of the head coaches in the NFL mentioned it. You are getting a generational tackle prospect at 7, and you didn't have to trade anything for him. Yeah. I also love the value with Rashawn Slater to the Chargers, and what just happened. Christian Darris out of the Vikings. I mean, yeah, 3 tackles, but those are like 3 top 15 players on my board, and you're getting exceptional value, which it's hard to get exceptional value when you're talking about top 25 picks, and these guys are 3 slam dunks. But I mean, I would have to say my like pure favorite pick. I mean, I love the Farley pick by Tennessee. Obviously, I hate that Tennessee got a good player, but I think I'm going to double up Phillips and Farley. I'm less hesitant on the injury risks. I understand Jalen Phillips might not play down in the NFL because of the concussions, and I understand there's a 20% chance. I listened to Brett Coleman's review on Farley the other day. There's like a 20% chance Farley doesn't or needs like a spinal fusion, which is obviously bad. But that's an 80% chance that you just got a Pro Bowl caliber guy at 22. And he's a guy that I had as cornerback 1 through a lot of the process. It's like Surtain started flying up, Horn started flying up, and I had Surtain and Horn as top 10 players on my board. I have Farley at 18, even considering the injury concern. So, like, Farley is a terrific value at 22, even with the injury concern, and Jalen Phillips is the concussions, a top 10 player at the bare minimum, and you're getting him in the mid-teens for Miami, and you're getting Farley at 22. So, love the value on those 2 picks.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm looking through our top 200 big board that we posted on our the draft kit. And best player now, we have Najee Harris, Tevin Jenkins, ETN, Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson, Ojolari, JOK, Christian Barmore, Bateman, Wyatt Davis, Brian Muse, Greg Newsome, Brevin Jordan, and then you're starting to talk, day 2 guys. But I think JOK is a guy who, you can start looking around this time. Yeah, obviously, the running back. Pittsburgh is a running back spot here. What Minnesota just did, trading back with the Jets, I thought, they did a good job to, pick up 2 third-rounders for to move back, give a 4th, and they still end up with Darisaw. I think in multiple mocks, I'm not sure if my final mock I had them taking Darisaw where they did at 15, but he was going, in that slot too. So I thought this entire draft has been awesome. Between the trades, some guys dropping. Obviously, when you have like 5 first-round potential, 5 first-round quarterbacks, who knows what happens at the end? Yeah, I don't think we'll see any of these guys like Kellen Mond or
Trask.
Trask or Davis. I don't think you're going to see those guys go, but. Who knows if a team wants that extra extra 5th-year option and they want to trade up to like 31 or 32, it's always a possibility. But I don't think there's any of those guys warrant a first-round pick for sure. It's not like when you guys traded up for Lamar. I mean, Lamar was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
But
I had some mocks right now, like 16. So I want to take a second on this Vikings pick.
Steelers just took Najee Harris.
Thank you. You're going to win a Super Bowl. I don't want to say you're going to win a Super Bowl, but the Steelers just opened their Super Bowl window. I want to make that very clear that the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this season. It was not the case before 5 minutes ago.
Even with Ben?
Yeah, even with Ben. If you have Najee Harris, who I think can be a top 10 running back immediately, and you address offensive line later in the draft, which, hey, guess what? There's value. There's value. Take good players later in the draft, and they can be a stellar offense, because a lot of I understand the concern that a lot of people have with running backs. It's the blocking. The blocking does a lot of the work. Derrick Henry got slowed down. I'm not trying to say Najee Harris is as good as Derrick Henry or any other running back, but I am saying the play calling in Pittsburgh got significantly worse when James Conner and Benny Snell and Anthony McFarland are running the football. With Najee Harris, you can say, it's 3rd and 5. I can hand the ball off. I don't have to make Ben throw the ball 68 times in a playoff game. And I told Steelers fans all offseason, you can't win. You're not going to win a lot of your games when your quarterback's throwing the ball a million times.
I agree with you.
Like, Baltimore's a perfect example of that. You need to run the ball at least some of the time. You're not going to have success if you're throwing the ball 59 times in a playoff game. You're not going to have success if you're Pittsburgh and Ben has to throw the ball 60 times. And say what you will about running backs and the value compared to other positions, and especially the offensive line, but you need – right now, they're going to have about 20% of their plays in a given game are getting a lot better. So they're going from 20% trash to 20% this is a capable NFL offense. Because I think people underrate just how bad the Pittsburgh Steelers were at moving the football last year. They were in the same category as the Jets and in the same category as the Giants. This is Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold. This is not Chad Pennington and Eli Manning. This is not Phil Simms and Vinny Testaverde. These are two of the worst quarterbacks in football, and they can't move the ball. They can't move on offense. And no Saquon for the Giants. So they have nothing. Pittsburgh's right there. Pittsburgh had one 400-yard game, and say what you will about yards, but if you can't get the ball, if you can't score if you're not moving the ball. Pittsburgh only really scored a lot of the time because their defense created 30 turnovers or so, and as much as I hate to say it, the Pittsburgh Steelers can win the Super Bowl this year, and as soon as I get some extra money to spend, I'm going to throw $5 on them winning the Super Bowl.
Wow, so Splash is high on the Najee pick, and
like if you scroll back through the NFL draft polls I made the other night, there's a open letter to open letter to Kevin Colbert, draft Najee Harris. You can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's funny because it's a pick that a lot of people mocked and not mocked, but had them taking, and everybody was kind of doing it, and it's actually interesting to actually see it happen. It doesn't happen a lot where everybody is saying one thing and then they actually end up doing it. Because there was a lot of Travis Etienne rumors late, the past few days that he was going to be the first running back taken. And then I forgot what Steelers beat reporter it was that they tweeted out that the Steelers were worried about the Jets at 23 taking Najee Harris. Obviously,
I know about that
I was not about to pick a running back at 23 with the way this team is constituted right now, but
absolutely.
It's a good pick. I agree that the Steelers, the way that offense is right now, and throughout history, the Steelers need to run the ball. They're successful when they run the football. So obviously they haven't been able to the past two bouts. And I actually think we have Jordan Raiders-Dale here. I wanted to bring him in, talk about the Raiders pick of Leather. Is he here? You here, Jordan?
Is he here? Is he alive? There he is.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
So what do you think? Is it
I was a controversial pick, Alex Leatherwood. He obviously brings great run blocking to the team. That's what he's known for. I mean, there is some highlights of him his senior game, giving up a sack in 2 seconds. There are some bad plays on his highlights, but he is a solid run block. And Gruden, he's old school, very for the block, especially since we got Kenyon Drake. He's going to want to run the ball most of the time. I also agree he doesn't fully trust Ruggs. Besides Waller, I don't think Carr's developed a great chemistry with anyone else. And we have John Brown coming in. We're gonna have to see about him. I don't know. He's not great versus the pass, and he's athletic. I'll give him that, but he's got a lot to work on. And for a first-round pick, it's a little bit of a reach, but the Raiders love to reach. So
yeah, it seems like they're one of the teams that take a reach every year, right? What's the Raider Nation? What's the vibe? Is it
not good?
Is there not a good one? They think who was the guy that you guys wanted there?
There's Moharig, JOK. Those are the two big guys. Those are the two big guys they wanted. Because we still have no coverage at safety at the moment. Still have Abram back there. That's about it. But yeah, we may still struggle, but I'm hoping we trade up maybe in the second round if Moharig's still there, or even JOK. We'll have to see. I'm hoping we can pick up one of those guys. But our run blocking should be solid. He'll be on the right side. I was kind of shaky about this pick because we just signed Colton Miller to 5-year deal, huge deal, and then we get a tackle right after we sign him. I was like kind of iffy about that, and I still am. But I've watched some of his highlights. He's good against the run. I'll give him that. But the pass is what I'm shaky about. But Carr always gets the ball out fast. So, but we did release Trent Brown, so it will be necessary.
Cool. Yeah, man. All right. Well, I appreciate you hopping on and giving us an update on how the Raiders feel, and we'll see. I mean, they actually have I think multiple threes, right? So
2 threes, 1 2. Yep.
Cool. So they'll be adding still. I mean, you never have enough offensive linemen. So appreciate you hopping on, Jordan. Be good, bro.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I probably would not have taken Leatherwood. I mean, I definitely would not. But
yeah, not there. You take Jenkins, or Darisaw for that matter. You take. Like, I understand you might like Leatherwood more than Jenkins moving forward or whatever, but at least in my eyes, I wasn't even sure Leatherwood would make a good tackle in the NFL, let alone a first-round tackle. And he's a guy that a lot of people are projecting to move to guard, and you don't reach on a guard at 17, so you're going to probably use him at tackle, and it just kind of confuses me when you have Darisaw, you have Jenkins on the board, and even if I just scroll down, you have Cosme, you have Radens, like you have a lot of good tackle guys that you're going to be available at the first part of the second round. So even if you wanted Leatherwood, I think you can trade down and get him. And there were people that said, "Oh, Baltimore should take Leatherwood at 31." I saw him in a mock the other day, and I'm like, you can trade down and get Alex Leatherwood. And I would imagine that the Raiders, again, all it takes is one team. I don't remember who said that, but all it takes is one team to turn a guy from a second or third round grade to a first round pick. You can look at Jamin Davis for Washington or Leatherwood for the Raiders, and I don't know what the Raiders are doing. That was the first time I said that's like a fundamentally bad pick. I gave it a D on the app, and it might go down to a D- or an F moving forward as some of these picks come. Hey, Mike, you want to hop back on? And
yeah, you can throw Mike in. I'll hop out.
Okay, well, Mike's not here. Whoa!
Yeah,
we have a bombshell.
Jaguars?
Yeah.
What was that?
We have Travis Etienne. Okay.
Why?
Okay. So story time. There's a guy on the app. I forget his username. He did a mock draft. He had Trey Sermon going to the Jags at 25. We all clowned him for it because why are you taking a running back in the first round? Jacksonville, why are you taking a running back in the first round?
Hey, Splash, be quiet. I'm glad they did it because this means that other players will slide. You should be happy. This means players.
Yeah, you're right, Stan.
Okay, as an NFL fan, why are you doing that? Like, as like a Ravens fan, that like you're talking guaranteed 2 out of these 3, Jenkins, Bateman, Morig are going to be there, guaranteed at 27. Like, that's insane. But
Splash.
You know what's funny? I tried to get James Robinson to come on tonight. That would have been awkward.
Oh, yeah, that would have been. That.
Splash, listen, every village has to have an idiot, and the village that idiot is the Jaguars, apparently. The Raiders, too. That you guys are right. When did the last time the Raiders made a pick that didn't make you go, what the hell? They're so bad. What are you doing?
Every year.
Every single year. By the way, Mike May, all due respect to him, but when the Raiders eventually do fire him, NFL Network shouldn't take him back. How can anyone take him seriously after?
I know. Gruden too. Gruden. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this now, especially with my AirPods dying and having to run. But I think John Gruden is terrible. I've had for a long time.
Yeah, I agree.
The Raiders deserve him, so they deserve whatever they're getting themselves into, and better them now.
Yeah,
What'd you say, Scott?
$100 million.
Hey, would the Jaguars, I know. Would the Jaguars trade James Robinson? I'll gladly take them off their hands. So him off their hands.
Yeah. Give him a conditional day 3 pick next year for James Robinson.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd probably take it too.
Who the Ravens?
I'm gonna hand it off. I'm going to hand it off to you, Scott. I'm going to hop off, and this was awesome. Splash, ride it out with Scott for the rest of the way. You got 2 Ravens picks, so you can let Scott rest and we'll
so
record the bit. I'll be watching, guys. Take
Good
care.
me, buddy. All right, Nick. Thanks, brother.
See you, buddy. Of course.
Splash.
Here we are.
I got to be honest, man. You got some good options there. I mean,
I'm so excited.
Tevin Jenkins still on the board. Man, there's some really good players. I'll tell you. And Luke, after he got off, he's down in Australia, so he's probably ready to take a nap or something right now. I can't even remember what the time difference is, but he was texting me, and he's like, "Man, can you imagine if like JOK or Jenkins or Newsome or someone like that is there at 34?" And man, that would be
looking like it.
It looks like it could happen, man. I mean, look, I was hoping that the two running backs would go, and sure enough, they went back. I think what happened here is Jacksonville probably wanted to take ETN at 33, and Najee Harris going at 24 scared them, so they just went ahead and did it now.
Yeah, I understand you want to pair Lawrence with ETN, and ETN is an unbelievable player. He's number 20 on my board for a reason, but you look a little over on the board, it says RB.
Yeah,
that means you don't take him at the normal slot, and I can't get behind it. Like, ETN's going to be a great player. Pick him up in fantasy. Actually, well, yeah, you should pick him up in fantasy. But, oh, Lord, like that at 33, I can kind of get behind it maybe, but 25, especially when James Robinson was tremendous, and now Greg Newsome to the Browns. Wow. I think it was another corner.
Hey, how about that? Steve had that right. Steve came on the show at the very beginning, and he said Newsome, and there it is. I love that pick. People talk about the injuries with him, but I mentioned this earlier, Splash. The thing for me with Newsome is none of those injuries were serious injuries. It's not like Caleb Farley, where, like you said earlier, it could be a spinal fusion. Where I'll be honest, I wouldn't have taken Farley, and I love his game. I think he's a great player. But the two surgeries they had on his back, and I spoke to a surgeon who I know very well, and he said huge red flag, wouldn't take him, and I probably wouldn't have taken him in the first 2 rounds if I was the Jets. But look, I mean, Newsome to me is a guy who's had a bunch of nicked up issues. Like each year he's been hurt, but it hasn't been any kind of major injury issue, and it hasn't been anything along the lines of what we're talking about with Farley. So to get him at 26, I think that's great value. I would have loved to have seen him slide to 34. I mean, I would have been a great pick, I think, 10 years. So really good for the Browns. And now the Ravens, man, I'll tell you, dude, on the Ravens, man, I'm going to take Tevin Jenkins. You can't lose with that.
I've said for the last 3 weeks, if Bateman's there at 27, I am slamming the table for Bateman. And here we are, the two guys I want, Jenkins and Bateman. I thought, okay, maybe one of them's available, certainly not both. Now we're in a situation that both of them are available. And my expectations are so high because I know if I was playing Madden, I'm hitting the A button or X button on PlayStation saying, give me Rashad Bateman. And I'm hoping Tevin Jenkins is there at 31. If not the end of the world. You can get Trevon Moehrig. You can get Creed Humphrey, Landon Dickerson. But I think my expectations are getting to a point that when I refresh this page, I'm thinking the hashtag Ravens pick up someone that's not who I want at 27. So, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there are a lot of really good options, but this is kind of one of those things where I remember we talked about this because we did that mock draft. And I know that the 2 picks that the Ravens got in the mock draft that we had were Bateman at 27, and I think Liam Eichenberg at 31. And I know you said, I think we can do better than Eichenberg. This is one of those things where DeCosta's a pretty good GM, and Harbaugh's a pretty good coach. And even if you don't necessarily agree with their selection, you kind of have to just hope that they made the right choice. And that's kind of something that, as a Jet fan, I haven't really had. I know people will talk about that now with Joe Douglas, but the difference is DeCosta obviously has earned a lot more trust, and certainly Harbaugh has. Whereas Douglas and Robert Saleh, I mean, they're both relatively new. So, we're hopeful. But I guess with the Ravens, what I'm saying is if they pick a guy that you don't necessarily want, you kind of just have to say, all right, well, maybe they're right and I'm wrong. That's kind of how I would do it if I'm being an optimist.
Yeah, I think there's several picks. Now, Bateman, I think, is the exception. I'm going to be pretty livid if I refresh this page and it's not Rashad Bateman. Other than Bateman, like, if I'm just going to pretend for the sake of my sanity that Bateman's off the board already. I'm cool with a lot of guys. I'm just okay. I get it. They can develop into a nice piece. I don't want Jason Owe at 27, and I don't want Joe Tryon at 27. Those are guys that I've seen mocked to the Ravens, mocked at the end of the first round, and I'm thinking, if you want one of those guys, trade back at 31. It's pretty simple because, I mean, I think I've Tryon lower on my board than I should. I have him at 80 right now, and I feel like I should have moved him up about 20 spots, but I'm not – I would not be, like, upset if it's Morig or upset if it's JOK or upset if it's a variety of guys in the scope of it not being Rashad Bateman. But Rashad Bateman, please.
I think Bateman makes so much sense. He really does. Can you imagine if they get Bateman and Tevin Jenkins at 27 and 31? I mean, that would be phenomenal. But Bateman, look, he's exactly what they need. I mean, Hollywood Brown's that small, speedy guy. They need to give Lamar Jackson a bigger bodied receiver. Bateman really fits the bill. He'd be a good pick here. I think they probably will pick him. There's a reason so many people have said that they think that that's where they're going to go. Yeah, no, I mean, I think they'll do that. And then who's the rest of the way? I know the Bills are at number 30. You guys are again at 31. The Packers
Saints
are 28. Right.
Yeah.
Packers at 29.
I'm a little surprised they didn't trade up, but hey, here we are.
Oh, the Saints? Well, there was talk. Yeah. I mean, I have to think that it was probably, they were saying it wasn't a quarterback. So I have to think that they were probably trying to get a corner. But my thing is, okay, if you're trading all the way up from 28 into the top 10 and it's not for a quarterback, you got to be thinking that you're getting, if you're getting a corner, you got to be thinking that guy's like a Hall of Fame player if you're making that move. That's insane. I mean, even for a quarterback, you better be pretty convinced that guy's going to be really, really good, I think. So it's crazy. But I think what Nick and you were saying before, this has been a fun draft.
Yeah,
I think it has. I'm shocked. Fields fell to 11. Mac Jones to the Patriots.
To the Bears too. That one caught me off guard.
Yeah. Well, listen. You know what? The Bears found themselves in an interesting position because they wanted to get Watson. They wanted to get Russell Wilson. They desperately wanted to upgrade a quarterback, even to the point where there was talk about Darnold, and then they ended up with Dalton, and the fan base was dejected. And then you make this move. You heard when his mouth was, it was hilarious. He said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little late. I was losing my shit." And it was because, if you're a Bears fan, you're thinking you're going into the season with Andy Dalton, and then what do they do? A quarterback after that? Yeah, Nick Foles, and now Justin Fields. So
yeah, you can have some sort of excitement, and that's, I mean, like, I get the Bears have had some success in their history. The 85 Bears, I get it. They went to the Super Bowl 41, the first one I watched. But I missed Devin Hester's kickoff return, which sucks. Anyways, but they've had some success. They're one of the historical franchises. And now you really have something to be excited about. You have a really good roster outside of quarterback. And while there are a couple holes here or there, they probably could have gone tackle if they had stayed at 20. It's like Tevin Jenkins would be a great fit in Chicago. I thought it would have been a great fit in Chicago, but Fields is an A pick right there.
Yeah.
But you're looking at the defense. You know what you're going to get from the defense. There's enough talented players. I know they lost Kyle Fuller, but there are enough talented players that's going to be a very good defense. I have no concerns about the defense. Offensively, you can move the ball on the ground. Montgomery turned it on late last season. And you have Allen Robinson. You have a guy that I love in Darnell Mooney, who I thought was criminally undervalued in the draft last year, 2 years ago. And I think Justin Fields can be very successful in Chicago. It's not quite San Francisco. It's not quite Atlanta. It's not quite Denver. But it's a really good situation, and you probably have a better defense with Chicago than you have with any of the other places. So that raises the floor on your team, certainly, and Fields can send that ceiling over to Lombardi land.
Yeah, and I think that the two teams that made interesting moves in that direction, but with at different positions, Fields with the Bears, I think, really changes their trajectory. And you said it before, and I know Nick kind of disagreed with you, but Najee Harris, I think that was the perfect pick for the Steelers. I am glad that they did it because I
they mentioned that.
as off the board as possible. But I just think that if you look at the complexion of that team, the one thing they really needed was what Najee Harris brings, and I think he'll help them a lot. I mean, look, they're still going to have to find a quarterback at some point. I don't know what they're going to do there, but I like Harris a lot to the Steelers, and that was something everybody knew. Everybody knew the Steelers wanted him. It was no mystery. And so when they picked him, it kind of fulfilled that. But I agree. I think taking the ball out of Roethlisberger's hands as much as possible at this point is a good thing. You've already got good wide receivers. Your offensive line is solid. The defense is really, really good. They needed that running back who can make plays in a variety of different ways, and Harris does that. I think he could be a guy that, you know, with running backs, the way I look at it is, especially if you're getting a guy at 24, if you're picking a guy in the top 10, like a Christian McCaffrey or something like that, it's a different story. But at 24, if you get him for 5 years on a rookie deal and he's really awesome, and then you let him walk after 5 years, that's perfectly fine value for the 24th pick.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm watching the live stream of the Ravens take someone. I'm going to reply to a comment in the chat. What's up, Raven? Yes! That is good. Okay, anyways, I'm going to compose myself. So I wanted to go back to this comment from David. Is the Steelers O-line good enough to take advantage of a running back? I don't know. You know, I don't actually think it matters with someone as good as Najee Harris. And there are some running backs that create yards. Like Derrick Henry doesn't need like all pros everywhere. Nick Chubb doesn't need all pros everywhere. Nick Chubb happens to have all pros everywhere. Don't get me wrong. But if Nick Chubb was running behind 5 garbage cans, he's going to be perfectly productive. Najee Harris, I think, is on that, can be that good. And you also get some of the passing game out of Harris. I'm going to see the meme a million times of Harris mossing Patrick Queen from the LSU game in 2019. But, oh man, I think Najee Harris just opens up the Super Bowl window for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I talked about it with Nick, and I understand the offensive line as currently constructed probably isn't good enough. They got a good, nice piece in Dotson. And if there's anything you know with the Steelers, they're going to hit on their O-line pieces. And guess what? There are 6 more rounds that you can draft offensive linemen. And there are some pretty good ones throughout. So I wouldn't be surprised if Pittsburgh maybe doubles up on the offensive line. And you know what else I wouldn't be surprised? I wouldn't be surprised if I'm making an order for a Mr. Rashad Bateman jersey in a couple minutes. I'm so happy.
So somebody was just mentioning the possibility of the Jets trading down in round 2 to recoup some of the picks they gave up to get Elijah Vera Tucker. I think that could happen. I also think, though, that if there's a player they like that drops, you know, look, I'll say this right now. If Tevin Jenkins is there at 34 for some reason, just take it.
I hope it's not. Sorry, but I hope.
Well, yeah, because you want him. You want him at 31, I assume. But if he's there at 34, just take him and be grateful for it. You know, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still there. I mean, you know, you saw Zaven Collins come off the board and Jamin Davis. Look, I'll say this. I think Collins is a tremendous player. I think he's going to be outstanding. But, man, with the Jets, a team like that, you know, a lot of people were talking about maybe an off-ball linebacker at 23 or at 34. And I guess if JOK is still there at 34, sure. But to me, that's more of a move that you make when you're a team that's got fewer holes to fill. All things equal. I mean, look, if he's clearly the best player, fine. But if you're talking about something where there are guys that are equal to or right around there, I would probably tend to go in the direction of somebody at a more important position. I think one thing that you said earlier was interesting too about Jalen Phillips, because we talk a lot about the red flags with Caleb Farley. And when I'm talking about the off-ball linebackers, it makes me think of, you know, how much more valuable an edge rusher is in theory. But this was a kind of a weak edge rusher class. Kwity Paye, and then you had Jalen Phillips. I think Jalen Phillips clearly the best of the class. But the problem with Jalen Phillips, as you said, is he's had, 3 concussions? And
he had to retire because of concussions.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot more than 3.
Yeah, well, at least 3 that we know of. So that's the big question there is does he end up having a long career, or is that career get shortened because of the concussions? And look, I think, again, if you're a team that has a lot of draft picks and has a lot of talent already, that's a team that's a little bit more equipped to take that risk.
Mm-hmm.
But if not, then it's a little more nerve-wracking, I think, to do that. But I do think that Jalen Phillips is going to be a really good player if he's healthy.
And I think he's a great. He doesn't have to go far. Who cares about geography when you're doing NFL draft stuff? But I do think at a certain point, Miami is one of the teams that can take that risk and go for it. And they were 10-6, almost made the playoffs last year. And you're talking if Josh Allen doesn't go Super Saiyan, if the Bills rest Josh Allen for a half, the Dolphins might make the playoffs.
Yep.
And that's a world that I have been a huge fan of Flores since they hired him down in South Beach. But hey, whoop-de-doo. You went 10-6 your second year, and you're a Josh Allen going from like one of the worst quarterbacks ever to MVP caliber. You're that away from controlling the division for the next 10 years, barring what the Jets and Patriots do. But I think it's a great pick for Miami, and it's one of my, when I do my like favorite picks of the night, it's gonna start with probably Farley and Phillips, and then the tackles, and then Rashad Bateman at 27.
Well, I know who Andy Vasquez's favorite pick of the night was. That's Elijah Vera Tucker. He was telling me how much he loved them. Andy, by the way, the reporter covering the Jets for NorthJersey.com. He joins me all the time on Play Like a Jet, and I'm glad he was able to come on for a little bit here on the uSTADIUM draft party. Andy, I got to tell you, man, I had a feeling they might trade up. I didn't think they were going to go all the way up to 14, but a really aggressive move here by Joe Douglas. I've said this before. If there's a player you like and you can get him without giving up the farm, make the move and get the player. And that's what Joe Douglas did here. He wanted Vera Tucker, so he made the move happen. I wouldn't be surprised, and we'll get into this in a little bit. And Splash, you and I were talking about this before. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets end up trading back from 34 to recoup some of the picks that they gave up to move up. But Andy, what do you know about this? I know that Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas just spoke to you guys. Did they enlighten you at all on this? What was Vera Tucker? I know they always lie anyway. They're going to say Vera Tucker was like number one on our board and all this. But did they say that this is basically the guy that they had targeted all along and they were just waiting to see how the board played?
I mean, he didn't exactly say that, but kind of basically it's what he said. The first time around when he was asked about it, he said that they viewed him as an elite player and it was a chance to go up and get an elite player and someone that they thought could be a staple on their offensive line for a long time. So they did it. And then when asked a little bit more specifically about it later, he said that Vera Tucker was in the top 10 on his draft board, and then kind of further clarified was that was an opportunity to go up and get that kind of a player and why they did it. And I think you're right about 34. I think given how many needs they have and there could be an exception if there's the right guy at the right position available there. But I think they can add, maybe another contributing offensive lineman in the third round if they trade back, given the way the depth kind of shakes out in this draft, or maybe add, a wide receiver who would be a huge step down from what you get at 34 in the third round. So I think when they're kind of evaluating where things are in the draft board and where things stand, I kind of got to look at where things have kind of played out here at the end of the first round. But I think that's going to kind of, determine what they do, is if whatever player they could get at 34, if they think they can get someone of equal contributing value a little bit later, I think that's when they're going to trade back. And Douglas obviously has a history of doing those kind of moves.
By the way, Peyton Turner just went at number 28. Splash. You remember how everybody was making fun of that pick? We did a mock draft, Andy. Yep. And see, there it is. Luke just popped in to say. So we did a mock draft yesterday on Play Like a Jet Live. Luke Grant and Clayton Smarslock, right? So we went to people that covered all of the teams. I represented the Jets, but other people represented the different teams. And Splash, I think you were one of the people that a couple of others did. So my friend Drew Gear, who does the Rock Pile Report podcast for the Bills, he had Peyton Turner from Houston going 30th to the Bills. He took him for the Bills. And Splash, and it was, oh, what are you kidding me? That's like
here we go.
A late second rounder, and he went 28th just now to New Orleans. So
okay, I'll read you my exact words.
Okay.
Turner to Buffalo? Who's that, LOL? Unless I'm totally blanking, might be. I haven't slept. Is that supposed to be like Tucker, as in Elijah Vera Tucker? And then, oh no, sir, someone reached for Peyton Turner. Haha. And I'm like, Houston, gotcha. And then a couple of lines later, number 97 on my big board.
Wait, you had him at 97?
Yes, 97 on my big board. And here he is as a first-round pick. Congratulations, Peyton Turner.
I think Andy and I are both in the same camp where we didn't have a big board. You didn't have a big board, did you, Andy? Because I know I didn't.
No, I didn't. Not this year. Not this year. No, I've never. I did not create a big board. I'm just trying to when you do these mock drafts, you're just trying to make sense of it and try not to look like an idiot. I mean, because you hear stuff and you call around, but nobody really knows. So, I mean, except for, maybe we knew with Wilson, but beyond that, I mean, and everybody had Najee Harris to the Steelers, right? I think, I mean, I did. I don't know about you guys, but
I did too.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody got that one right. But yeah, especially this year, it's like you would see these crazy variants between like different guys. And I think that's probably partially related to the COVID stuff. Like you see some guys projected as like top 15 picks and some guys projected the same guy projected by somebody else as like a third round pick. And that's, I mean, kind of the unpredictability of this year. And actually Douglas said something about that too. He was asked about, the value of next year's picks and if that made him a little bit more willing to part with a couple of picks this year because he had those picks in next year's draft when the evaluation process will surely be a little bit more easy with things getting back to normal. And he said that, that definitely like played into part of the decision for why the Jets made that trade.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny because I ended up being right about who the Jets got. I didn't have in the mock draft we had, you couldn't do trades, but I did have them getting Vera Tucker at 23. And the thing that I thought was interesting was to do the mock draft. You're talking to a whole bunch of different people and you don't know who's going to get back to you when. So what I would do is I would go like 2 picks ahead and I would say to somebody, give me your 2 top choices in case the guy in front of you picks whatever. And I had a lot of people that would have Vera Tucker as their second choice. And that's why he slid down the board in our mock draft because everybody was high on him. But there was always that one guy they had above him. But in this case, Joe Douglas decided not to take that risk and to go and make the move. And look, we could sit here and we could nitpick because we could say he could have sat at 23 and Darrison Jenkins could have fallen into his lap. But clearly he felt that Vera Tucker was a significantly better player than any of these guys. And we could agree or disagree, but ultimately, it reminds me of what Mark Ross said to me when he was on Play Like a Jet, the former Giants executive. What he told me was, you got to trust your own evaluations and you got to trust your own board. If you can't do that, then you have no you have no business being in a position of power. So if you're somebody that's going to be swayed by the fans or by other people in the league or by draft experts or whatever off of your own analysis and your own opinion, then you have no business being a decision maker. And that's really what it comes down to. Yeah. Right? Because look, we saw this. We talked ad nauseum, Fields and Lance and all the quarterbacks. He locked in on Wilson. That was his guy. Is he right? I don't know. We're going to find out. But he wasn't going to be swayed. He wasn't going to trade down. He wasn't going to pick anybody else. And the same thing happened with, like you said, Vera Tucker. He said, guy was a top 10 player on his board. He had a chance to go get him, and he did. And maybe I think Jenkins could be as good, or maybe Darrison could be as good, but he didn't think that. And it doesn't matter what Scott Mason thinks or what Splash thinks or what Andy Vasquez thinks or Mel Kiper or Daniel Jeremiah or Jordan Reed or whoever it is. All that matters is what did Joe Douglas and the people that are around him think. and they believed Vera Tucker was the guy that they needed to get. So ultimately, that's how it played out. And look, Andy, we'll see if this ends up being the right decision. But if you're a Jets fan, you have to be happy with that process because that's something we haven't seen in a long time from a key decision maker here.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good point, and one of I'll rip off that a little bit, but one of two key points I want to make is if there's every reason to believe that Vera Tucker can be a long-term guy. I mean, the way he projects, he seems like he has a pretty high ceiling and a low floor. He should at the very least be a solid starter, you would think, given his skill set. I mean, you never know. But if it works out that way and you compare him next to Mekhi Becton on the left side as a guard, because he did play left guard at USC 2 years ago and was the offensive lineman of the year for USC above Austin Jackson, who was at the time the left tackle, who got picked by the Dolphins 18th overall last year. So obviously they believe he has the talent to play at the next level at USC from his teammates and what they saw. So if you got that left side of the offensive line solidified for the next decade, do you think anybody's going to mind that they gave up 2 third-round picks basically for him? I mean, no, it's going to be a great decision. And they finally are seriously investing resources in the offensive line, which they have not done over the last decade, which brings me to my next point is that since we're going to be optimistic here, there are some good signs that are now kind of consistently percolating through the Jets' decision-making process this offseason. When you go back to the coaching search, I mean, they actually ran a competent coaching search, got one of the most sought-after candidates. There was no drama or nonsense. It was very un-Jets-like, and it went without a hitch. And then you look at what they did in free agency, and it was, just the same kind of things. They had a clear message of what they wanted to do, and then they actually did it. And then you look at this whole draft pick and showing the conviction that you talked about in a typical Jets draft year, I'm like, I have scar tissue. I'm like sitting here 10 minutes before the draft, like, okay, like what if they don't take Wilson? Like, what do I do? Like, what should I do? How can I react to that? And none of that drama or nonsense happened. There was a clear decision made. Obviously, it was made. Joe Douglas said it was made. Basically, he became convinced at the pro day that this was the right decision, and that was pretty much it. So he stuck with it. He didn't waver over the last month. And I think when you put all the signs you've seen together from this offseason, it's a pretty encouraging picture that things are, from a management standpoint, headed in the right direction. I think as a Jets fan, you should feel pretty good about that right now.
Yeah, I agree. You got to feel a lot better than the Jaguars fans right now and the people that are around there, because Splash, you'll get a kick out of this, Andy. I can't believe this is a real quote. Mia O'Brien, a reporter down in Jacksonville, had this on her Twitter. Urban Meyer says he sees James Robinson, Carlos Hyde as the 1-2 punch, and Travis Etienne as a third down back. We want to be top 8 in the league in rushing, he said. And with James Robinson, Carlos Hyde, and Travis Etienne, we think we're there. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. I mean,
yeah. I think you're going to see a lot of quotes like that from Urban over the next year or two.
Wow.
Where you're just like,
he took a retirement check from Shad Khan. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to.
Ooh. Oh, Miami took not Miami. Yeah. The Bills. Wow.
Who'd they take?
Greg Rousseau out of Miami. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I actually mocked that yesterday. How about that?
Did you? Oh, there you go. All right. Look
I
at
think
you.
It was one of those. It was 30. I'm pretty sure it was that one. I might have shipped him. No, I shipped him to 31. Damn it. I had it there first, and I switched it, I think. But
oh yeah, I would have probably punched the screen if he was in a Raven. But hey, we're not punching screens. But Baltimore is back on the clock, so that's exciting.
Green Bay took Eric Stokes, by the way, which I'm sure Aaron Rodgers was thrilled about.
Oh, he's pretty stoked. Yeah.
Oh, nice play on words there. But yeah, no, seriously, look at that quote from Urban Meyer, and it's unbelievable. It kind of reminds me of man, back in '95, Andy. This was long before your time on the beat, and this is when you were a Lions fan before you renounced your fandom of football teams. But in 1995, the Jets took Kyle Brady at number 9 overall. This has kind of become infamous. They passed on Warren Sapp. The entire building, by the way, was shaking. I was there. We want Sapp. We want Sapp. The place was going insane. They took Brady. And afterwards, they asked Rich Kotite, they said, Coach, you just franchise tagged your starting tight end, Johnny Mitchell. Why did you use the 9th pick on a tight end? And he said, we just feel like in this league, having 2 tight ends is one of the most important things, or something like that. And I just, my head almost exploded. And that's kind of the feeling that I got when I heard Urban Meyer say that. I mean, what does he think? This is 1985? What's he trying to do?
I mean,
See,
I can't. I don't have a good answer for you. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think the most wild part about his statement is thinking Carlos Hyde is a good running back. First of all,
it's fair.
But I understand like how the pieces fit, but to me it feels like Urban Meyer is playing Madden, not NFL head coach, in a way that, Etienne's a great on 3rd downs and James Robinson is great on 1st and 2nd downs. Well, that's fine, but what about the offensive line? And to jump back to the point that I made about Pittsburgh, we're not talking about Najee Harris here. I have Etienne a bit lower on my board, so Etienne is going to be a great player, I think, but he's not like changing the culture of your run game like Najee Harris will. And defensively, what are you doing, Jacksonville? Now, granted, they are on the clock at 33, which will open with tomorrow. So, but what are you taking there? If you're taking Pat Freiermuth and ignoring the defense still, are you taking an offensive lineman and, again, ignoring the defense still? Are you taking a defensive player and neglecting to protect Trevor Lawrence? I think Jacksonville screwed themselves over here, because you can get a player that's similar to Travis Etienne with their pick in the middle of the 2nd round, and you can get a Tevin Jenkins who is on the board at 25, and heck, he might be on the board at 33, but I don't trust him to make that pick if he's available.
Man, if the Jets can get Tevin Jenkins at number 34, holy cow! Could you imagine that? If they walk away from the first 2 days of the draft with Tevin Jenkins, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Zach Wilson, I mean, they could transform that offense. They could basically transform that offense overnight. By the way, one thing that's interesting about Elijah Vera Tucker is that a lot of people are saying, oh, well, I don't know if he's going to play tackle in the NFL. I think he might strictly be a guard. Well, whatever. I mean, if he's going to be a top-notch guard, I'm totally fine with that. But I think that the thing that you were talking about, Splash, that really made me laugh about the Etienne thing isn't so much the pick of Etienne himself, because I think he's a really good player. And you and I were talking about this before. I think they got scared when the Steelers took Najee Harris that somebody was going to take Etienne, because they probably were going to pick him at 33. And then they saw that and said, let's get him now so we don't risk it, right? Well, I don't understand why they were in a rush to pick him if they saw him as a 3rd down back. Like, if they saw him as a guy who was a dynamic playmaker and a guy that could touch the ball X amount of times, but if they saw him as like CJ Spiller, what the hell are you doing picking him at 25? Right?
Yeah, I have no clue what like drugs Jacksonville's on. Actually, I guess I do.
Urban
Meyer. They got them from Chris Forrester, right?
Urban Meyer drug. That good.
Oh my!
I'm telling you, you're gonna be doing this a lot. I mean, I have to be honest. I went to UCF. I covered, or I was around Urban a little bit. I did not like Florida College, so I may have some, baggage there. But I mean, he's just, the way he runs a program is so, like, there's not going to be people there who are freely sharing opinions that may differ with his. Let's just say that, and that's probably going to lead to some problems, public relations wise, and in making decisions. And I think that you'll be asking yourself these questions for as long as he's there, and maybe Trevor Lawrence is that good and it won't matter, but.
And of
course,
that's
very interesting.
That's the lottery ticket that Jacksonville has. He's wearing number 16 and he has sunshine flowing locks. So it's like the Colts in 2012. We didn't care what warts Chuck Pagano had or Bruce Arians had when he came in and filled in. We didn't care because Andrew Luck was slinging it to, I guess that was the year before T.Y. got there, but slinging it to Wayne and Hilton, and it was just like magical to watch. And I think we might have the same sort of thing in Jacksonville, that even if Urban Meyer is not a good coach, he could be perceived as such if Trevor Lawrence is what we expect him to be and like this franchise altering piece. And from all accounts, I think Lawrence will be that franchise altering piece. It's just a matter of, does Jacksonville want to be altered, or do they want to be known as the London team for the next however many years Lawrence is there? Of course, I hope he's there for the best of him, the best of one of my favorite players in the league, Laviska Shenault, among others. Like, I hope he's there a long time, and I hope Jacksonville wins a lot of games, unless they're playing Baltimore. But it's hard to imagine like the ship sailing straight when Urban Meyer is constantly knocking over the wheel.
Yeah. No, I mean, Urban, look, I liked the hire just because I thought that the Jaguars really needed a culture changer, somebody who had a track record of winning to go in there and try and make them relevant, because look, this is a team that they have no fans. No one goes to those games. They have no fans. No one cares about them. My friends that live down there, it's a joke, right? Lawrence helps make them relevant. Urban Meyer, whatever we think about him, the name itself helps make them relevant. And then, we'll see if they sign Tim Tebow, but that might put butts in seats in that particular. No, in all seriousness, joking around, but people down
He would
there
be tight end 1 on their roster.
He could be tight end.
Yeah, because they sent Josh Oliver for a conditional 7th, and it's like, what? Why? Why are Baltimore? What are you doing? 2, that's the only tight end on your roster, if I remember correctly. Like, what are you doing? And they spent a 3rd round pick on him 2 years ago.
But I don't.
Bizarre.
It's insane. Bizarre. But Andy, I'm not. You went to school down there. Tim Tebow is larger than life down in that area.
That's why I had my reaction, because it's just like he's old. I mean, that's going to be the fact that it got out there. Like, if they don't sign him now, it might be an issue, because people are. My parents live in Jacksonville, and people are gung ho. Like, I guarantee you, that was talked about today almost as much as Lawrence. I mean, people were probably that excited. But Scott, I did have one question for you that might be kind of painful, but I'm curious, because I wasn't on earlier to hear you. But do you think it was mean that Lawrence did it?
Say that again.
Did I break up there? Did you hear me? Or
did
you think that it was kind of mean that Lawrence wore green for his like draft suit? He was like, he's wearing green on his shoes, green on his. It seems kind of like, damn, man, that's cold.
I'm totally okay with his wardrobe choice. I'm not upset about it at all. Look, it's funny because you and I have had many conversations. Splash, Andy and I do podcasts throughout the entire season. We do shows every week, and every single week I would be like, thank God they lost. And Andy would be like, I think they're going to win. I think they're going to win a game. And I would be like, Andy, shut up. Andy, shut up. So finally,
Jets.
Yeah. But then finally, Andy, of course, you say, oh, I actually think they're going to do it now. They're going to lose all the games. And as soon as he says
first game, I said that.
That's when they go and they beat the Reds. There's the first game. And we were both talking about it because we were like, look, Andy's not a Jets fan, right? But he's still a beat reporter, and he understands that if the Jets get Trevor Lawrence, that's great for him because it drums up the interest in the franchise. So we talked about that, and Andy knows I was so dejected when the Jets won that game against the Rams. I was
angry. Yeah.
I was so angry. But you know what? Like, look, as pissed off as I was, and I still am, because I just the principle of it. Ultimately, what it comes down to is, you have the 12 stages of grief, right? And you come down to acceptance, and ultimately you look at it and you say, okay, who are the other quarterbacks in this class? And as long as they get one that you think is going to be good, you learn to live with it. And I really like Zach Wilson a lot. Look, I dug in on all these quarterbacks because that's pretty much what I have to do for the podcast and all that. And I really dug in deep on Zach Wilson. In fact, I texted Jerome Jordan from BYU TV tonight, and I said, hey, man, you're coming back on the show after this pick gets made. And he's like, let's do it, brother. And it's funny because, BYU, it's the LDS, right? So they can't drink alcohol. So I sent them a GIF of Stone Cold Steve Austin drinking a beer. And he goes, "That's root beer, right?" And it just made me laugh. But yeah, so I've been talking. I talked to Mason Wake, his teammate fullback over there. I really dug in on him as a person. And the more you really dig in on him as a person and as a player, the more you like about him. And look, there's the question marks about the schedule, and I'm not really all that concerned about it. And there's the question marks about the injuries. But, look, I talked to Dr. Stoller, who is a surgeon, a sports medicine surgeon for 35 years, and he's not worried about it. So if he's not worried about it, I'm not worried about it. And I'm excited about Zach Wilson. So Trevor Lawrence's wardrobe doesn't really concern me. But I will say this, Andy, out of spite, and I think Chris Walker said this to me, I'm rooting for every quarterback in this class, not necessarily to be a bust, but to be worse than Wilson. So if Lawrence is good, that's fine, as long as he's not as good as Wilson. If Fields is good, that's fine, as long as he's not as good as Wilson. And same thing with Lance, and same thing with Mac Jones. But I do find it interesting now that you've got 4 quarterbacks in this division that, we'll see how they turn out. But, look at the Ravens division, right? Splash, you've got Lamar, you've got Baker, and then you got Joe Burrow, and then Old Man Ben. So you got that one team that's the odd man out in Pittsburgh. But in the AFC East now, you've got Mac Jones, you've got Zach Wilson, you've got Tua, and you've got Josh Allen. So kind of a changing of the guard in a lot of ways in these divisions, right?
Yeah, absolutely. From a Ravens perspective, you look at the 2018 draft class and you think, okay, well, Cleveland's going to get their quarterback. That's fine. Baltimore gets their quarterback.
Splash, Jason Owe, who's exactly who you didn't want.
Yeah, I made a video, posted it on the app. I think Jason Owe was the first name I mentioned. It was either him or Rousseau. Like, I went through every offensive player. I was content with just about any offensive player imaginable at 31 or in the first round. And I'm just like, okay. Then we get to the defense. Barmore, okay, whatever. Onwuzurike, okay, whatever. And it's like, Rousseau, no. Owe, no. Tryon, I'd rather trade back. Like, I think this, as much as I'm excited about Rashad Bateman, I think this just cancels out most of that excitement, if not all of it. Because while I think Owe is a tremendous athlete, I get it. Does he have any pass rush skill? Like, he's a ball of clay, and I don't think you take – if you're in Baltimore's position, you have a quarterback that is entering his 4th season on his rookie deal. You don't take a ball of clay at 31. You take a guy that has a high floor. Jason Owe has 0 floor. Now, he has a ceiling that he could be one of the best pass rushers in football, sure. But at the athletic profile, absolutely, that's fine. But I watched some Penn State. I didn't get excited about Owe. I got excited by Freiermuth on the offense, Parsons on the defense. Owe just, oh no, really.
Yeah. Well, listen, he's got traits. We'll say that much. But now Tryon is over because Joe Tryon went number 32, which, by the way, that was in our mock draft too. TJ Reeves, who's the sideline reporter for the Bucks, took him at number 32. So there you go. So round number 1 in the books. Andy, appreciate you coming on, brother, as always. Man, yeah, of course, man. What a wild night this was too, huh? I mean, it reminds me a little bit of was it 08? Yeah, no, 07 was the year they traded up for Revis. I was still working in radio. I was driving to an appearance, and I'm like, oh, I have plenty of time. They picked 25th, and they traded up for Revis, and I'm like, no, I'm in traffic. Oh, why did you trade up now? And they thought they had traded up for Greeny, of course, was like, I think they traded up for Greg Olson. And I'm like, I swear to God, if they traded up for tight end, I'm going to put my fist through the windshield. But it ended up being Revis, so it was fine. But Splash, thank you so much for everything, man.
Of course.
Andy, appreciate you coming on as always, brother. I'm sure we are going to do some Play Like a Jet episodes soon, my friend. For now, though,
Absolutely.
you're going to have a busy weekend. So real quickly before we go, just let everybody know how they can check out your work. I'm now a paid subscriber, by the way. So I guess that means I'm like a stockholder in your work. Yeah, it was they're doing a great promotion right now. It's 99 cents for 6 months, right?
Yeah, it's a good deal, and we have a bunch of stuff on the website. It's like too much for me to remember almost, but we got a draft tracker where I'm analyzing and grading every pick. Sorry, Alexa, turn on the lights. We have a draft tracker where we're evaluating and grading every pick. I've got a story that I'm going to update with quotes about the Vera Tucker trade and pick and kind of where he might fit in and what it means. Obviously, an analysis of Wilson and then a couple of files where you can get to know each one of those guys and some things about their background. Like you may not have known, probably did, that Zach Wilson's uncle founded JetBlue. So that's like one of the interesting things. And explain why Elijah Vera Tucker has hyphenated last name and kind of his family situation and what it means to him. So and when we'll have more on what the Jets should do tomorrow at 34 up in the morning, and then we'll track all those picks too. So
by the way,
appreciate you pushing that, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. As always, a pleasure to have you on, and I know you're probably looking forward to getting through the draft, and then whatever the next big golf tournament is going to be where you're going to get your relaxation in. Andy's a big golf guy, by the way. You can check out. You do some golf stuff for USA Today too, right? Occasionally.
Yeah. I write for for us and for USA Today of the local events, but. Yeah, it's not a busy summer with golf around here. Unfortunately, last summer when we couldn't do anything was that summer. But there's still a bunch of local tournaments I'll get into, and it'll be cool to cover. But I'm actually really excited about. I think the Jets got two exciting players that people are going to be interested in. I think they have a chance to get a couple more, tomorrow or on Saturday, depending on if they trade up or if they don't. I mean, we'll kind of have to see what happens there, but. I think they'll be making more than one pick tomorrow. They're only scheduled to make one tomorrow after being scheduled for 3. I think they'll be making more than one. That's my big prediction for tomorrow.
I will say this before we go. Tevin Jenkins and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, 2 players that most people had in their top 20 and 2 players that the Jets could use pretty badly, are both still on the board. They can get at least one of the 2. I mean, it depends. We'll see what Jacksonville does, but boy, could you imagine if the Jets come out of this, like I said, with Tevin Jenkins and Elijah Vera Tucker to go with Zach Wilson? I mean, all of a sudden, in one fell swoop, you could be talking about rebuilding 60% of that line in 2 days, which is incredible. So, Andy,
would you be mad at Terrace Marshall there? I'm sorry. I know you want to go, but I'm just curious.
No, I wouldn't be mad at all. I mean, listen, Terrace Marshall is an incredibly gifted receiver, and I think he's a player who, in a draft class with less great wide receivers would probably have gone a little bit higher. I think he's kind of under the radar. I put him right there on that next tier, right after the top 3 guys. The only thing I'll say is I would be a little more comfortable with it if they had a pick in the 3rd round still, where they could get somebody else. But listen, if they took Terrace Marshall Jr., I'm not going to be upset about it. And do what you got to do to help the young quarterback or to put as many good pieces on the field as you can. That's really where I'm at with it. So, Andy, appreciate it, brother. Splash, thank you so much for everything tonight. You did a killer job producing and putting up with you for what do we did this 5 hours? Oh my God.
Yeah. 5 hours and change. This is going to do wonders for our YouTube watch hours, so that's exciting.
Let me tell you something, Splash. I'm pretty sure that by common law in some states we would be married by now doing this show for 5 hours. So
yeah, probably.
All right, guys, appreciate it, and let's hope for some good things for the Jets and the Ravens tomorrow in round 2.
Amen to that.
All right,
I'll be back tomorrow for my show with Jack. I know Jack was going off in the comments, but I'll be back in short order tomorrow.
Yeah, we may do something tomorrow too. I have to find out. I don't know, Andy. I don't know what your situation is, but if we do end up doing something, hopefully we can have you back. I got to talk to Nick and see what he wants to do, but there's going to be plenty to talk about. I mean, the fun thing is if you're doing a Jets show, you could be done if they don't make a trade, you could be done real quick. So they're all going to have tomorrow. So we'll see. All right, guys, have a good night.
All right.